From the first spark of life underwater, all the way to humankind walking upright. You've already come so far. The familiar game narration whispered somewhere deep in my mind, dragging me up out of the dark. Then came the pain. My skull was splitting, and my whole body felt like it had been shoved into an incinerator and roasted through. My brain was mush, like it had been run through a blender into a pot of sludge. I groaned out loud. All I did was pull a few all-nighters at work and play one round of a game when I got home. Was that really worth blacking out like this? I'd been a college athlete, for God's sake, one of the best builds in the whole school. A video game couldn't actually kill me, could it? My eyes snapped open. Cold wind howling. A convoy mired in mud. Refugees in rags. Donkeys braying, kids wailing, drivers hollering. All of it poured into my ears at once. I was lying on a donkey cart, a tattered blanket thrown over me, packed in on top of animal hides and bundles. My mouth tasted of rust, blood. A blonde, blue-eyed girl knelt beside me, cradling my head against her chest. "You're awake." Her worried little face cracked into a grin, and she shouted down off the cart. "Leo's awake. Leo's awake. Son of a bitch, finally." A hoarse voice boomed up from below. A pair of huge hands grabbed the cart rail, and a bearded face popped up over the edge, a horned helmet on top. A Viking, through and through. He clamped my face in one hand and twisted it left and right, clicking his tongue. "I've been dead for 3 days and never looked as pale as you." The donkey let out a miserable bray, and the cart pitched hard to one side. "Papa, get down already." The girl shoved his head away, riding the cart, then bent over and gently dabbed the blood from my nose. "Hurts." I groaned again. A thread of memory forced its way into my head along the pain. A scene that didn't belong to me. Over 100 kobolds came howling down out of an ambush on the hillside. They looked like golden retrievers walking upright. Fangs, claws, the tallest barely reaching my chest. A ragged mob, not a shred of formation. But the sheer numbers crashing down were terrifying. The convoy reacted fast. The carts pulled together, the old and weak fell back. The militia raised shields and locked into a wall. Plenty of men were already wrapped in bandages. This kind of ambush wasn't their first. Every other time had gone the same way. The kobolds rushed the shield wall, smashed their own heads bloody, dropped a dozen corpses, and broke. But this time the kobold chieftain threw back its head and let out a single wild bark. Over 100 short spears shot into the air all at once. A blanket of them, raining down. The militia were caught flat-footed. Shields shattered, men dropped, the front rank turned into a sieve. In one breath, the band of fewer than 50 lost a third of its number. The wall broke, and the owner of this body, the freshly minted militia captain, Leo Mundo, was shocked and furious, all muscle and no foresight, never dreaming the kobolds had this trick in them. He didn't fall back. He scooped up a spear at his feet and hurled it, running through the kobold leading the charge. Then he hefted his hide-covered wooden shield, bashed aside the rabble in his way, and drove straight at the tallest, brawniest one, the chieftain. Instinct told him, cut down the head wolf, and the pack scatters. The chieftain stood a head shorter, but its knotted muscle made it look like a pit bull juiced on steroids. It reared back, howling, and swung a 4-pound iron chain mace right at his face. The shield shattered. But in that same instant, Leo sank a blade into its gut, twisted his wrist, and savagely churned it in a full circle. Any other time, the beast would have tucked its tail and run. But it had gone rabid. The mace caught Leo square in the chest, and through the crisp snap of breaking ribs, it bore him down and lunged for his throat. Leo wrenched his head aside. The fangs sank into his shoulder. The iron-studded bearskin pauldron caught the worst of it. No bone broke. His left hand went dead. His right was still buried in the thing's belly. But he couldn't pull free. So the hot-tempered original owner opened his mouth and bit back, right into the chieftain's neck. Clamped down. Wouldn't let go. Until he bled out and passed out. The memory cut off there. It was brutal enough to make my scalp crawl. Every wound turned into a needle and stabbed straight into my brain. Me, a guy whose whole life was overtime and staying in, what did I know about slaughter this raw, this savage? So, my opening move in this world was biting a kobold to death with my teeth. That was worse than just dropping dead at my desk. I wanted to go home. I shut my eyes and forced the churning down. What was left of the original's memory filled in the rest, where this body came from. This was a world of sword and sorcery. Gods beyond counting, races beyond counting. The empire I was in, the Orlantis Empire, had once swept the southern kingdoms with iron and fire, driving every orc and troll up into the northern snows. But a few centuries on, the empire had grown old and cracked apart into a patchwork of feuding lords. Troops were pulled south, the northern lines went slack. Orc raiding parties and troll scouts came back down the North Ice River, looting human villages and towns along the way. The original's village was first in line. If old Uncle Julian, a retired soldier, hadn't come home and drilled the toothless militia back into something real, soaking up wave after wave of raids, the village would have been rubble long ago. But grinding it out wasn't a plan. After a year of holding the line, Julian made the hard call. Take the whole village and head southwest. 1,000 miles overland, to a river bend at the foot of the Grand Barrier, and build a new home there. He'd been garrisoned in that region for years. Few hostile tribes, no high-tier magic beasts. Through old army contacts, he'd even gotten his hands on a charter of settlement, stamped by the Frela family. Get a foothold on that ownerless wilderness, clear enough land, pay enough tax, and you'd be invested as a frontier knight. As for the original, Leo Mundo himself, single-minded, reckless, a born battle junkie. His mother died in childbirth, his father drank himself to death. Nobody raised him, nobody taught him a thing. Stealing flatbread from one house today, begging porridge from another tomorrow, kicking any dog he passed on the road for good measure. At 12, he dragged a half-grown snow bear out of the mountains barehanded and threw a meat feast for the whole village. Then got the whole village standing watch for 3 nights, bracing for the bear's family to come down for revenge. The bear never got the chance. He'd buried it alive in its winter sleep. Dug it back up 3 days later, and it still wasn't dead. At 15, he'd beaten every man in the village. Then Julian hung him up by one hand and thrashed him. Now, at 17, he'd wised up a little. Not much. Leo, the blonde girl in whose arms I was lying, noticed me stir, pulled back, and studied my face. Olivia, Julian's daughter. The kobolds. My voice came out raw as sandpaper. My mouth was full of blood, couldn't tell if it was theirs or mine. You drove them off. She gave the faintest little shiver. All I remembered was biting the chieftain to death. But she'd been crouched behind the cart, watching that hulking kobold thrash and snap and claw on the ground, shredding Leo's leather armor to ribbons, while its neck stayed pinned to the dirt as if nailed there, until it suffocated, never breaking loose. Who'd have guessed this sunny, handsome blonde boy was a brainless lunatic with a death wish? The rest of the kobolds, watching their chieftain die like that, didn't last a full minute. They left a field of corpses and bolted like the devil was on them. Good. I nodded, but the knot in my chest didn't loosen. Kobolds bullied the weak and feared the strong. They never picked a hard fight. For them to ambush a convoy guarded by nearly 50 armed militia, that alone was off. Worse was the convoy itself. We'd set out 1,000 strong, more than 100 militia, plenty of them veterans. But over a month and 1,000 miles, anyone with a little money or a marketable skill peeled off one by one in the cozy towns along the way. Now there were 300 left, mostly old and weak, fewer than 100 able-bodied. And Julian had said there were several more tribes around the river bend just as nasty as this kobold pack. Could a column this badly bled out actually make it? Leo, don't worry. Rest up and heal. Papa's got it handled. Olivia seemed to read me and stroked my forehead. In her eyes, her father could do anything. In the original's eyes, too. Yeah. I managed to smile and went quiet. From this point on, there was no Morley AO in the world. Only me. Transmigrator. Dog biter. Militia captain. Leo Mundo. Don't stop. We're almost there. The whole way, Julian kept bellowing, keeping everyone's spirits up. The column ran south down the high road for 1,000 miles to the watchtower he'd once been stationed at, then turned west along the Anzino River, pushing through 30-some miles of old-growth forest to reach the river bend. But those 30 miles were harder than the 1,000 before them. Beasts circled. The kobolds ambushed us 4 times. The dead and wounded from the last one outnumbered the first 3 combined. Of 50 militia, only half could still fight. Even Leo, the new captain, ended up flat on his back in a cargo wagon, badly hurt. Wheels sank in mud. Axles snapped. Carts tipped. Donkeys spooked. Rain and snow sealed the trail. Fallen trees blocked the way. A single 10-foot rise of dirt could stall the whole convoy for half a day. The entire column rolled through freezing mud and slammed itself against misery head-on. "How much farther?" someone sobbed. Julian leapt onto a boulder, waved his horned helmet, and roared, "Tomorrow. We get there tomorrow. Fish you can grab right out of the water with your bare hands. Elk running everywhere. Cut down any tree you want. Black soil so rich it bleeds. Everybody eats their fill." He shouted it the whole way. The kids even turned it into a nursery rhyme. But that line was exactly what kept everyone breathing. And finally, after countless "tomorrow we get there" the convoy actually arrived. It was a huge peninsula at a riverbend, a sprawling plain silted up over 10,000 years. Both banks were walls of impenetrable old forest, but the peninsula itself was open meadows stitched with little lakes. In winter, the dead grass stood knee-high, too dense for the snow to flatten. The land was shockingly fertile. Even a layman like me could see it. This place was made for breaking ground. The great river in front of us was the Enzino. It fell out of the clouds at the Grand Barrier and spilled down a sheer cliff thousands of feet high, a dozen great waterfalls crisscrossing as they came, mist boiling off them. By the time it reached the bend, the river suddenly calmed, the channel widening from 50 meters to well over 100, so clear you could see straight to the bottom, fish moving through it in shoals. Far to the west, snow peaks rolled on and on. Behind a few low summits, a single straight cliff shot up out of the earth, its top vanishing into a sea of cloud, like the edge of the world. That was the Grand Barrier. It ringed the center of the continent in one vast circle, like a towering tree stump on level ground. What I could see was just the tip of it. North across the river was old-growth forest without end, conifers so thick it took several men to ring one, their crowns weighed down with deep snow. A herd of antlered deer tall as horses drank at the far bank, a few fawns staring at me with wide eyes, calling softly. I sat on a boulder on the gravel shore, savoring the rare downtime my injuries had bought me. Behind me, the camp was coming alive under Julian's hollering, felling timber, digging fire pits, pitching tents. Villagers who'd been standing around dazed a minute ago were all moving now. "Your tent's up," Olivia said, walking over. She checked my wounds, then set her face stern. "If you're tired, go lie down. No wandering off. You hear me." "I hear you." I nodded meek. Only when the cold wind had me shivering did I head back to camp and crawl into my own tent. It was a small thing sewn from mismatched furs, stuffed with the pelts the original had taken hunting over the years. The work was crude. A lot of the hides had already rotted into clumps of matted fur. But even so, it counted as one of the better tents in camp. At least it was warm. Outside the tent, a mud-caked kid sat hugging his knees, a blanket full of holes draped over him, back pressed against the canvas, shivering. I walked over and kicked him into the tent. "Little mouse, beg up any food today." Not that I wanted to kick him. It was this body's instinct. A dozen-odd years of half-wild, half-bandit living had carved brutality into the original's bones. I'd pulled the kick on reflex, and still sent him tumbling all the way to the back of the tent. The kid flopped into the fur pile and shook his head dully, not a flicker of feeling on his blank little face. He wasn't even 4 feet tall, dressed in rags, waisted thin as a stick, with black hair and black eyes. Rare as anything up here in the blonde, blue-eyed north. I'd first found him a dozen days back, one early morning, under a donkey cart. Light snow that day. He'd spread a half-square-meter scrap of blanket on the mud and curled on top of it, frozen stiff. The original must have thought of his own childhood, because he'd hauled the half-frozen kid up by reflex, tossed him into the rotting fur pile in the tent, and fed him his own breakfast. To his surprise, the kid, who'd been all but dead, actually pulled through. After that, he tagged along with the convoy. Gone all day, curled in a corner of my tent at night. Stealing, begging, or chewing wild grass. Nobody knew which. Either way, he'd scraped out another half-month of life. These past few days, hurt, I'd been lying in the cargo wagon and hadn't come back to the tent. No idea how the little mouse had survived on his own. I crawled in, and the stench drove me right back out. Hair grease, foot funk, mildew, rot, all mashed together, worse than a dog kennel. This wasn't a mouse hole. It was a septic tank. I hauled out every reeking pelt inside and pawed through them, salvaging only 2 snow bear hides still mostly intact, one big, one small. I tossed the small one to the little mouse and beckoned. Come with me. He didn't move. I reached out, pinched the scruff of his neck, and lifted him with one easy tug. Carried him like that all the way to the gravel shore. Noon. A rare bright sun, lending a little warmth to the raw winter. I threw the snow bear hide into the water and stomped it a few times. Filthy water came gushing out, racing to escape, and a slick of rainbow oil bloomed on the surface. I clicked my tongue in amazement. How filthy did a hide have to be? I unclipped the wooden splint off my left hand, struggled out of my clothes, and glanced at the little mouse standing there blank beside me. Come help, would you? He shuffled over and helped me out of my shirt and pants. Standing naked in the river, I shook with cold and scooped water over myself. Sheets of black runoff sloughed away, and the skin underneath visibly came back white. I sighed out loud at how good it felt. When was the last time I'd bathed? In the original's memory, there was no such thing. I tossed the rag to him. Scrub my back. Do it well, and I'll reward you with a black loaf. The words black loaf lit up the little mouse's eyes. He dove into the water with a splash, grabbed the rag, and scrubbed at my back for all he was worth. A thick crust of dried mud on his pants softened in the water and ran off as sludge. I got it. That layer of mud was for warmth. Those thin clothes couldn't block the northern wind. Odds were the second he finished bathing, he'd go find a mud pit and roll a fresh coat back on. A few minutes of scrubbing and the little mouse was gasping, arms and legs gone soft. I looked at my reflection in the water. Blonde hair, a sharp-angled face, even muscle. 17, already a hard-built man. The original had grown up wild, plenty fierce and plenty industrious. He'd smell smoked meat hidden in someone's house and show up at the door. He'd dug the woods outside the village full of pit traps, all but hunting the rabbits and field mice to extinction. When it came to eating meat, nobody in the village dared claim the top spot. I gave the mud-streaked little mouse a disgusted once-over. You wash up too, you stink. Sun's strong. Do your clothes while you're at it. He didn't move. What's a man got to fear from a little cold? Jump in the water and you'll warm right up. Clothes off, or no bread. That finally got him peeling off the rags whose original color you couldn't even guess. Underneath was a yellowed silk nightgown. The nightgown came off, and I froze. I grabbed the small snow bear hide off the bank and scrambled to wrap the kid up. It was a girl. I'd only just figured that out. And here I'd been about to say, kid, with a build like yours I could take 100 of you. She let me bundle her up, let me carry her to shore, and only then asked, small and weak, the bread, do I still get it? Yes, you get it. I tucked her under one arm and carried her back to camp, found Olivia in the middle of her chores, and scratched my head. Think you could heat me up a pot of water? Olivia leaned in, sniffed, and nodded, satisfied. You already washed, didn't you? This kid hasn't. Cold water. I'm afraid it'll freeze her sick. Feed her, house her, and now a hot bath, too. Olivia gave a soft snort and turned away from me, then reached out, took the little mouse by the hand, and led her toward her own tent. The little mouse clearly knew her and pressed in close, eager to please, only for Olivia to quietly slip her hand free and open up some distance. The brush-off didn't seem to bother her. She trailed obediently into the tent. I couldn't follow them in, so I turned and ducked into Uncle Julian's tent instead. As convoy leader, his was the biggest tent in the column, even partitioned into an inner and outer room. In the outer room sat a round table, a dagger pinning a map to it, a ring of people gathered around. Julian was handing out assignments, a few of the lead men listening dutifully, nobody voicing a word of doubt. It had the air of a war council in a command tent. Honestly, by my transmigrator's reckoning, this retired sergeant was the one who looked like the real protagonist. A year ago he'd come home, taken stock of the village's mess, and emptied his savings without a second thought, buying grain, recruiting, forging weapons, building a 50-man militia in a few months. Once they were fed up and trained up, he led them to clear out the beast dens and hostile tribes nearby, prying open a little more breathing room for the village inch by inch. He'd even talked a merchant caravan into rerouting, an extra day's detour, to buy up the village's stockpiled furs, fangs, and herbs. Just as things were looking up, the orc scouts came. The villages around them turned to rubble one by one. Julian didn't just dig in and take it. He took in refugees, expanded the militia, and, leaning on 10 years of army contacts, scraped out a settlement charter. He paid a steep price, too, wiping out a wolf den and running down a herd of wild oxen, turning all of it into trail rations and winter tents. Then he set fire to the village and put everyone on the road. Before he burned it, he'd sent men into town more than once to beg help from the knight who nominally held the land. Not a word back. By the time the refugee column, home destroyed by orcs, reached the edge of town, that knight wore a look of pure disdain, barred them outside the walls, threw down a cartload of bran, and left them to fend for themselves. With nowhere left to go, the refugees could only keep pushing south toward that beautiful new home Julian kept promising. The whole migration had setbacks, infighting, deaths. But in the end, whether they peeled off along the way or made it to the finish line, those 300 old and weak, most of them lived. In times like these, for a band of commoners to get this far was already something close to a miracle. The original was Julian's most diehard supporter. This little savage who'd run wild his whole life listened to no one, except Uncle Julian, whose every word he took as gospel. Seeing me come in, a hint of a smile slipped through Julian's beard, then flipped back into a glare. That wound healed yet? Wandering around all day? I've put up with you long enough. My neck pulled in on reflex, my hand smoothly came up to clutch my chest, and I put on a pained face, while my mouth asked, "What are you all cooking up? We're here already. How is there still this much to do? What the hell do you know? 300 mouths eating, drinking, and shitting, every bit of it's something." He couldn't be bothered explaining to a battle junkie, and waved me off like a mosquito. Hurry up and heal. Once you're fit, take some men out and scout. Map the whole area, drive off what needs driving off, beat down what needs beating. This is our home from here on. We can't be getting ambushed every other day. He turned to the big man beside him. Valerie, strip every useless wagon for parts and get a palisade up first. Just throw up a few rows on 3 sides, enough to hold something off. Valerie nodded and went out. Lashka, take some people and burn off the northern meadow. We start breaking ground tomorrow. Got it. Rusev, take the militia and make a couple of loops around the area. See what's out there we can turn into money. Our reserves are running thin. Rusev, a graying man pushing 50, nodded without a word. He'd run the village general store, forever back and forth between village and town, the one thread connecting the villagers to the outside world, far better at appraising goods than any field-tilling farmer. Both his sons had died to the orcs. Only a small grandson was left. Julian rubbed his chin, rallying the room. I've spent time in this country. It's got everything. Pull together and grind through the first half of the year, and the back half gets easier. Once we've got some slack, I'll bring in a survey team to take a look. If they turn up a mine, we're made. Haha. It didn't land. The ring of men in this tent was the core of the settlement party, far clearer-eyed than the villagers outside who just wanted to live. Getting this far meant they were already out of ammunition and out of food. All that suffering on the road was just the appetizer. The old Leo would have caught fire off that optimism, blood up, and clean forgotten the hole where the next meal was supposed to be. But I wasn't him anymore. I stared at the map and didn't grin like an idiot. Julian had picked late winter into early spring to set out for a reason. It dodged the big orc raids that came after the thaw, and it let them clear enough land while the ground softened, in time for the rye sowing in April. The riverbend soil was rich, the climate warmer than the North Ice River's banks. With enough hands, they could be close to grain self-sufficient by the first year. The problem was, not enough hands. 300 people, mostly old and weak, fewer than 100 able-bodied. The households with savings and labor had mostly couldn't stomach migrating through deep winter and settled in the prosperous towns along the way. Even best case, even if year one fed itself, what would everyone eat in the long months between now and the rye harvest? Living off fishing and hunting alone was a fantasy. Our village was one of the rare farming villages on the North Ice River's banks, granted as a fief to a knight's family a century back. Beyond their allotted plots and houses, every hill, wood, and waterway belonged to the lord. Generations of villagers farmed, forbidden to hunt or fell timber, and even if it were allowed, most were too poor to afford so much as a bough. Their homemade bone arrowheads couldn't even pierce a grown elk. Otherwise, when the kobolds attacked, a single volley would have sent them running. And this wilderness was crawling with hostile tribes, beast dens, even magic beasts, beyond counting. Sending a pack of unarmed villagers to scrounge for food in unfamiliar wilds was sending them to their deaths. A mine? What kind of mine are you after? I asked, eyes on the map. Gold, silver, I'm not picky. Copper do. Yulian swept a big hand through the air. In your dreams, copper, sure. I scoffed. There's no copper. Iron, though. You want iron. Iron. Where's their iron? The whole tent's eyes went wide, the men glancing at each other. I dug a javelin head out of a box in the corner and tossed it onto the table. Right there, isn't it? The head was thick with rust everywhere, but the edge. But under the rust, it was riddled with air pockets, crude, primitive smelting. It was a javelin the kobolds had thrown a few days back. Yulian had picked it up. The good ones he handed out to villagers for self-defense. The bad ones he stripped the heads off to reforge into farm tools for breaking ground later. With the Empire's Grand Dukes locked in war, it wasn't just lives being fed into the battlefield. It was mountains of weapons and armor. The North had always been poor, and what little steel there was got clutched by nobles and sent to the front. Iron prices in the countryside shot up. Plenty of villagers couldn't afford so much as a hoe. Seeing they hadn't caught on, I prompted them, patient. Where'd the kobolds get iron tools? They sure didn't buy them. Yulian slapped his thigh. You're saying the kobolds dug up an iron vein? I pointed at the javelin head. It spoke for itself. It wasn't much of a leap. Anyone willing to think for a second could put it together. And in my past life, I was a shut-in who'd grown up steeped in fantasy novels and games. Kobold and mine tunnel were practically welded together as a phrase. What was actually turning in my head wasn't whether there was a mine, but how good was the vein, how easy to work, where the labor would come from, and once we dug it, how we'd haul it out and turn it into money. But everyone else's attention had landed on something else entirely. Yulian stared me down like he'd seen a ghost. Mundo, did you grow yourself a goddamn brain? That one line set the whole room off. No way. My pig's smarter than him. I think that kobold he bit to death is possessing him. Could be some demon's soul jumped into his body. Yeah, soul transfer. It's soul transfer. Me. How is it you can sniff out the truth in a couple of sentences, but can't scrape together one plan to fill our bellies? Well, in that case, the plan needs changing. Yulian turned the crude javelin head over in his hand, lit up with excitement. First we fortify the camp, give everyone a place to land. Then we find the kobold's den, figure out how to take it, and grab that iron mine. Everything else comes after. Once the others had scattered and it was just the two of us, I frowned. What good is finding an iron mine first? You can't eat, or we've got no blacksmith, and it's 30-some roadless miles to the western watchtower. No way to ship it out. Shouldn't food come first right now? That part one couldn't say in front of everyone. Or the morale his iron mine talk had just lifted would crash right back down on my account. What the hell do you know? Don't worry about the rest. Heal up and go scout. Find the kobold's nest. See if we can take it. Yulian, true to form, didn't explain and waved me out. I shook my head and ducked out of the tent. About to leave, I glanced back on reflex. The flap hadn't closed all the way. Thinking everyone was gone, Yulian had let himself sag, sinking heavily into his seat. The excitement and confidence drained off his face like a receding tide, leaving nothing but an exhaustion he couldn't hide. Olivia slipped inside, crouched at his knee, called out a soft, "Papa," and rolled up his trouser leg. My heart jumped. That calf was a ghastly white, crawling with pitch-black veins that climbed from the ankle up into his boot. Even from a few steps off, I could have sworn I caught a faint, sickly whiff of rot. It's nothing. A minor thing. I can take it, Yulian said, very low. I eased back quietly, before they could notice me, but something sat in my chest like a stone. Uncle Yulian, what exactly was he hiding? Back outside my own tent, the little mouse had finished her bath and returned, struggling to spread the clean snow-bear hide over a wooden rack to dry. The rotted pelts I'd thrown out, she'd gathered up one by one and stacked neatly back in the corner, not willing to part with a single scrap, even balling up the loose fur and keeping it. She'd changed into an old wool sweater and a coarse linen overshirt Olivia had lent her, finally done wintering in nothing but rags. The clothes were just far too big. On her they hung like a robe, the hem dragging the ground, so she stumbled with every step, comical and endearing. It was the first time I'd seen her clearly, clean. The hot bath had finally put some color in her little face. Black hair, black eyes, fine clear features, skin too pale for a bottom-rung commoner. Just far too thin. Her cheeks and the hollows of her eyes had caved in, almost frightening to look at. Honestly, even back in her mud-monkey state, it wasn't hard to tell she was a girl. But the original was a brainless thing who'd never given her sex a passing thought. And knowing him, I figured he hadn't bothered with her species either. A bout of kindness today, and he'd take home any stray mouse. Kindness runs dry tomorrow, and he'd toss it in the stew pot. I was still holding her little silk nightgown, washed but not yet hung to dry. It had dried on its own, crumpling in my hand to a tiny ball, like a fistful of sunset cloud. No need to unfold it. In the sunlight, it shimmered with shifting rosy color. Beyond the silk smoothness, it kept giving off a steady warmth. Cloth like this, never mind the north, even I, in my past life, had never once seen it. Almost certainly enchanted fabric, the one thing this little girl had leaned on to make it through a northern winter and keep herself alive, which meant she came from somewhere far from ordinary. But I had no patience to dig into it. The main quest right now was surviving. A time-sucking side quest like this could wait. Hey, I pushed the nightgown back into her hands. Wear it underneath, out of sight. Don't let anyone see it, or sooner or later it gets stolen. She tucked it away, head down, not a word. By the way, these days I was laid up. Where'd you sleep? What did you eat? She opened her mouth, stammering. Olivia, big sister, set up a tent for me. Her imperial was lovely to listen to, but the accent clearly wasn't northern, and I'd never once left my village in this life, so I couldn't place where it was from either. Olivia, going to that much trouble? She always seemed so cold. Still, it fit my read on her. Back home, the snow hares I brought back all went to her to cook, but she often couldn't bring herself to kill them, especially when food was plentiful. For a stretch when my luck was good, her family ended up keeping 7 rabbits and a fawn. The villagers were poor, and they'd always shunned strays. In the end, she just couldn't stomach watching the little mouse freeze to death. The little mouse stashed the nightgown, glanced up at the sun, then reached out, took my hand, and tugged me toward the center of camp. The whole place was clanging and banging. People pitching tents, stripping cartboards, raising palisades, clearing brush and rubble. The villagers looked far more at ease than on the road, livelier. Rows of wooden palisade went up around the camp, tents pitched right against them. Barely enough to block wind and snow, but if we actually got hit, this was the makeshift line, enough at least to stop arrows and javelins. The center of camp was kept open, with a single half-enclosed tent rigged between 2 cargo wagons, the kitchen. Cages were stuffed under the wagons, holding chickens, ducks, and rabbits, 14 heads and 38 legs in all. 7 or 8 women, young and old, bustled around prepping food. A few girls trailed a sturdy matron, hauling baskets back in from outside camp, filled with wild greens I couldn't name but had eaten before. It wasn't even mealtime yet, and several big pots were already at a boil, churning with greens, beans, shredded turnip, and jerky. From the tent beside them drifted the smell of baking bread. Not fresh-baked. It was the hard stockpiled loaves going back into the heat. The kind of long loaf you could swing like a club, without heating it through. No ordinary knife could cut it. The so-called meat broth in the pots was really just there to go with the bread. Don't soak it soft, and hard bread might as well be a chunk of lumber. Take in that scene alone, and you'd really get the illusion of food to spare, which was exactly the mood Julian was manufacturing by planting the kitchen dead center. But I was part of the core. I knew. The whole column's rations came down to these 2 wagons. The little mouse pulled me to one side of a cargo wagon. A dozen odd kids had already gathered here, every one in rags, sallow and skin and bones, eyes full of longing. When the little mouse showed up, nobody paid her any mind. The second they spotted me, though, they all piped up, "Big Brother Leo." Captain, these were all villagers' kids, and just about every one of them had taken a beating from me. But the more they got thrashed, the more they bought into my brand of muscle. Only none of them dared get close the way the little mouse did. Nobody could be sure I wouldn't punt them across the camp on a whim. The hard bread was packed with bran, beans, acorns, and antler cassava. Coarse, dense, hard to digest. Little kids who ate it easily got their bellies bloated and sick. So the smallest ones in camp got a different ration. After a while, Olivia came over with a basket. When she saw me planted in the middle of the kids, she paused a beat, ignored me, fished out a key, unlocked the wagon box, and pulled out a bundle of baguettes. This bread was just as dark, its makeup just as much a mystery, but well leavened and soft. She broke each loaf in two and handed out a half per kid. When she'd finished, she opened the basket and announced, "Gentle. Today, everyone gets an extra egg." Amid the cheering, she handed out eggs smaller than ping-pong balls, reminding them as she went, "The grown-ups are all busy these days, so you behave. Help your families with chores, no running around outside camp, no going down to the river. Catch you at it, and you go hungry." The column's hens barely laid in winter. They'd scraped together only a dozen-odd eggs over the whole trip, meaning to trade them for coarse grain. After missing the last market town, Olivia just turned them into a reward for these kids, for making it to the end alive. The little mouse stood last in line. She cupped her bread, stared at that egg, but couldn't bring herself to reach for it. She'd sensed it, sharp as she was, nobody in camp liked her. In the north, nobody liked a stray. People could barely feed their own. One more mouthful for a stray was one step closer to their own kin starving. She gets one too? She's not even one of us. Yeah, she's got no father working. She doesn't get to eat. A few kids puffed up, righteous. You want to die? I lifted an arm and clenched my fist, the muscle twisting into steel cable, and they shut up on the spot. I snatched the egg, pried open the little mouse's cheeks, and stuffed it in her mouth. Done. But with the egg still in her mouth, she turned and shoved me toward Olivia. These past days, she'd been keeping herself alive on half a black loaf a day. A life-saving treat like this. Of course she had to share a piece with me. Big sister was so kind, surely she'd give Papa a bite too. Olivia threw a wary arm over the wagon box. You're robbing the kids' food now. I hadn't actually meant to eat it, but she'd goaded me into it. Who here isn't a kid? How old do you think I am? She rolled her eyes, dug out a strip of bison jerky about as thick as a pinky, and pushed it into my hand. Here, something good for you. I chewed it down, like gnawing a tree root. Chewing, I watched her bend over and rummage at the front of the wagon. Pale yellow belted tunic, patched coarse cloth skirt, a square of black fur over one shoulder, dressed no different from any other village woman, yet with her figure, every move looked like she'd stepped out of a painting. Come to think of it, everyone in the village clawed their living out of the dirt. She alone looked every inch the landlord's daughter. Her mother had been educated, and before she passed, she'd raised Olivia soft. She'd hardly ever worked the fields, so she didn't have the broad shoulders and thick waist of girls her age. Her temper was gentle too. Nothing came out of her mouth that would make a grown man blush. She could read and reckon, so naturally she'd become Julian's right hand, in charge of the whole column's supplies. These days I'd been hurt, and she was the one tending me up close, sponging me down, changing dressings, spooning me porridge, feeding me back from the gates of hell one spoonful at a time. I wasn't ungrateful, that would be a lie, but the original knew her too well. The two of them had bickered since they were small. Thank her? Not in this lifetime. His memory was wall-to-wall scenes of me bullying her to tears, her running home to her mother, then her mother inviting me over for dinner and lecturing me as I ate. Bully someone and still get fed? What a life. She finished rummaging, turned around, and caught me staring at her. Her face went red. Why are you still here? That's it. I blanked. Then it hit me. The something good was the jerky I'd already swallowed. Oomph, that's bison jerky. I don't even let myself eat it. She stamped her foot, furious. Now I was annoyed too, having waited around for nothing. I spun on my heel to leave, caught sight of the little mouse trailing me with her bread, and on the way out tore off a big hunk and stuffed it in my mouth. She looked at the gouged-out loaf with real heartache, then spat out the egg she'd been holding in her mouth all this time and held it out to me, eager to please. I looked at that egg, dripping with drool. Get lost. It took eating one adult meal to really taste how bitter our situation was. Lying in the wagon those past days, I'd been force-fed wheat gruel so watery and bland my mouth was practically growing mold, and I'd kept dreaming that once I recovered I could finally get something with meat in it. Then one round of teeth-cracking hard bread later. I realized that gruel had been the premium package. That night, I lay in my tent staring up at the canvas. Scraps of knowledge from my past life, survival lessons from this one, spun round and round in my head, trying to piece together a way out. If only I'd gotten an encyclopedia cheat. Just search it, Wilderness Survival 101. How do you feed a band of the old and weak? The little mouse crept in and lay down in the rotting fur pile by my feet, then quietly inched a little closer to my calf. A few minutes later, a little closer. A few minutes after that, closer again. My feet kept going cold. I sighed inwardly and lifted a leg over her. She happily hugged my calf and went still. That maybe magic nightgown couldn't keep out late winter cold, and the trickle of warmth in her starved little body didn't generate much heat. With her clinging to my leg, it was like I'd stuck it outside the tent. It stayed ice cold for a solid 10 minutes before my big, healthy body finally warmed it back up. "Leo, can I call you Papa?" Came a thread of a voice out of the dark. "Why?" "They said you only get food if you have a Papa." "Sure, fine. Papa." When I woke the next morning, the little mouse was gone. I made a loop of the camp without finding her, asking everyone I passed, "Where's my little mouse?" One kid pointed toward the big river outside camp and said, "Timid, I think she went down to the water." I followed the river and found her on a gravel shallows. Her little body was crouched on the bank, hunched into a shivering ball, both hands feeling through the shallows. Afraid of soaking her clothes, she'd tucked the too long hem up at her waist, and the two bare little legs it exposed, from thigh to instep, were covered in horrifying chilblains across that snow-white skin. She wasn't the only kid Olivia had to look after, and there was no spare pair of pants left to lend her. Finally, she brought both hands together, scooped up a finger-length minnow, and her eyes curved into two crescent moons. Terrified it would get away, she didn't even rinse off the mud, just shoved it into her mouth in a frantic rush. The youngest kids in the column got fed once a day. In the mornings, they could only scrounge a few bites from their parents' bowls or share a handful of boiled peas, but nobody ever called the little mouse over. She either secretly saved a few bites of bread or went out into the wild like this and dug up her own. The upside was that she didn't have to go work the fields with a family, so she could spend all day hunting food. The downside, a northern winter really has nothing to find. I stepped up, pinched her cheeks, and stuck 2 fingers in to pull the fish out. She panicked and swallowed, gulping the half-chewed fish whole, then threw her arms over her head to protect herself, and only then realized it was me. Like a little thief caught red-handed, she dropped her head, anxious. "I'm sorry. When you catch a fish, you're supposed to give it to Papa first." I couldn't be bothered lecturing her. I just said, "You're way too slow at this. Watch me." I shifted some rocks, scooped out a little pool in a couple of strokes, then stacked up a low dam, leaving only one gap open to the river. I clapped my hands. "Come on, don't play down by the water alone. Olivia won't feed you if she finds out. The fish. Come back tonight, and there'll be some. The bread." "What bread?" "You promised yesterday." With some thick-skinned, relentless wheedling on my part, Olivia finally bent the rules and slipped me a soft loaf. To the little mouse's worshipful gaze and a string of Papa-s, I bestowed the bread upon her. Breakfast was the same hard-to-gnaw stiff bread, only half the weight of dinner, paired with a big pot of plain boiled water, plus a length of root that looked like Chinese yam, antler cassava, a northern specialty. It survives even in frozen ground and fills you up better than bread. Its one flaw is that it's poisonous, and too much will kill you. After dealing with breakfast, I swept a hand and called to the young man beside me. "Ivan, pass the word. The militia assembles for training." In a moment, everyone was there. Only 20 showed, a few of them still in bandages. The column was short on able-bodied men to begin with, and the militia were the backbone. They all had work during the day. Back in the village, the only time to train was a sliver before breakfast and after dinner. The single full-time soldier in the whole column, the one who didn't farm, was me. The reason these men signed up in the first place was the extra pound of bread Julian handed out daily. In times like these, a poor farmer in winter might not even get a pound of grain a day. But after that road, everyone who survived had chewed one truth down to the bone. Out in this uncivilized wilderness, having a blade in hand is the only thing that keeps you alive. So at a single command, Aside from the 7 or 8 veterans sent out on perimeter patrol, the rest all showed, even the wounded. Trained for over a year and fed extra every meal. The militia were a touch sturdier than ordinary villagers, their clothes a bit thicker too. Half of them wore makeshift armor stitched from assorted furs, a pack of snow country hunters wrapped in hides. I had them line up and announced, loud and clear, starting today, we drill javelin throwing. The standard's simple, no grounding inside 50 yards, and 5 hits out of 10 inside 20. Anyone who falls short gets dinner cut in half. The militia traded glances. A brown-haired youth named Vechi, only 2 years older than me, hesitated. But aren't we still supposed to break ground? Uncle Julian said we have to clear at least 300 mu of land these 3 months, or we won't make the April sowing. I paused. How big is 1 mu? Dead silence across the field. Then a wave of disbelieving contempt. The captain's ignorance shocked even the illiterate. You're a born-and-bred farmer. How do you not know how big a mu is? I was speechless too. How was I supposed to know whether your crummy mu was big or small? Besides, the original had never farmed a day in his life. He didn't have so much as a concept of it. Between one militiaman's words and gestures, I finally got it. Their mu was roughly equal to an acre from my past life. For 1,000 square meters, half a football field. True, the farming here was rough, and breaking ground was barely a step above slash and burn, not much better than hacking and scorching. But over 3 months, with this little band of 300 old and weak, to clear nearly 300 acres of wilderness by hand. Just thinking about it made my scalp crawl. Breaking ground and tilling established fields are 2 different beasts. Burning off, turning the soil, clearing stones, grubbing out brush, leveling, building ridges, cutting channels. The labor in 1 acre of raw land is worth 10 of cropland. It was only because the riverbend was flat, fertile, and well-watered that Julian dared make that promise. Our village planted a single crop of rye a year, so 200 pounds of seed per acre, harvest 800 at the end. Subtract the seed and the tax, and an acre's yield was just barely enough to keep 1 person from starving. By that math, the 300 mu Julian wanted really wasn't greedy. But even if we cleared them, we'd still be 1,000 miles short of full bellies. 300 acres, give me a tractor, and I still couldn't plow it all. But there was no explaining any of this to a single-minded brute like the original. The more he understood, the more irritated and restless he'd get. So I just put that brutishness to good use. I don't care. We train first. Anyone who wants to leave, I beat. The militia looked back and forth at each other, not one of them piping up. Plenty of them might not respect a man my age, but they were absolutely scared of my fists. What's more, just days ago they'd been bled white by that kobold javelin storm. A dozen lives gone on the spot, and men still flat in their tents who couldn't get up. For ranged casualties, it was the worst hit of the whole migration, second only to the orcs' flying axes and the trolls' headhunting spears years back. So a pack of them shouldered javelins, spears, and wooden poles and headed out to the open ground beyond camp. I eyeballed the distance, adjusted the rules on the fly, scratched a line under my feet, and pointed at a low rise 20-some meters off. Throw from here at those trees. A hit in the trunk counts. One militiaman jumped the line, wound up, and let fly. The javelin wobbled out and nosedived a few meters short of the trees. The rest roared with laughter, jostling for their turn. In the end, only a handful even flew into the woods, and as for ones that stuck in a trunk, just one, and it stuck in a root. Hard to watch, but I wasn't disappointed. Having been a college athlete in my past life, I knew. Untrained, no run-up, and with shoddy junk like this for javelins, an ordinary person throwing this well wasn't bad at all. I'd seen ones fly sideways, ones that spun, ones that skipped across the ground like flat stones. The javelins in their hands, aside from the ones taken off the kobolds, were all poles of uneven thickness, with a few pitchforks mixed in, anywhere from 1 to 3 kilos, nothing like the feel of a proper javelin. Throwing 20 meters on their first try already counted as talent. Keep going. I let them throw 2 rounds first, then collected the javelins and started in on the details: grip, generating power, with and without a run-up, release angle. As I talked, I stepped back a few paces, raised the javelin level over my shoulder, ran up in slow motion, and released. The javelin sailed out on a stable, Gorgeous arc, cleared 20-some meters with ease, and Thok nailed a sapling, the tip punching out the back of the trunk. Perfect. Years of athletic training in my past life, plus the brute frame and strength of this one, my javelin throw was simply maxed out. And that was while injured, when I shouldn't have been exerting myself. The me of now was a born athlete, flat out. With this brute strength and natural talent back in my past life, polished even a little, I won't say I'd have taken gold in the decathlon, but dominating a single event would have been a lock. The whole field of militia stared, dumbstruck, murmuring to each other. Ask who threw the javelin best on that field. Leo, a guy who'd never touched a javelin in his life. As for why, the answer the crowd settled on was soul transfer. After about an hour of drilling, the militia had it down, caught the knack, and could throw 30 meters even without a run-up. Accuracy was the worry. Accuracy comes from long practice plus standardized weapons. You can't rush it. I shouted to the militia, flushed with excitement and rubbing their sore arms. That's it for the morning. You barely pass. From now on, at least an hour of javelin drill every morning. Julian had been watching off to the side for a while. He clapped me on the shoulder, delighted. Didn't see that coming. You little punk. You've been hiding this? Ow, ow, ow. I slumped and shrank to dodge his palm. Self-taught, from hunting back in the day. Good, good, good. With this, we've got more to stand on for cleaning out the kobolds. Don't get ahead of yourself. Just watch. I beamed, eyebrows dancing. I've got plenty more tricks. Yeah, you think I don't know exactly what you're made of? Julian lifted a foot to kick me. Got this much energy, wounds healed? Then get out in the fields and work. The militia who'd finished drilling didn't even rest. They headed off on their own to the grassland north of camp and threw themselves into the bustling land-clearing crew. At the end of the day, farming was the farmer's real trade. Fighting was just something forced on them. Julian had made a vow. The second year of clearing, land would be parceled out to households, each grown man getting 1 acre of permanently tax-free allotment. The more you cleared the first year, the more you'd get later. You wouldn't find terms like that in any settlement domain. Under a feudal lord, on a noble's manor, never mind the land. Every blade of grass growing on it belonged to the lord. Tenant farmers and serfs worked themselves to death and only ever fattened someone else. It was only on the empire's frontier, vast and thinly peopled, that there was still a stock of free men who could farm for themselves. Bored stiff, I tagged along with Julian to the clearing site and squatted on a rotted stump to watch the show. Over 100 able-bodied men, now lined up in a wedge, now in a single rank, swung hoes, iron spades, and pickaxes, turning the scorched black soil over inch by inch. The old, the weak, the women and kids followed behind, hauling off stones and heaping up grass roots to burn. By mid-morning, they'd already turned several mow. The ground really was easy to break, lighter work than anyone had expected, and the villagers got hooked. I marveled too. In the original's memory, this time of year the fields back home were still under a foot of snow. Even on established cropland, you needed a pickaxe to chip at the frozen earth. Move 1,000-odd miles southwest, and the climate had flipped, like stepping straight out of the frozen wastes into a temperate zone. Rich soil and bustling labor are the best things for stirring up hope, for making people forget how hard it is. But the longer I watched, the more wrong it felt. I shot to my feet and shouted, "The donkeys? Where are your donkeys?" "What donkeys?" "The Padova kid took them off to graze." "Why aren't you using the donkeys to plow?" The second the words left my mouth, laughter broke out everywhere. One villager mocked me. "Huh? Have a donkey plow the field? Why not have it learn magic while you're at it?" I nearly blew a gasket. I rounded on Julian. "You people have never seen a donkey plow a field." I'd meant to say plow, but in the original's memory there was no such word as plow at all. Julian, well-traveled, broadly experienced, stroked his chin and pondered in earnest. A donkey could plow, true, but that'd be awfully hard, wouldn't it? Maybe you'd have to work some kind of magic. I couldn't be bothered arguing. Cursing under my breath, I strode off toward camp. Farmers with no plow? The thing's been around since the Stone Age. A medieval farmer never having seen a plow is as absurd as a 21st century shut-in never having seen a phone. With productivity like this, Julian still dared lead people out to break ground in the wilderness. Northerners really are reckless. Back at camp, I ignored Olivia's protests, grabbed the best pointed spade her family owned, and bent it with one blow, then chopped a few wrist-thick crooked branches, whittled them, fitted them crosswise and pinned them tight, and mounted the bent spade head at the bottom on the plow sole. A simple plow done. Looking at that crude curved beam plow, I was bursting with pride. First week as a transmigrator, and I'd invented the curved beam plow. I shouldered the plow, had Olivia lead a donkey back to the field, and tied on the harness line. Steadying the body of the plow, I gave a holler. Giddy up. The donkey didn't budge. Olivia got it. Smiling, she stepped up to take the bridle and pull from the front, while I held the plow and gently pressed the share into the soil. The riverbend earth was so loose that the only resistance was dead grass roots and the odd pebble. The donkey barely strained as it dragged the plow forward, leaving a furrow a foot deep behind it. The villagers didn't think much of it at first. In their eyes, Leo, who'd never farmed and was single-minded to boot, couldn't possibly cook up anything worthwhile. But once I'd left that sweat-soaked, panting militia crew in the dust within a few minutes, every eye locked onto the marvel in my hands. Julian, who'd watched the whole thing, lit up, so worked up he burst into high imperial. I've seen this thing. It looks familiar. It really looks familiar. Turned out this world, like Earth, had plows thousands of years ago. The Empire's wealthy south had long used 2- and 4-horse double-wheeled heavy plows, with yields triple the North's. But the barren North Ice River was a different story. The Lord's money all came from cattle, sheep, furs, and rare timber. Nobody cared to organize farming, and the rye and beans that came in just went to feed horses. The nobility wouldn't touch that coarse northern grain. So even well-traveled, Julian had only garrisoned the frontier for 10 years. A plow was nothing more than a fleeting glimpse on some march. But that one glimpse, plus my prototype, was enough. Julian immediately called over the village's best carpenters and, following my pointers, had them knock out 18 simple curved beam plows in one go, then drove every one of the dozen-plus donkeys and camp out into the fields. I squatted back down on my rotted stump and watched, well satisfied, as the villagers turned soil at triple speed. In my head, a distant voice seemed to chime. Ding! You've unlocked iron plow ox tillage. Farmer productivity +1, food output +1. The curved beam plow was easy to handle. The one I'd made had no fancy parts. The user just had to use the ground-hugging plow tail as a pivot, lift or press the handles a little, and adjust the depth. 2 or 3 sentences of teaching, and even the women and kids had it. Soon the able-bodied men shifted to other tasks, leaving only the old, the women, and the children on the cleared ground. Kids leading donkeys up front, women steering the plows, old folks behind picking up stones and grass roots. Wherever the iron plow passed, scorched black wilderness turned swiftly into farmland. The men were all reassigned to the western end of the peninsula. Breaking ground wasn't just turning soil. Julian also meant to lead a crew digging 5-foot drainage channels along the foot of the slope to manage both drought and flood, and before the summer floods, they had to raise a low dike along the riverbank. There was a reason such rich land grew no trees. In summer, the water came up over it. I was injured and couldn't very well work the fields, but I didn't stay idle. I took the hemp fiber from camp and twisted rope. The original twisted rope by brute force alone, tying a knot every meter to keep it from unraveling. With these hands, what I twisted came out only chopstick thick, but far sturdier. Before long, a rope over a meter long with a small net pouch woven into the middle took shape. I slipped the loop on one end over my index finger, gripped the other end, picked up a goose egg-sized cobble, loaded it into the pouch, and swung it lightly. Faster and faster. Then I let go, and the stone shot away, cleared a gravel shore tens of meters wide, and thunk, dropped into the still surface of the Anzino. A sling. Ancestral wisdom. Seeing it, Olivia and the little mouse pitched in twisting rope too. Olivia's came out nearly identical to the prototype. The little mouse's looked like a giant centipede. You couldn't even straighten it out. Once I'd braided over 30 in one go, I stood up and called to the people in the distance. Militia, down to the river with me. When everyone was assembled, I handed out one apiece and began demonstrating. A sling, like a javelin, anyone with hands can use, but its power far outstrips the villagers' soft bows and bone arrows, especially against unarmored little things like kobolds and goblins. It's good to the point of being unfair. The drawback was just as obvious: accuracy. A militiaman fresh to it. Never mind hitting anything. Even getting the stone to fly straight ahead was a struggle. Nobody muscle it. Swing easy. Right. Light. Let go once the stone's out front. You think you're a catapult? One militiaman was cramming a lead shot-sized rock into his pouch, and I booted him aside. By the time they drilled a while, most could swing a stone into the river ahead of them, splashing flowers of water across the wide surface. A few hotheads sent stones flying everywhere, one of them screaming dead at my forehead, knocking stars into my eyes. Clutching the big knot rising on my head, I stared at the one who'd lost his grip. How do you manage to face 15 meters away from the target, fire blind, and still hit the bullseye? Lucky for me, he hadn't put his full strength into it, or it'd have been more than just a lump. For the next hour, they got familiar with the sling. Once they could land it reliably straight ahead, I taught the vertical spin throw, the go-to technique of the ancient Greek slingers. Only once both methods were smooth did I let them slowly add power and bigger stones, working up to goose egg size. A goose egg-sized rock flung out already showed its menace. Nobody on that field could throw it 50 meters barehanded, but the sling did it with ease. Compared to turning soil and digging channels, this kind of training was practically play for the militia. The little mouse practiced with a sling of her own, doing a passable imitation. Her arm strength was small, so she could only throw little stones and not far, but she was uncannily accurate. Every shot landed in a patch the size of a palm. Watching the militia all over the gravel shore happily flinging stones, my fighting spirit was sky high. One little invention a day from me. I refuse to believe I can't keep this lot alive. Once the militia had the hang of it, I didn't care to linger in such a dangerous spot. I called the little mouse and headed upstream to harvest the fish pond I'd built that morning. At the pond's edge, the little mouse circled the clear shallows twice, searching and searching, then turned and stared at me. The fish. Right, where are my fish? I blanked too. A pond several square meters across, and not a single fish. Watching that disappointed, crestfallen little look on her face, my old face went red. That's not right. On TV, it always works this way. Mulling it over, I let my eyes drift to her. She instinctively took a step back. Too late. I scooped her under my arm and fished a small chunk of bread out of her pocket. It was the piece she'd secretly hidden, saved as tomorrow morning's ration. Her food robbed, the little mouse wrung her hands helplessly, standing there without resisting, even braced for a beating. Relax, I'll pay you back double later. I crumbled the bread and scattered it into the pond. Come on, back for dinner. Olivia said there's stew tonight. I'll grab you a big bowl. The sun sank in the west, and cooking smoke rose over the camp. Villagers scattered across the wilderness slowly made their way back, and the camp came alive at once. 3 big pots sat outside the kitchen tent, thick stew bubbling, the smell carrying everywhere. I lifted 2 big clay bowls off Olivia's wagon and planted myself in front of the pots. Never mind the villagers stepping back. Even the woman working the ladle handed me the big spoon on instinct. Only this time, there was a new edge of surprise, scrutiny, and awe in how they looked at me, and its soul transfer. Drifted up again through the crowd. I didn't bother with them. I just kept my eyes on the pot, stirred hard with the spoon, and fished for the fattest bits. Call it stew, but it was really porridge, hulled wheat as the base, mixed with pickles, turnip, acorns, peas, dried mushrooms, plus 1 snow hare the scouts had bagged, simmered all afternoon. By looks alone, it was the spitting image of slop for livestock. But to villagers who never ate their fill, it was a rare delicacy. 1 bowl, and you could taste a holiday in it. In the original's memory, the village had an old custom of the communal pot, handed down from the northern clans. In deep winter, the headman set a big pot in the village center. Each household came to add a fistful of food. It cooked and was divided among everyone. It was both shared struggle and a convenient way for the headman to take count. How many households froze to death this week? As a kid, I looked forward to that pot more than anything. On that day, I didn't have to go begging or catch mice in the snow. Once I grew up, I stopped looking forward to it. I'd become the village's oddity, and I'd gained my own ability. So most of the time, it was me tossing in a rabbit or a deer leg instead, feeding the very people who both despised me and feared me. The little mouse wasn't the only one who'd wanted to call me Papa. Now, moved to the riverbend, every household out of grain. What was in the pots was almost all Julian's doing, and the families with savings left had handed their stores over to Olivia too. The 300-strong settlement camp had, for the moment, reverted to a clan commune of shared blessings. Sipping this otherworldly hodgepodge, I made idle conversation, bragging to the little mouse about nothing in particular. You ever seen a pie the size of a millstone? Heaped with almonds, walnuts, and raisins, a layer of cream poured over the top. One bite, and the juices spray everywhere. And roast suckling pig, skin crisped golden, meat cooked clean off the bone. Grab a leg, give it a light suck, and the meat just slides right into your mouth. Fresh, fatty mutton sliced into thin little rolls, swished through boiling broth. The little mouse, cradling a bowl not much smaller than her own head, listened slack-jawed, drooling all down herself. After eating the richest meal of the month, I grabbed a wooden bucket, took the little mouse along, and scampered off in the dusk to check the fish pond. Just as we reached the edge, water was thrashing everywhere. I lunged 2 steps and plugged the gap to the river, and still a good-sized fish leapt over my arm and splashed back into the current. Catch the fish. Catch the fish. I jumped into the pond, scattering the wild fish in every direction, grabbed one big one struggling for its life, and nearly wept for joy. Finally, a proper meat dinner. Julian hadn't lied. There really were fat fish here you could grab with your bare hands. Catch the fish. C.A. Bleg. The little mouse jumped in too, excited, then plopped down on the bank and threw up a mouthful of thick porridge. That bowl of soup tonight had been so good she hadn't been willing to spill a single drop, licking the bottom of the bowl with her throat. Watching the porridge ooze slowly into the water, she stared at it, dazed, like she was weighing whether to eat it back up. I smacked the back of her head. Catch the fish. They're all getting away. The little dam wasn't high, and the spooked wild fish were frighteningly strong. Several flopped right back into the river. I couldn't afford to be dainty. I grabbed one and slammed it hard against a rock, while the little mouse, who'd been splashing around empty-handed forever, finally climbed out and dropped the dead ones into the bucket. A whole bucketful. Hauling the bucket back to camp, I warned the little mouse beside me the whole way. Tomorrow you get grilled fish and fresh fish soup. No sneaking it raw. That night, half asleep, I heard her still murmuring, "Papa, are we having grilled fish tomorrow?" Grilled fish. "Papa, are we having fish soup tomorrow?" Fish soup. "Papa, does roast suckling pig smell good?" I was about to snap at her when she gave my calf a soft little bite. Turned out she'd been asleep the whole time, talking in her sleep. The next morning, before the sky had fully lightened, I was still out when the little mouse shook me awake. I opened my eyes to a head of black hair and a pair of eyes shining bright. "Go catch fish," she said, urgent. "It's way early, what's the rush?" I rolled over to sleep some more and touched her soaked sleeve, her 2 little hands gone blue with cold. She'd run off to the pond by herself before dawn. She was so anxious she was nearly crying, shaking me hard. Lots of fish. Lots of fish. That woke me up. I snatched a javelin, grabbed the bucket, and hurried with her to the pond. The riverside at dawn was dead quiet, a thin mist clinging to the water. The herd of antlered deer had crossed over at some point and lay on the gravel shallows upstream, watching the 2 of us from a distance, not the least bit afraid. The pond was packed thick with fish, dark glossy backs breaking the shallow surface, smashing the thin ice along the rim to bits. I drove the javelin down and skewered a sturgeon 4 or 5 pounds heavy. The wild sturgeon was slippery as an eel, run through and still thrashing like mad. It wrenched itself off the barbless head and dropped to the bank, flopping. The little mouse pounced on it with a snarl, and the 2 of them tangled into a wrestling ball. I waved and shouted toward the patrol. A few militiamen came over, and the second they saw the pond full of fish, their eyes lit up too. They all set to spearing. The pond was small, looked like a lot of fish, but everything pulled out came to only a few dozen pounds. Not enough to feed 300, but with yesterday's bucket added in, it was enough to give the whole camp something with meat. Besides, this method was as easy as scooping fish out of a tank. While I had people sending the fish back to camp, I led some others to build 7 or 8 more ponds along the shore, scattering breadcrumbs as bait. I didn't count on getting this lucky every time, but at least it was one more thing to count on. We were still building them when a horn suddenly drifted out of the dense woods to the west, the militia scout's alarm. The same horn answered instantly from camp. The camp, deserted a moment ago, exploded into motion. The old, the weak, the women and kids ducked out of tents and took cover behind the palisade nearest the shore. A few tents got yanked down roughly by the militia to serve as makeshift cover. I scooped up the little mouse and led the men sprinting for camp. Halfway there, I saw short little shapes emerging from the western woods. Lucky the peninsula was big enough. Nearly 1,000 meters of wilderness lay between the dense forest and the camp, and the half nearest camp had long since been burned to flat, scorched ground. With the scouts' warning on top of that, the kobolds had no way to creep up for a sneak attack. Rushing back into camp, I set the little mouse down and shouted myself hoarse. "Militia, form up! Form up!" By now the shapes from the woods had crossed the dead grass and surged onto the scorched earth. It was a huge pack of kobolds, more than last time, but their fighting strength was clearly uneven. They weren't all carrying javelins this time. A few had them, but most held little iron picks, wooden clubs, wooden spears, or sharpened stones. The able-bodied ran out front, dragging behind them a mob of bare-handed or rock-clutching little kobolds and old kobolds. The ones who couldn't keep up dropped to all fours and bolted, jammed together, ragged and ridiculous. "Don't panic, it's just a pack of kobolds." One look and Julian actually relaxed. He stood atop a wagon with his bow and a few archers, calling out, "Calm, steady. Do it the way I taught you. Hold. Take the positions you trained for." I crushed down the original's mindless urge to charge and arranged the 20 militia into formation. Slings ready. Along the flanking palisade, a band of able-bodied villagers worked up their nerve too, hefting hoes and pitchforks to swell the noise. The 20 militia spread into one long, thin rank. The 2 javelins each had been given first stuck in the dirt by their feet, a shield in one hand, the other pulling out a sling and loading a stone. These were veterans who'd lived through the heaps of dead, long past the days of buckling at the knees at the sight of a kobold. As for me, the air of a real, blade-and-blood battlefield had my hair standing on end and the blood rushing up, and I could barely keep from charging out front. Good thing the scrap of modern man restraint held that wildness firmly down. When the kobolds had closed to 100 meters, I swung my sling and gave the order, "Ready." The militia swung along with me. "Throw." Stones large and small flew the dozens of meters and came down scattered, most missing clean, only a few striking the charging kobolds. Of the handful knocked over, just one couldn't get back up. The rest staggered upright again, only to be bowled over by the comrades behind them. These things were hardier than men. One had its skull caved in and still scrambled back to its feet. I wasn't disappointed at all. It was exactly as expected. For militia who'd practiced one single time, killing with slings was a fantasy to begin with. That weapon only shows its teeth with long drilling and concentrated fire. But it hadn't been for nothing. The already chaotic kobolds got more chaotic, their charge stalling. Plenty of kobolds frantically hurled javelins and stones back, but they overrated themselves. The vast majority dropped on the open ground in front of our line. Julian and his few archers on the wagon, though, their arrows cleared the militia's heads and dropped one kobold after another. "Javelins ready. Throw." 20 javelins flew out and ran through 7 or 8 kobolds on the spot, pinning them where they stood. A dense charge of kobolds was a far easier mark than a sapling trunk. I had no time to admire the results. "Javelins, throw." After 2 rounds, the kobolds that were left had closed to within 10 meters. Shield wall. Their second javelin thrown, the militia snatched up their weapons and pulled in tight around me. 20-round shields locked seamlessly together, only a few spear tips and blade points showing. The brawniest kobold warrior, leading the charge, bared its sharp fangs in excitement, howling and spraying spittle, and leapt to vault over the shield wall. "Die, you whelp!" I bellowed, wound the chain mace in my hand into a full circle, and slung it like a sling stone. The heavy mace head left the muzzle like a cannonball and smashed the kobold head-on. Its airborne body spun once and crashed to the ground. Its skull already burst into a smear of bloody pulp. The seamless shield wall before them, human able-bodied men hefting scythes and pitchforks on both wings ready to pounce. And now their leader dead and gone. The heavily mauled kobolds let out a sudden chorus of whimpering, crashed into each other, rolled into a heap, and turned to flee. That was the true nature of kobolds. Bully the weak, fear the strong, greedy for life, terrified of death, scattering at the first sign of trouble. With no leader to anchor them, they broke even faster than I'd expected. Watching the kobolds flee into the distance, I let out a long breath. The camp's fighting strength was strained as it was, driving them off without losing a single man. For me, that was the best possible outcome. Kobolds count as half-intelligent creatures, but their wits aren't high, present, but not abundant. Beast nature outweighs human nature in them. With seek, gain, avoid harm carved into their blood, you can't force them to fight a strong enemy to the death. Once that brief, beastly frenzy cools, with no strong leader to anchor them, all that's left is the instinct to save their own skins. Easier to scatter than a wolf pack that's lost its alpha. The reason small, intelligent species are easy to enslave comes down to exactly this. What's with these kobolds? They dared charge with skills like that. Yulian stared at the woods and the corpses littering the ground, puzzled. Nothing strange about it, I said. Their whole nest came out, big and small. It just means we've planted ourselves right at their front door, and they're desperate. I watched the kobolds recede with him, then suddenly made up my mind. Eat fast. And once we're done, we follow them, press the advantage, and wipe them out in one go. This urgent? Your wounds healed. I pressed my faintly aching chest and lifted my still stiff arm. It has to be urgent. This time it's kobolds. What's it next time? They've been raiding us every couple of days, burning through their own strength, but the other tribes haven't made a single move so far. Yulian sighed, a trace of weariness showing. True, there's too much to do. Starting today, I'll split off half the men to fell timber, get houses up and pins raised fast. Who knows what comes next time? If we can't clear 300 mu, we clear half. We have to live first. He looked at my silence and grew gratified. The old version of this brat couldn't have cared less about any of it. Fight if there was a fight, eat if there was food, sleep if there was sleep. You've finally grown a brain. Once I'm invested as a frontier knight, you'll be my first knight squire. I bristled on the spot. I do all this and I get fobbed off with squire. Yulian glared, his kindly father face vanishing in an instant. What? You be the knight, and I'll be your squire. The camp wasn't as panicked as I'd feared. The villagers had long grown used to kobold raids, and the second they saw them retreat, they streamed out in groups and got back to the day's work. This time no one had died, already an enormous step forward. The wilderness suddenly didn't seem so frightening. A big pot went up in the center of camp. Fish scaled and gutted one after another on the cutting board and dropped in. I'd just gone to pick a fat one out of the bucket to grill when Olivia slapped the back of my hand. She plopped down on the bucket, spread her skirt, and covered the other bucket with it too, exactly like a hen guarding her chicks, and glared at me. What do you think you're doing? These are the fish I caught. What you caught still gets shared. This morning it's only fish soup. I'll just take one. Not even one. The hard sell wasn't working, so I switched tactics at once, my face going dark. After this meal, I'm off to clear out the kobolds. I might not come back. This could be my last meal. She froze on the spot, at a loss. I spotted the opening, shot my hand under her skirt like lightning, and snatched a live fish out of the bucket. Pity, in the rush, I only got a palm-sized little one. Dangling the little fish, I went off to grill it like a victorious general returning to court, the little mouse trailing me with a face full of worship. After the meal, Yulian and I scraped together 25 militia and 25 able-bodied reservists, 50 in all. With 2 scouts leading the way, we followed the tracks of the kobolds comings and going straight for their nest. Yulian stayed to guard the camp with the rest. The kobolds weren't the only hostile tribe in the area, and the old and weak couldn't be left unprotected. Honestly, the assets of my little column came down to this: 1 veteran, leading 5 good hands, 20 trained militia, plus 25 able bodies padding out the numbers. The one flaw was that none of the gear was up to standard, which cut our combat power clean in half. The 2 banks of the Anzino were a study in contrast. The Wolfward Plain on the north bank was uniform snow-covered conifers. Here on the riverbend side, the south bank, it was all deciduous trees, dead branches clawing the air, eerie in winter. A foot of rotted leaves and broken twigs on the ground printed the kobolds' route clear as anything. I didn't believe for a second that the kobolds could organize any kind of bait and ambush, but I still put a few veterans up front and took it steady. After a few miles through the trees, the ground grew rugged, the timber giving way to low scrub, bare rock everywhere. Look up, and there was the Grand Barrier piercing the clouds, the dozen sky-high waterfalls at the Anzino's source seemingly close enough to touch. A mile farther up the stream, we found the Kobold's Valley. No wonder they'd raided us again and again. We'd pitched camp right at their front door. Ordinarily, a weak species like kobolds would never go after a target stronger than themselves. But with their territory seized, even the most cowardly clan has to fight to drive out the invaders. The valley was small, a little stream running down through it, a jumble of lean-tos thrown up the slopes on either side, cave mouths showing in the rock face. The whole cliff had been bored hollow into a honeycomb, or tailings heaped everywhere, choking the stream in several places, the rust-red mine dust corroding the banks until not a blade of grass grew. They had scouts too, and had gotten word early. By the time we entered the valley, it was already in an uproar inside. A black and white furred kobold was snarling, herding its own kind, big and small, out to gather on the flat ground in the valley. Set aside the pups rolling around everywhere, and the ones that could threaten us still numbered at least 100. Few as we were, I wasn't worried. In their eyes I read fear. After a few rounds of feeding us free kills, this little tribe's fiercest, brawniest, front-charging warriors were just about all dead, and what remained was old and weak. To them, averaging under 4 feet tall, the 6-foot human men across from them were the top of the food chain. Form up. At my command, 25 wooden shields closed around me and pressed slowly forward, 25 able bodies hefting scythes and pitchforks following behind. There's a reason Northerners get called barbarians. This brand-fed pack of farmers averaged 6 feet a man. The front-rank militia, fed extra every meal and wrapped in thick fur armor, were burly, and the heavy round wooden shields Julian had copied off a heavy armor company were huge and weighty, looking like one slam could flatten a kobold. The shield wall closed and steady, crushing the kobold's breath, and they flung stones and javelins, rattling off the shields, harming no one. Without the momentum of that 100-javelin volley from before, they had no answer for the wall. This time the distance was short and the terrain broken, so I skipped the slings and went straight for javelins. Javelins ready. The shield wall dipped slightly, and 20-odd javelins rose together. A ripple ran through the kobolds, and they instinctively pressed back. Throw. 2 rounds of javelin rain, and the kobolds' already thin morale collapsed completely. They scrambled to flee. I didn't pursue. I had the militia gather the javelins, reform, and wait. Before long, the black and white kobold came snarling back, driving most of its kind back to block the way again. It had no choice. This was their home, and behind them lay the winter stores and a ground full of pups. Something stirred in me without warning. This tribe before me, and that village of mine, how alike they were. No match for the orc scouts, yet they could only line up and meet them head-on, trading their lives for the village's safety, and in the end still had to flee. But this was already the best outcome. At least they were still alive. On the migration road, I'd seen too many. Whole villages slaughtered, columns of refugees frozen dead in the snow, not one of them with a leader like Julian, who could fight and had brains both. But I had no time to pity them. There was more than one tribe in this wilderness. The threats were unclear, and the camp could be wiped out at any moment. No telling whether, the next time another tribe attacked, these kobolds wouldn't stab us in the back. I was about to call javelins ready again when the black and white kobold suddenly stepped out from its ranks. It left the pack, raised both hands, walked to the center of the open ground, and made a string of growls in its throat. "What's it doing?" Ivan beside me asked quietly. "A duel," said Vechi. I signaled to lower the javelins and walked out of the shield wall myself to see what it was up to. The black and white kobold growled a long while, and seeing I couldn't understand, fixed its eyes on the chain mace at my waist, the one I'd taken after biting its predecessor to death. The growling gradually broke apart into separate words. "Surrender, you surrender." I started. What it spoke was, of all things, imperial. The militia caught on too, craning their necks, muttering among themselves. "You can talk." I worked up my nerve and stepped closer. "Can growl. You?" We surrender. Half growl, half imperial. Food, woof. You growl. Iron we go. A few kobolds dragged some sacks out of the mine and set them down between the two formations. The black and white kobold opened a sack, and a big handful of acorns and pine nuts spilled out. It pointed at the sacks, then back at the valley behind it. Food, iron you give. We leave. It took me 2 passes to get it. I repeated, hand over the food and iron to us, and we let you go? It nodded. I fell into thought. This black and white kobold didn't look fierce. From a distance, it looked like a husky on its hind legs, even kind of dopey cute. The whole tribe, fangs sheathed, was pretty docile, mostly like golden retrievers. Only a few of the misshapen, rope-muscled ones had a hint of pit bull about them. They were kobolds, after all, not gnolls, that vicious breed. I thought it over, smiled, and said, flat and final, no. The husky thing's eyes flashed with menace at once, fangs bared in a snarl, and the goldens and pit bulls behind it took up the barking. I hurried to add, the grain we don't want. Your home we want none of. We, a peaceful race. The husky thing froze, dropped the menace, but growled, don't believe. Smile sly. Humans sly. Common tongue, very bad. I dropped the funny accent and said, serious. Believe me, we love peace. We can trade your iron for our grain. Your home stays yours. It hesitated, glancing back at its kin. The Goldens looked blank, unable to decide. A few battle-mad pit bulls were still baring their teeth in low growls, ready to spring any second. I gave no ground either. I tipped my head back, leaned in, and patted the big artery in my neck. The pit bulls stared at my throat, then flicked their eyes to the chain mace at my waist, gave a couple of whimpers, and shrank back. Clearly no match for this peace-loving human. Unable to talk them around, I turned and shouted to the militia, hand over all the rations. Not knowing how far we'd march, Julian had issued each man 2 days' rations before we set out. 50 men, 2 days each, piled together, came to no small amount. I threw it all onto the acorn heap, hard loaves clattering across the ground, and a wave of swallowing went through the kobold ranks. We trade grain for your iron, and live in peace. I pointed at the pile. See? We came here only to farm, not to fight. You farm. We iron. The husky thing growled low and fell silent. Then it lifted its head, about to agree to a deal that did it no harm whatsoever. But, I added, I have one small condition. Woof. You send at least 20 pups to our camp to learn our language. Only with communication can the peace last. Its fangs came out again. Humans sly. We leave. Kobolds, never slaves. Woof. Room and board included. I played my trump card. Adults can come too. No limit on the number, free to come and go. The instant the words left my mouth, the eyes of every kobold in the valley lit up, exactly like a pack of goldens spotting food. If you can't accept it, then I'm afraid we'll have to ask you to leave. After a round of whispering, they agreed in the end. Kobolds breed fast, 4 or 5 a litter. Give them food, and they fill the place with pups, and they grow quick, mature in 3 years. This little tribe had guarded the source of the Anzino for generations, scraping by on fish, small game, and gathered acorns and pine nuts, huddling in their caves and starving through winters, watching their pups die off one by one. Beaten now, they'd already braced to be skinned hard, trading 20 pups for a way out, plus the chance to swap iron for grain from here on and stop scrounging for food all day, wasn't a bad deal at all. Centuries ago, kobolds had been vassals of the orcs. Settlements of theirs blanketed the land north of the Anzino, with shamans. With lineages, they'd even built a city. But once the empire drove the orcs into the snows, everything they had went up in smoke, the survivors fleeing into the dense woods and reverting to a feral state. A joke for you. Kobolds, never slaves. Trouble is, humans don't think them worth anything at all. The first instinct on sight is to exterminate, to drive off, to catch and sell for coin. Even adventurers fresh to the wilderness like to cut their teeth on kobolds. In the end, the husky thing led 9 goldens and 20 fuzzy pups onto the trail back to camp with me. Kobolds aren't bad at languages. Half of them knew a few words of Imperial, but they hadn't the nerve to enter a human camp, so the new chieftain had to lead them in person. The 20 able bodies shouldered 10 baskets of iron ingots and 10 baskets of sorted iron ore. I call it iron ingots, but it was really a heap of scrap, sponge iron smelted by the kobold's most primitive pit bloomery method, filthy and deformed, like blocks of black sponge. Coarse and full of impurities, but soft enough, easy to forge. The husky thing said a smith hammering one block over and over for 10 days could get out a single spearhead or pickhead. Each adult kobold got a small iron pick, so they could happily mine and hunt for shinies. Each warrior got a hunting iron spear, the very javelins the militia were using now. Even this most primitive ironwork was a fearsome weapon in the wilderness, the treasure they staked their survival on. Looking at the baskets of sponge iron and ore and the sacks of dried nuts, I suddenly grew suspicious. Your baskets and linen sacks, where did they come from? This pack of kobolds, beyond their primitive smelting, had no craft worth mentioning. They didn't even wear clothes, more primitive than I'd thought. Yet they had all these finely woven wicker baskets and decently made linen sacks, craftwork that even the deftest women in our village could rarely match. They hadn't made them. The husky thing gaped at me, staring blankly, saying nothing. I went on guard at once. This was exactly why I'd refused to let them go. Of course, I wanted to wipe out this tribe right on our doorstep and end the threat for good. But 100 kobolds fighting for their lives are 100 organized wild wolves, and a bloody fight would cost the militia plenty. Never mind that half my 50 were padding. Drive them off. And there was no guaranteeing they wouldn't join up with some other tribe and come back for revenge, or scatter into small bands and run guerrilla raids near the camp, picking off stragglers. The best method was still the one from my past life: carrot and stick, binding them as vassals. Barely recruited, and one detail had already given them away. Under my colder and colder stare, the husky thing strangled in its throat for a long while, then forced out one word I understood. Wild folk. My face went fully dark. Wild folk, as opposed to liege folk. Liege folk are the commoners on a noble's land who pay tax, render service, and receive the lord's protection. Wild folk neither pay nor serve, nor are protected. If liege folk are gentle lambs, wild folk are wolves howling in the hills, and they have a more famous name: mountain bandits, brigands, raiders. Centuries ago, when the northern clans were folded into the empire, countless petty chieftains and village headmen who refused to surrender power or be swallowed up raised endless rebellions. These men are the ancestors of the wild folk, fled into the deep mountains, living by fishing and hunting, raiding noble lands far and wide. Over the centuries, the wild folk dwindled, and the word came to mean mountain bandits and brigands at large. Northerners were already cursed as barbarians by the Southerners, and the wild folk were barbarians among barbarians. In my eyes, wild folk were no kindly sort, though I half qualified as one myself. Traditional wild folk or run-of-the-mill bandits, neither was good news for a settlement camp. And I finally understood why this husky could speak like a person and was willing to negotiate of its own accord. It was no stranger to dealing with humans. Far shrewder than the last chieftain. Seeing my face darken, the husky thing hurried to explain. Growl, wild folk, kind trade, a peaceful race. Kind, I sneered. How kind? Peaceful. Iron, trade for, wicker baskets, sacks. Food, a teeny bit. Where are they? How many? After I'd pressed it a good while, it finally pointed at the great waterfall in the distance. Lake. Kind. A peaceful race. Back at camp, I first settled the kobolds on an open patch well away from people and posted 20 militia to watch them. Then took the husky thing along and immediately called Yulian and a few of the lead men to a council. What? 1 wicker basket for a basket packed full of iron ore. 1 linen sack for a sack packed full of iron ingots. And they call that kind? Cruel? Sly? Heartless? I'll cry injustice on the kobold's behalf. After hearing the husky thing's halting account, the tent erupted. Yulian said, vicious, those black-hearted swindlers. Cheats. Don't trade with them anymore. Whatever they offer, we offer double. The lead men, faces full of contempt, all nodded. To everyone's surprise, the husky thing took a wary step back. Woof. Humans, Sly, we leave. I jumped in. No. Name your own price. We'll work it out. It had drafted its terms in its head on the way over, and laid them out in unusually clear imperial. Trade, same as with the wild folk. Grain, 1 sack, or 5 sacks. No entering the mountains. Oak woods, half, for us. Done. Yulian slapped the table and reached out to shake. 1 sack of grain for 5 of or, half the western oak woods to you. No going back on it. But the husky thing eyed him warily and turned to look at me. I said at once, deal struck, no going back. Its gaze landed on the chain mace at my waist, and it growled, no going back. We, a peaceful race. This unexpected windfall put the whole tent in high spirits. One of the lead men eyed the husky thing sidelong and suddenly said, you're female, aren't you? No males left in your tribe. I, chieftain. Chief's daughter. Princess. Another lead man laughed and pointed at me. How about a marriage alliance? Marriage keeps the peace. Laughter broke out. The first one egged it on again. Leo, marry a kobold princess. Enough to brag about for a lifetime. Shut it. Show some respect. Before I could even start cursing, Yulian let out a thunderous bellow. This is an ally, and a neighbor from now on, understand? Yes. The weight of a soldier's authority bore down, and even I felt my heart jump. The lead men instantly fell silent and bowed their heads. The husky thing was frightened back several steps, almost out of the tent, then came to its senses, and gave its tail a soft little wag. Neighbor. Outside the tent, I looked at it and smiled. I'm Leo. And you? Fisha. Fisha Inuit. Your chieftain now? The last one. I started, then suddenly stopped. Dead. Bitten to death. Fisha Inuit stared at me and said it word by word, in perfectly clear imperial. 10 sacks of rye laid out in front of Fisha, and she and the 9 goldens wagged their tails into a blur. Yulian pointed at the grain, then at the heap of sponge iron. These 10 sacks, for your 20 baskets of iron ingots and ore. The extra is our gift to make up for that earlier clash. From now on we don't want the ingots, only the ore. 5 sacks of ore for 1 of grain, sacks included. The goldens' tails wagged harder still. Humans, far too generous. They didn't understand. To kobolds, iron or covered the hills. Mining was a pleasure carved into their genes, dug up only to find those shinies, or was no different from rocks, heaped everywhere in the valley as waste. What truly cost the tribe labor, timber, and months of work was each block of sponge iron. Selling that was the real loss. But what it bought was grain, the first thing any clan needs to live. Never mind the linen sacks. To a clan that can't grow flax or weave cloth, a torn linen sack can still be cut into clothing, bedding, a curtain, even a courtship ornament. A linen sack, in kobold eyes, was a luxury, the kobold's Louis Vuitton. Trade in the wilderness never runs on human market prices. Whether it's worth it comes down entirely to how rare it is. To the kobolds, 1 linen sack was far more precious than a sack of iron ore. But Yulian saw through it at a glance. This rust-rotted sponge iron, that even a smith balked at resmelting, was worth less than the hematite the kobolds dug up. Good quality, plentiful, steady supply, snapped up in town. A sack of rye was under 50 pounds. Trade it for a same-size sack of ore, and you got a full 200. 1 sack of grain could buy 1,000 pounds of ore. And Fisha vouched on the spot, patting her chest. Transport was on them. They'd deliver the ore straight to the riverbend. When pies fall from the sky, where do you go to file a complaint? A few of the lead men who knew the score looked at the kobolds, gone wild with joy, with eyes full of pity and a touch of guilt. Shouldering the 10 sacks of rye, Fisha led the goldens back to the tribe in high spirits to share the good news, leaving the 20 pups behind, dopey and forgotten right where they stood, forgotten. We don't have much grain left either, do we? Is it really wise to be this generous? I waited until the kobolds had vanished into the woods before asking Yulian. We'd had only 2 wagons of grain to start, and 10 sacks gone in one stroke cleared out the better part of a wagon. It's fine. Tomorrow I'll head into town and find a few old buddies, move the ore. Yulian waved a hand, all smiles. Me. I know everybody around here, get it? I had nothing to say to that, and my eyes drifted of their own accord to that great waterfall on the horizon. Wild folk, a peaceful race. Not long after, the whistles sounded in the woods again. The kobolds filed out in a line, 20-odd carrying wicker baskets, the rest each balancing a head-sized chunk of ore. They didn't come into camp. They stopped at the edge of the trees, and when anyone approached, they bared their fangs and growled low. Fair enough. An hour ago, we'd been enemies, and their warriors and chieftain had just died at our hands. Under Fish's lead, they dumped the ore into 5 sacks and filled them. Kobolds are small. One basket didn't even hold 30 pounds, and all of it piled together came to just over 1,000. Once 5 sacks were full, the Goldens stopped, every pair of watery, glittering dog eyes fixed on me, brimming with hope. I hauled a sack of rye over and dropped it at Fish's feet. 2 kobolds grabbed it, sniffing and inspecting, then loosed a string of growls at their kin, and a wave of whimpering yelps burst from the ranks, like they'd won a great victory. Grain. A big sack of rye poured into the pot, mixed with some bark, acorns, pine cones, and mouse meat, simmered half a day, enough to feast the whole tribe. What's that? The rye still has to be hulled. The kobolds were of the opinion that hulling was a waste. In the husk it tasted plenty good too. We kobolds are eating proper grain now. Watching them crowd around Fisha as she carried the grain off, not forgetting to grab their own 5 sacks of ore on the way, I let out a breath. The threat was lifted for now, but that didn't mean they'd stay in line. One thing I'd already figured out, aside from Fisha and a few other females, the vast majority of kobolds couldn't care less about the pups. They couldn't even tell which were their own. What keeps the peace, in the end, is only strength. Back at camp, the militia guarding the pups came to meet me, fretting. What do we do with these puppies? Barely any time at all, and they've already chewed clean through the pig pen. That pen had been built overnight by some young man trying to win over the little widow Agatha. Her husband and mother-in-law had died to the orcs, leaving her and 2 newborn piglets. She raised the pigs like sons, even tucked them into her blankets to sleep, and stubbornly hauled them the 1,000 miles south to the riverbend, much to the frustration of a pack of hopeful lads who couldn't make a move. I stepped into the pig pen, where a litter of suckling pups was dopily staring at the human kids through the rails. I tossed down a few sticks of firewood, pointed at the wood, bared my teeth, then jabbed hard at the fence and finished with a throat-cutting gesture, saying coldly, "Got it?" The pups, terrified, huddled into a ball and nodded frantically. Plenty smart. Olivia, who'd come along, took the whole performance in and scoffed. How boring. A grown man, still bullying little kids. You think they're little kids? You keep your kids pen with the pigs. I bickered out of habit, then needled her. These are cubs I caught for you. From now on you raise them like sons. One of them dies. Watch out the kobolds don't revolt. I pointed at her and started teaching the pups. Come on, say mama. Mama. She rolled her eyes at me but didn't shoo them off. She crouched down, genuinely curious, and tried to talk to them. Pity these cubs only sharpened up under my threats. With her, all they'd do was bark, mama, mama, at random, never managing a second word. Early the next morning, Yulian took 2 militiamen, loaded a donkey with a sack of ore, and rode for the nearest city, Eisenball. It was the southernmost little city of the Frelov family, wedged at the junction of the World Tree Road and the Anzino River, one of the trade hubs linking the western and northern reaches. The World Tree Road was a great ring road built around the Grand Barrier, that vast tree stump ringing the center of the continent, which the elves of the Central Highlands called the World Tree. The road had existed for 10,000 years, and even the elves couldn't say who built it. It was along this road that Yulian had led us southwest for 1,000 miles to reach the riverbend. Without it, he'd never have dared form such an ambition. The North ran on different rules than the rest of the empire. Beneath the Grand Duke were 7 great counts, each the equal of a king in his own right. Their lands so vast the southern nobles wouldn't dare even imagine them. Beneath the counts came the Enfeft knights. The Frelov house wasn't the strongest of the 7 counts, but along the road it still held 4 towns, 7 or 8 castles, and over 200 knights' holdings. The moment Yulian left, I, as his #1 enforcer, took up the whole operation, full of confidence, ready to make big things happen. Nobody gave a damn about me. Felling timber, building houses, breaking ground. Each had a seasoned lead man overseeing it, and they treated my suggestions like a fart. Camp matters big and small, who fell sick or got hurt, how rations were split, when the kids squabbled, were all settled by Olivia. Among a numb crowd of illiterates, She alone held the purse strings and could read and reckon. Practically a goddess of wisdom descended to earth. Her word the rule, making you forget she was only 16. A whole pack of kobold pups trailed at her heels like a hen leading her chicks. Over those 2 days, aside from the usual drilling, the one big thing I managed was, by flexing muscle and fist, forcing the villagers to relieve themselves in the newly dug latrine pit instead of all over camp. The next afternoon, Julian rode the donkey back. His first order of business was to have a simple wooden plank pier thrown up by the river and to order all the ore heaped at the shore's edge. In 2 days, the kobolds had already hauled in close to 10 tons of ore, traded away 20 sacks of rye, and the whole tribe had fallen into an ore-hauling frenzy. Any longer, and Olivia would have had to call the deal off. I caught on and said, delighted, "There are boats coming?" Only then did it hit me. The Anzino cut clean across the north. With boats, never mind reaching Isenball, you could go straight to the major town of Olenek, even ride the current out to sea. Provided, of course, you had boats. Julian shot me a smug glance, said nothing, and stood on the pier with his hands behind his back, the picture of serenity. After half an hour of river wind, he finally couldn't take it. He headed back to camp shivering, tossing over his shoulder. "Watch the river. Yell for me when you see a boat." I fished off the pier with the little mouse for over an hour. At dusk, 4 little fishing boats finally appeared downstream, each under 5 meters, good for 1,000-odd pounds at most. But even that was a marvel. Our camp didn't have so much as a floating dinghy. Of the 4 boats, the first was packed with people, the other 3 piled with cargo, each crewed by 2 fishermen working oar and pole. I had the little mouse go fetch Julian and stayed on the pier to wait for the boats to draw near. Catching a tossed line, I pulled a boat steady and tied it off, then grinned at the people aboard. "Welcome." The first to step ashore was a young knight. Blonde, blue-eyed, tall and lean, sharp-featured, a born and bred northerner at a glance. I call him a knight because he wore a suit of slim, thin steel plate armor, not the clunky medieval iron I'd have pictured, but large thin steel plates set over black hardened leather, the gleaming steel and the leather edges revealing fine soft hide lining beneath. An oiled black bearskin pauldron wrapped his neck and shoulders, gold thread embroidered at the cashmere cuffs. A broad-bladed northern knight's sword rode his back, a dagger strapped to his thigh. I stared, envious. The whole getup was finely made, and so light it felt nothing like medieval, with almost a sci-fi air. Then I looked at myself, a mess of mismatched ratty fur, the spitting image of a bandit from a low-budget film. Same bearskin pauldron, sure, but mine looked like a cloak some wild man had stitched together on a whim. Steel-rimmed, thick leather knight's boots stepped onto the pier, the planks trembling under them. The young knight swept a glance over our crude camp, frowned, nodded at me, ignored my rude staring, and went straight to meet the approaching Julian. The water above Isenball is calm, but the channel's thick with reefs, so the big freight boats won't risk it. I could only get these few fishing boats. He was quite respectful to Julian, dipping his head in greeting. "No matter, it's enough that you've come. I've only just set up camp myself, crude as it is. It's fine. I'm no great noble either." The young knight shook his head with a smile. "Back in the day, following the captain, I slept in plenty of tents." "Huh. Good lad. One of my soldiers." Julian's reserve vanished, and he led him toward camp, introducing as they went. "This is the Petakov house's knight, Roman Petakov, an old comrade from my army days." The Petakovs were an old knight house of Isenball. When Julian had served as a scout at the Western Watchtower, he'd been under Roman's father, Knight Rigolov. Later, when Julian made squad leader of the Wind God Fortress's heavy armor regiment, Roman in turn was placed under him. A northern knight's land doesn't belong to his own house. It's a grant from the count he swears to, held only by his own martial prowess. Should his heirs prove feeble, the count can depose them at any time in the name of Tyr, the war god, and install a stronger warrior. The Petakovs had held faithfully for a century, every generation sending sons to serve and win glory in battle, and now had 4 knights holdings to their name in Isenball, a prominent local house. "This is my daughter, Olivia." Julian gestured beside him. Roman's gaze had landed on her long before. Among a crowd of beggarly villagers, Olivia was like a freshly bloomed orchid. "Good day, my lady." He laid his right hand over his chest and bowed slightly. Olivia, like a startled rabbit, hurried to nod along, nodded twice, sensed something was off, and only then hesitantly put out her hand. Roman smiled faintly, not calling out her breach of etiquette. Graceful, unhurried, every inch the noble. Olivia snatched her hand back like lightning and ducked behind me. "This is my nephew, Leo Mundo." "Hello, Knight Roman." I greeted him warmly. Roman gave me another glance and a cool nod. A rude stare, no manners, an uncouth bottom-rung kid, safe to ignore. Seated inside Julian's big tent, Roman frowned. "Captain, this is your settlement domain." "It is. What do you make of it?" Julian's eyes were full of expectation. "It's not quite what I pictured. In your letter, you said nearly 1,000 liege folk would settle here, the militia long-drilled and able to fend off hostile tribes and beasts. But as things stand, there seems to be some discrepancy. Hard to leave one's homeland, you know. Plenty stayed up north, and I couldn't very well force them." Julian explained, awkward, then swept a hand. "Don't worry. The second I've got a firm foothold, the second and third waves of liege folk will be along quick. Reaching 1,000 won't be hard. In a few years, the riverbend will be Isenball's largest settlement Knights holding, and your father's investment will return tenfold, 100-fold. Pure bluster. If not for the orc invasion, who'd want to come break ground in this godforsaken place? Even Isenball's own drifters would shake their heads at it. But my father won't open his purse on a few words." Roman shook his head. "Still, I trust the captain. Besides the grain and farm tools we agreed on, I've brought, out of my own pocket, 20 steel swords, 2 years of my own savings." "Good boy. I didn't dote on you for nothing." Julian clapped his hands, overjoyed, then added, "When you go back, put in a good word for me. Say my troops are strong, my horses sound, everything ready, just short on a little coin." A son playing up to his father, telling a few small lies. How hard can that be? Roman's face stiffened slightly, and he reluctantly agreed. "I'll pick the good parts to tell. But my father's not easily fooled. He'll surely send someone to inspect." "And isn't that exactly why he sent you? Your old Rigolaf's one and only treasured son. If he doesn't believe you, who does he believe?" Julian threw an arm over his shoulder, all fawning, then glanced at his daughter. "What do you think of my girl? You two should spend more time together." One glance at me standing beside his daughter with a face full of contempt, and he glared instantly. "You little punk, what are you doing planted here? Go unload the cargo." Driven out of the tent, I was full of fire. In the original's memory, Julian was a leader with his own halo, the villager's savior, a strong man, a tyrant, but I'd never seen him bowing and scraping like this. The gap was too jarring. Then again, through my grown man's eyes, Julian was just an ambitious, capable old hand who could bend or stand as the moment required, and doing this sort of thing was no surprise. Courting investment, nothing shameful about it, just suck up and get it done. Flatter the noble into a good mood. A few boats of supplies come crashing down, and I get a share of the benefit too. Still, something about it sat wrong in my chest. The most pathetic transmigrator in all the world, that'd be me, no contest. I sat on a log by the pier, watching the villagers haul grain and tools in high spirits, lost in my own thoughts. Other people transmigrate, and they're a noble's young master, a knight lord. At worst, they get a built-in system, a cheat. Me? I transmigrate, and I'm still a working stiff, the unpaid kind. What VE I got? Single-mindedness, plus a low IQ bloodline. Who doesn't want to turn the tide and save the people the moment they cross over? But the reality is, even transmigrated, you still have to grind out the days one step at a time. Olivia, unable to stand the awkward air in the tent, found an excuse to slip out, looked around, came over to me, sat down beside me, and stole a glance at the increasingly sharp-angled profile of my face. "What? Not off attending your night lord?" I glared, but she just grinned. "You're jealous." "Jealous my ass." I shot back. "I heard the hand kiss is for married women, or one's own betrothed. Oh ho, so someone's got his eye on you. Maybe Uncle Julian means to sell you to him." It's nothing like that. I just embarrassed myself." She was automatically immune to my words. However unusual she was still just a country girl who'd never seen the world, with no grasp of all that noble ceremony. The hand kiss was something she and her girlfriends had dreamed up while washing clothes, and in her nerves she'd stuck out her hand. She put on a show of vexation. First time meeting the Night Lord, and I botched the etiquette. However will I make it up? A handsome, graceful Night Lord. Marrying him wouldn't be half bad. Actually, I instantly felt cheated and made a grab for her hand. No way, I want a kiss too. Ha, get off me. Laughing, she braced on the rock behind her and kicked up a foot to fend off my attack. After we'd horsed around a while, she straightened her clothes, collected herself, sized me up once more to confirm I was still the same old me. Then, with a touch of shyness, worked up her nerve and slowly held out the back of her hand. Looking at that pale little hand, my eyes narrowed into a dangerous curve. Before she could react, I slapped the back of her hand like lightning and bolted off, roaring with laughter. You jerk! Where do you think you're going? Her fingers were slapped numb, and, furious, she hiked up her skirt and chased me out, swearing in high imperial. As I ran, an old memory flashed through my mind. In the 2 years after her mother died young and her father was off serving in the army, the village's menfolk, young and old, hadn't held back just because she had a soldier father a world away. More than once or twice someone hopped the wall at midnight. But every man who crept into her house ran face first into the original's fist. Horseplay aside, once I'd rounded the tent, my steps slowed. Those two inside were still deep in knee-to-knee conversation. Their voices low, I stood pressed against the canvas, an old habit of mine. Captain, do you know how we Petakovs came by our third night's holding? The one just south of the western watchtower. It was Roman. You've mentioned it. Your third uncle was invested with it on retiring. Do you remember who held that land before? Knight Misvich. An old knight house, fallen these last 2 generations. Old Misvich backed the wrong side in account succession, had his fief stripped, and took his son off to open a new holding. 2 generations, 20 years, and they'd cleared just 1 village of 100 households. But the moment old Misvich died, the land was re-granted to my third uncle. No one objected. Disbelief threaded through Yulian's voice. Who'd want to get involved? The crux of it was, young Misvich still hadn't awakened and advanced by 30. No one's going to prop up a fallen knight house that doesn't even have a single advanced. The tent fell quiet for a beat. My father's never approved of the captain becoming a settlement knight, largely for this reason. Roman's voice dropped lower. With no one backing you, even if the settlement succeeds, you may not be able to hold it. He'd said it nearly all the way. What was left was only the bluntest line, left unspoken. You're just a commoner. No house. No awakening. No martial strength. No wealth. And only a daughter at your knee. No heir worth anyone's wager. Pressed against the canvas, I didn't listen further. So the line that divides strong from weak, life from death, high from low, was called advancement. The reality was that cold, without strength, without a backer, even if you broke this wilderness open, you couldn't keep it. I was about to leave when a great laugh came from inside the tent. You're overthinking it. Yulian laughed. All that mess, what's it got to do with me? I never once dreamed of being some damn noble. What? Roman's voice was all bewilderment. Do you know what the North Ice River looks like now? Orc clans pouring south in droves, raiding parties like locusts. And what's the Empire doing? Slashing the army budget, pulling back the standing forces. The Wind God Fortress garrison cut from a minimum of 5,000 to under 1,000, not even enough to man the battle posts on the walls. Grand Duke Michel at least knows it's urgent, conscripting men everywhere, but those southerners can't wait for the orcs to invade in force, so they can stab in from the south at the chance and carve off a piece of meat for themselves. There's no hope left in the north. All I could do was lead my people south, and this place is already as far as I can get. The tent went still a moment, and Yulian's voice sank low. My goal was never to be a settlement knight, a noble lord. I only want, before I close my eyes, to find a place where my girl and these people can go on living. Whoever the holding gets granted to in the end, it doesn't matter. Anything's better than being slaughtered to the last by the orcs. What you're all weighing is whether this investment pays off. What I'm weighing is how to keep these people alive. He paused. There's no choice. Pressed against the canvas, something in me was struck hard. So beneath all this old hands bowing and scraping, his bragging and flattering, what he kept pressed down was that single line. There's no choice. Northerners are stubborn and prize blood above all. People in the same village are kin to some degree. Close ones cousins, distant ones second cousins. Link up a few neighboring villages, and there's no household without a string of aunts and cousins. When people come kneeling and begging at your door, could you, a soldier, a village headman, a clan chief, to put it plainly, bring yourself to abandon them and run off alone? In his place, I doubt I could either. Inside the tent, Roman was silent a long while before murmuring, "Captain, I understand. I'll do all I can to persuade my father." The next day, Roman went with Julian on a grand tour of the camp, listening to him crow with dancing eyebrows about his great feat. How the instant my overlord aura showed, the kobolds bowed their heads in submission, then carefully offered a few local pointers, and finally boarded an ore-laden fishing boat and rode the current away. The iron ore trade had its own dedicated steward to deal with Julian. The ore was graded into 3 tiers by quality, traded for an equal to double weight in grain. The deal was actually fair. The North doesn't lack iron ore, what it lacks is miners and roads. The cost alone of small fishing boats running 100 miles back and forth ate up the lion's share. So until that 30-mile stretch of road was opened, this business was destined to stay small-scale. Anyone else who'd want to touch such a risky, troublesome little trade? It rode entirely on the friendship between Julian and the Petakovs. This trip Roman had brought close to a ton of wheat, a boatload of iron farm tools, rivets, and saw blades. The grain wagons were refilled, and every villager was full of drive. Ding! Grain surplus. Resident contentment increased. This time the grain wasn't the sour, teeth-grinding rye, it was fine wheat from the banks of the Anzino. A ton sounds like a lot, but split among 300 people, even with strict rationing, it would last about a week. What was truly precious was that batch of ironware and the steel swords, exactly what the camp lacked most. Especially those 20 military-grade, thick steel one-handed swords, 10 times and more the worth of the rebar, swords a village smith hammers out, or the 100th hand scrap steel blades. In Isenball, one such sword was worth a ton of wheat. As Julian's #1 enforcer, I was first to be issued one. My goodwill toward Roman climbed and climbed. If he'll strip that armor off and gift me that too, I'll back Julian in selling. No, marrying you off to him. I sat on the big wooden bucket in the kitchen, flicking the blade with a finger and marveling as the heavy hum faded fast. The keen edge could slice through beast hide and hostile races with ease. The 2 blood grooves both lightened it and tuned its balance. The thick, tough spine wouldn't bend, easily stabbing flesh or cleaving bone. Then I looked at my own beloved old iron sword, stabbed too hard and it bent, and you had to stomp it straight to keep using it, never daring a heavy chop. A few swings against hard bone, and it wore down faster than a melting candle. If I'd had a steel sword like this sooner, and put on Roman's light armor too, never mind a kobold chieftain, I'd dare challenge Julian himself. Oomph, in your dreams, with that attitude of yours. Olivia couldn't be bothered with me and went on tallying supplies. The kobold pups hidden under her skirt seemed to sense their mama's mood, poking out a few little heads to bark at me, then shrinking back when I shot them a glare. With Roman's batch of ironware, a trade in name, charity in fact, the camp's work sped up enormously. Before, the camp had been so poor it couldn't scrape together a hoe per person, let alone long saws, iron drills, or carpenter's axes. Half the old and weak had to work barehanded, or break ground with the little picks and spears the kobolds had left behind. Turning soil on the shore was passable, but the moment it came to felling timber and raising houses, no tools meant death. A tree it took a man's full arm span to circle was beyond touching, and these were the slender ones in the western woods, where giants 2 men couldn't reach around were everywhere. With ironware in hand, I caught a bit of enthusiasm too, and went happily into the woods at dawn with the villagers to pull the big saw. But after a whole morning, a crew of us had managed to fell, cut up, and haul back just 1 tree, and that scrap of enthusiasm was wrung dry. Unable to stand the inefficiency, I decided to scout upstream along the Anzino. Absolutely not slacking off. Fisha had let it slip. Below the source waterfall of this river was another tribe of wild folk. But our little force could bully a weakling kobold tribe, and that was about it. Against a fishing and hunting tribe deep in the mountains, with my wound not fully healed, I didn't dare make any rash moves for now. The north was ill-suited to farming to begin with, and over half the villages north of the Anzino lived by fishing, hunting, and herding. Javelins and hunting bows standard issue. Never mind the wild folk hidden deep in the mountains. If I really led a band of farmer militia out to bandit hunt, odds were we'd be shot full of holes before we got halfway. But by Fish's account, this band of wild folk wasn't as fierce and savage as I'd imagined. Maybe they could be talked to, traded with, lived alongside in peace. Until I had a firm foothold, I didn't want any conflict with them at all, and I even instructed the scouts, scouting upstream, don't go past 10 miles, and if you run into them, avoid coming to blows if you can. Those who could patrol out alone were all the corps Julian had personally trained. Losing even one was a gutting loss, but the better the hand, the more likely a face-to-face with the wild folk, and whichever side drew blood, the situation would be near impossible to walk back. For a first encounter, you have to leave a good impression. As the column's number 2 talker, number 1 being Julian, I decided to handle it myself. Leaving the river bend and heading up along the winding source, the terrain grew steeper. Rapids splashed off bare rock, a 4 or 5 meter waterfall barring the way at every turn. Some stretches were split by jagged rocks into 4 or 5 deep ravines that ran apart a few hundred meters before merging again or just plunged underground. After a dozen-odd miles along the broken channel, I suddenly heard movement and quickly dropped low, hiding in the shadow of the trees. Up ahead on a gravel shallows, a few short kobolds stood scattered in the water, gripping short wooden spears, eyes locked on the surface. One jabbed down hard and lifted its spear in delight, empty. It gave a frustrated woof, but a cheer came from a companion beside it. That one spear tip had a foot-long black fish skewered on it. The instant it landed the fish, it bit off half. A few companions swarmed in, wrestling for the rest, and in under 10 seconds the black fish was gone without a trace, just a few wisps of blood drifting around their feet. Having dealt with them a few times now, I could tell at a glance. These few weren't even warriors yet, at most newly grown pups. Kobolds have no notion of get rich through hard work. Once they're full, they can't be bothered hauling ore, so one batch heads back to dig shinies, while another slips out to snack. These few were exactly the greedy, fear-nothing age that would dare sneak off to a shallows this remote to spear fish on their own. Malice rose in me on a dare. I slowly crouched, picked up a cobble, and got ready to teach them a lesson in wilderness survival. In that instant, a jolt of dread shot up my scalp, and my whole body went rigid. I looked up. On a boulder above the channel, a tall figure stood imposing, staring coldly down at me. He wore garments stitched from beast hide, an entire giant wolf skull for a helmet, his face mostly cast into shadow. Tip his head down a little, and he was a giant wolf standing on 2 legs. Sharp fangs and bones were set into the fur at his wrists, shoulders, and waist, ornaments, but armor and weapons too when it came to a fight. 2 hand axes at his belt, a great bow and a quiver of arrows on his back, a white-boned spear planted beside him. This getup put me in mind of a barbarian from a game. But those film and TV costumes, in bearing and build, were 1,000 miles short of the man before me. My own outfit wasn't all that different, really. He was just wilder, fiercer, killing intent radiating off him, like a carnivore facing a grazer. The 2 of us faced off across the distance, a few kobolds still spearing fish without a care between us. A few seconds of stalemate, and seeing he didn't move, I let go of the stone, slowly raised both hands and stood up, forcing out a brilliant smile to show I meant no offense. The cobble rolled down the rock face and plunked into the water. A few kobolds looked up, alert, and at the sight of the wild folk hunter on the boulder instinctively backed up several steps, hiding their spears behind their backs, not daring even to point. One pup under a meter tall worked up the nerve to bare its fangs at him, and was promptly clubbed on the head by a companion and wilted. The wild folk hunter ignored them and gave a wave of his hand. The kobolds, as if granted a pardon, snatched up their spears and scrambled off into the woods. Interesting. They both revered and feared this hunter, but not to the point of mortal terror, like a pack of kids sneaking a cold water bath, caught by a stern village elder, scared of a scolding, but not in danger of their lives. Once the kobolds had gone, the wild folk hunter sized me up once more, then slowly backed away and vanished behind the boulder. Pity, didn't even get to ask, "Have you eaten?" Watching him go, I didn't dare follow. I stood in place a while, then turned back the way I'd come with a touch of regret, ending the day's scouting. Like a lone wolf wandering into a tiger's territory, no words were needed. A single cold stare was enough. The master of this land had told me with one look, "This far, no farther." Next time, I won't be so polite. I hadn't the nerve to court his displeasure. Raised half wild, my instincts were sharper than most, and the more I thought, the more dangerous this fellow seemed. The wild forests of the Wolford Plain teemed with hostile races and ferocious beasts, even magic beasts about. Wild folk who could survive and there couldn't possibly lack hard martial strength. That 2-meter heavy yew-bow on his back alone, with its finger-thick heavy arrows, was a tool for shooting brown bears. Even the inch-thick hide-covered shield I'd swiped from Julian, its craft and protection up to the Empire's regular infantry standard, couldn't take a close shot from a strong bow like that. Over the next few days, besides drilling the troops, I patrolled the upstream area, mapping the terrain and guarding against beasts, but I never once crossed that boulder, lest I take an arrow without ever knowing why. My scouting circles spread wider and wider, and bit by bit I worked my way into the forest sea on the far bank. It was a lot more chaotic over there than on the riverbend side, the wild beasts growing thicker, and a fair number of tracks I'd never seen before started cropping up. This is a boar, right? Boars have footpads now. A wild man's chasing a boar. I crouched on the soft rotted leaves, studying a string of deep tracks, muttering as I noted them down. Not recognizing them didn't matter. I had broadly experienced Julian back home, and I'd just draw them for him to identify when I got back. And what's this? Following the tracks warily, I froze before a huge claw print. It was shaped like a human hand but tipped with sharp claws, the claws alone a foot long, deeply unnerving. I knew better than to push my luck and stopped, planning to head back to camp and fetch Julian. Sure, I thrashed the militia like they were my sons, but out in the wild, without preparation, I might not best a full-grown brown bear. Something that looked scarier than a snow bear from its tracks alone wasn't mine to provoke. I had to go round up backup. The second I turned around, a faint tremor came up through my feet, and far off in the woods the tree shadows shook wildly. Without a second thought, I scrambled up a big tree, climbing a dozen-odd meters before looking down. The ground shook harder and harder. Even pines that took 2 men to circle were swaying, and a huge creature burst out of the woods, over 3 meters long, a familiar yet strange tawny brown giant bear that came stumbling past below me. Its fat rump alone brushed my tree and set the whole thing rocking violently, nearly throwing me off. Hot on its heels came 4 wild boars with single horns on their heads, like little rhinos, snorting and grunting in furious pursuit. Turn around and clobber them already. All 4 pigs put together don't weigh as much as you. I watched, speechless. Those 4-horned tusk boars were far bigger than the boars I knew. But in front of this van-sized giant bear, they looked like piglets trotting after a sow. I couldn't for the life of me figure out what this giant bear was so scared of. A minute later, after the beasts had run off, 4 burly humanoid creatures came chasing through, tracking fast. 5'8" or so, hulking and slightly hunched, the bearskin outside their crude fur armor covered in short, coarse, curly black hair, a clump of spiky bristles standing up on their heads and backs, gripping bone spears or stone hammers, simple crossbows on their backs. One of them lifted its head and sniffed warily as it passed below my tree, and I got a clear look at its face. Boarmen, 200-some pound, swarthy, hairy fatties with short, thick limbs, topped with a boar's head. I held my breath and watched them recede. This was the second hostile race I'd seen after the kobolds, and far more dangerous. The heavy, primitive weapons, the simple crossbows, plus those tusks, any one of them could end me. I waited a few more minutes, confirmed the danger had passed, and was just about to climb down when the woods in the distance trembled again. The giant bear had looped around with the horned boars and come running back. I give up. Fight your fight, but can you do it somewhere far away from me? I scrambled up the tree again, sat in the fork, and watched the giant bear dash this way and that, dragging its pursuers in circles through the woods. I eyed another pine ahead, ran 2 steps along the branch, leapt lightly, and crossed over. And so, like Tarzan, I bounded forward through the treetops. A dozen odd jumps in, the trees thinned and the view opened up. A few dozen meters ahead, the giant bear, in a panic with nowhere to run, had been driven to the foot of a dirt slope. The slope wasn't steep, only 7 or 8 meters, but the loose soil couldn't support its terrifying weight. 3 climbs, 3 slides. Its limbs clawed like an excavator while its body stayed put, the dirt it threw up nearly burying it. With the 4 tusk boars and their masters closing in, the giant bear reared up on its hind legs, back against the slope, forepaws flailing, opened its mouth, and let out a shriek. "Don't come any closer." Hearing that babyish, high-pitched squeal, I finally understood why this giant bear had looked both familiar and strange. It wasn't a bear at all. It was a marmot. Only because it was so unbelievably fat and huge did it look like a bear from a distance. But the instant it stood up, spread its claws, and bared those 2 big front teeth, the marmot couldn't hide what it was. A marmot that screams and talks like a person. In all my time in this world, it was the first time the atmosphere finally felt fantastical. So this is the legendary magic beast? But how's it getting chased and beaten by boarmen? It doesn't look like much of a fighter either. Watching the cornered giant marmot, I felt some doubt. The 4 tusk boars pawed the ground and snorted but didn't dare actually charge. A few boarmen stood at a distance, loading their crossbows. The marmot's panic wasn't an act either, forepaws over its head, covering its eyes, going all in on not fighting back. A powerful crossbow bolt hit it square in the forehead and bounced off like a snapped piece of chalk, not so much as ruffling a hair. I was practically drooling and couldn't help fishing out a short spear, ready to do the heroic thing. Marmot, docile temperament, herbivorous, easily tamed. Actually, the boarmen doing the hunting were more wrecked than the one being hunted. Their strong crossbows could punch through wolves and snow leopards and badly wound a brown bear, but couldn't get through this fatty's defense. In melee, they were completely overpowered. A 600 or 700-pound tusk boar couldn't budge it, and one swipe of its paw could send a 200-pound boarman flying 5 meters, so who'd dare close in? But this fatty was such a menace. Looked like it had done plenty of raiding on their winter stores. That, unable to beat it and unable to drive it off, the boarmen were truly at their wits' end. One boarman just set down its weapon, pulled out a torch and flint, and decided to give this impervious thing a taste of fire. Right then, a sharp whistle split the air, my spear flew out and struck its thick neck dead on, the point punching out the other side. Tough as the boarman was, even it couldn't recover from that. It dropped the torch, one hand clamped over the spurting wound, the other reaching to pull the spear, swayed for a second, then toppled, convulsed, and died. The remaining 3 started, ducking behind trees to peer out. One gave a couple of grunts at its tamed horned tusk boar and pointed in the direction my javelin had come from. That tusker, bigger and more vicious than an ordinary boar, immediately charged toward my patch of woods, sniffing everywhere, and as it sniffed, it actually circled back toward its own master. The boarman saw it and shrank warily behind a tree, too late. Another short spear came down from 20-odd meters up and pinned the foot it hadn't pulled back to the ground. The boarman screamed like a stuck pig, fired off a crossbow bolt on reflex, yanked the spear out, and scrambled backward. The cornered marmot had noticed the commotion over here too, and, like it had found an anchor, instantly turned fierce, belting out babyish fierce threats, hooked claws slashing the air, driving the 3 tuskers back step by step. Caught front and back, the boarmen panicked. The last 2 stopped hesitating, one supporting the wounded, one dragging the corpse, and vanished into the woods. Only once they'd gone did I slip down from the tree and call out cheerfully to the narrowly escaped marmot, "Hello there." The upright, giant marmot grinned, baring its big front teeth, then suddenly seemed to remember something and shouted in terror, "Run." Before the word was out, it bolted. I hadn't even reacted when, from the direction the boarmen had fled, the cries of tusk boars rose again. A dozen odd of them squeezed out of the woods, more boarmen crossbowmen behind them. I looked back. The marmot had long since left me in the dust, gone without a trace. I sprinted all the way to the bank of the Anzino, leaving the boarmen far behind, before slowing down, panting. The hide-covered shield on my back still had 2 short, thick crossbow bolts stuck in it. In that one exchange, The boarman had loosed a volley from dozens of meters away. Lucky I'd been in the woods. Out in the open, this 70-centimeter round shield couldn't have covered all of me. Even so, the sound of bolts cracking past me into the wood made my scalp crawl, and I didn't dare look back. Good thing I'd foraged in the woods since childhood. I'd grown up being chased by brown bears and boars, and fleeing for my life was my signature skill. Crossing ridges and ravines like flat ground. That talent. I'd claimed second place to no one. The Tuskers charged fast, true, but the moment they left the Boarman's command radius, these dumb things slowed and hesitated, and I peeled away from them bit by bit, finally shaking them off. Resting a while on a rock by the river, I glanced over and spotted the giant marmet not far upstream, head down, drinking. "Hello there," I called from a distance, afraid of startling it. "My name's Leo, I'm a human." The giant marmet reared up, eyed me curiously, and said in a voice with a built-in cuteness, "My name's Freya, and I'm an elf druid." Standing up, it was over 3 meters tall, all thick fat under short dense fur, jiggling with every move. I worked up the nerve to step closer and look up at this behemoth. Good grief, the size of a small car. This thing had to be pushing 2 tons. Not a magic beast. A little disappointed, I curled my lip. "Elf? You elves all look like this." As everyone knows, you can't catch and keep a druid as a pet, which halves the rarity outright. A flicker of vexation crossed the marmot's eyes. It spun around, plopped down on its rump, refused to look at me, and said sullenly, "I'm an elf druid. This is my giant bear form." "You sure it's a giant bear?" I couldn't believe it. "I am a giant bear," Freya repeated, viciously, one word at a time. "Fine, fine, fine. A giant bear form elf druid. Where's your home? Want me to take you back?" I had no desire to provoke her, and hurried to make nice. Freya strained to lift her head, gazed toward the great waterfall in the distance, and her expression darkened. "I can't go back." She seemed to start, then stop, like she didn't want to bring it up. Some unspeakable heartache. Sure enough, NPC backstories are always pretty tragic. I stood on tiptoe, stroked her soft back fur, and consoled her. "Then come to my place. I'll treat you to good food." Elf, giant bear, or talking marmot, whatever she was, lure her home first and sort it out later. Freya whipped her head around, quick as a rat, eyes blazing. What good food? Back at camp, the giant beast behind me caused an instant uproar. The biggest snow bear on the North Ice River couldn't grow this large. This was clearly a magic beast. The magic beasts of this world, like Earth's great predators, weren't as thick on the ground as in the novels. They too were a link in the food chain. The stronger they were and the wider their territory, the rarer they became. More to the point, people. In an adventuring party's eyes, a magic beast was treasure head to tail. The payoff from killing one was worth 10 ordinary predators. The moment word of a magic beast leaked, swarms of adventurers came running, until the magic beasts of that region were hunted to extinction. These days, never mind ordinary tier magic beasts, even the legendary great dragons could only huddle in volcanoes, snowy peaks, or wilderness thousands of miles from any human realm. As for ordinary folk, the time they got to see a magic beast was usually right before being eaten. Yet this giant beast I'd brought back was, of all things, more timid than the villagers, forever tucking its enormous body behind me, practically wanting to bury its head in my armpit before it dared peek out. The militia and able bodies watched from afar with weapons raised, not daring to approach. Only the little mouse worked up the courage to rush over, hug my leg, and study Freya with curiosity. One big rat and one small, with me between them, gawked at each other in mingled fear and curiosity. Seeing the villagers had no intention of attacking, Freya finally relaxed, straightened up like a person amid a chorus of gasps, and walked into camp on clumsy steps. The moment she reached the center and saw the big pots, her eyes lit up. She squatted down properly, the very picture of a good little kid waiting for dinner. I waved at the wary, doubtful Olivia. "Extra portions. I'm treating a new friend to dinner." She let out a small breath of relief. At least I hadn't brought back something to eat her. Then she stole a glance at the size of it and asked quietly, "How much extra?" "Just add a whole pot." "Oh," she agreed, reluctant. I sat with Freya by the campfire, having to crane my neck to its limit just to see her face, so I had to scoot back a bit. Can't you change back to an elf? You scared the kids. I can't. Freya pouted. Teacher hasn't taught me the spell to change back yet. Then where's your teacher? Where's your home? She raised a paw to point at the distant waterfall, dejected. My home's up on the cliff. I slipped and fell down, and now I can't get back. No way. That high. Even King Kong would land out of shape. I can fly, she huffed, puffed herself up with effort, and proudly twisted to show me her back. Look, I have wings. A pair of furry little wings had popped up on her back, identical to a rubber duck's, completely invisible from the front. That thing can fly? Freya bristled, stood up, beat her wings hard, and gave a mighty hop, then crashed back to the ground with a boom. Then she beamed at me, eyebrows dancing, waiting for praise. Is that flying? It's landing, she explained indignantly. The landing slowed me down, so I didn't die. Okay, you can fly. I covered my face. But the way things are, you can't get back for now. She wasn't worried in the least and said with full confidence, It's fine. Teacher will come find me. Once he wakes up, he'll know I'm lost. How long does your teacher usually sleep? Teacher says high-tier shape-shifting magic means you have to master the habits of the form completely, so every year he insists on hibernating. He'll wake up come spring. I was about to ask more, but Freya's attention had already slammed entirely onto the pots. Ever since the kobolds ironed or got traded for grain, the camp's food had grown plentiful. The 3 big pots simmered every meal, the stews thicker and thicker, and Olivia had even started using precious wheat flour to griddle big flatbreads, an extra ration for the able bodies digging channels and felling timber. Before, it was unthinkable, eating solid food every day. Even a landlord wouldn't be that lavish. By now, even the backup 4th pot had been set up, a village woman stirring it with a pine stick, the aroma drifting through camp. Freya and a pack of kids made common cause, hauling in the smell with all their might, terrified a whiff might drift out of camp and go to waste. Not one to be left out, I started butchering live fish, ready to show off my grilled fish and steamed fish. Dinner was ready. Olivia ladled a big clay bowl of thick stew and carried it over to Freya with a smile. Freya squatted demurely and cupped the bowl. A head-sized clay bowl in front of her enormous head looked like a teacup. She tipped her head back and downed it in one, swept her tongue around, wiped even the dregs from the bottom clean, set it down primly, and pushed the bowl back toward Olivia with a paw. So good. The little mouse leaned in, looked at the bowl now cleaner than before it had been filled, and was sick with envy. Olivia, having watched this whole smooth-as-water performance, stood dumbstruck, then ventured. How about you just use the pot? Then I won't stand on ceremony. Freya rocked her head with glee, nearly joining the kobold pups in calling her mama. A whole pot of hot stew down the hatch, she contentedly stroked the short fur on her belly. Then, under Olivia's anxious gaze and my punches and kicks, Freya forcibly performed the same way of eating steamed fish and grilled fish, grabbing a foot-long fish, lifting it high, tipping her head back and stuffing the whole thing in, closing her mouth, giving the fish head a gentle pull, and the entire fish was left as just a head attached to a complete spine. Amid the kids' chorus of "wow," she smugly tossed the skeleton into her mouth too and chewed it down in a couple of bites. The kids weren't "wow" ing how much she ate. They were "wow" ing that she had fish to eat. Watching her bandit routine, I was 1,000 kinds of displeased. I felt my standing in the kid crowd was under threat. Full and content, the lot of us sprawled in a heap by the fire, watching a village woman tidy up in the fading light, waiting for night to fall. The rest of the camp didn't have it so easy. After the meal, the veterans went to relieve the patrol, while the militia drilled javelins, slings, and sword and shield on their own. Young men hoping to join crept up to watch, worked up the nerve to ask for pointers, and got a sound thrashing. More villagers hurried to fix up their tents, heaping rubble, branches, and bark around the outside to make them warmer and sturdier. Plenty of tents got remade into half-dugout huts, both blocking wind and snow and sparing the people inside from a stray arrow flying in and skewering them clean through next time we got hit. At the highest point of camp, a ring of stone foundation was taking shape. That was the Lord's Great Hall under construction. This wasn't Julian grandstanding, building a monument right out of the gate. In the north, the Lord's Great Hall is the heart of a village. It's the court where matters are deliberated, where disputes and injustices are settled. It's the storehouse, the only two-story building in the whole village. Its cellar and upper floor best for keeping grain and goods. And above all, it's the refuge. When a hostile race, a beast pack, or bandits attack, the old, the weak, the women and children duck inside, bar the thick door, and wait out the fighting, something no households. Flimsy little wooden door could hold. To put down roots at the riverbend, the first thing needed was a Lord's Great Hall. Toasting myself by the fire to settle my food, bored, I stroked the little mouse's black hair, combing one lock at the crown straight up. This is your reception antenna, like a third eye. It'll make you smart, get it? The little mouse let me fiddle with her, dull-faced, and the moment that lock started to droop, she hurriedly reached up to straighten it. Really? I want one too. Freya was fascinated, straining to bow her head, reaching a paw to comb the short fur on her forehead. Pity her claws were too short to meet, and the fur too short to stand up. That night, I settled Freya into the pig pen. To accommodate the 20 kobold pups, the pen had long been expanded into something like a stable. Raised walls, a roof of branches, thick leaves and dry hay laid inside. And Olivia had even dug out stored furs to make the pups bedding, so her adopted sons wouldn't freeze to death in the night. Freya stood outside the rail, looking at the dense, dopey crowd of kobold pups inside, and turned to me with a face full of contempt. You humans actually eat kobolds. I couldn't be bothered explaining. I opened the gate and let her in. Want a taste? 1 bite per kid, very tasty. This pack of pups understood well enough. Their faces twisted in terror, and they huddled together whimpering. Freya squeezed in, flopped onto her back, and one of her took up over half the pen. Not bad. Watching her sprawled out sleeping pose, my head full of question marks, I'd long since lost the energy to snark. Out of the pen, Olivia, who'd been trailing me the whole time, tugged my sleeve and warned, irritated, "Stop picking up every random thing and dragging it home." I understood her anger. When I'd carried the little mouse back to keep in my tent, the womenfolk all said I was finding myself a wife. She'd bottled it up without blowing up, since I'd saved a life after all. Besides, the little mouse, washed clean and cared for a while now, was no longer the pitiful thing caked in black mud, stinking, starved with green glinting eyes and sunken sockets. A clean, pretty girl now, who wouldn't like her, and the way she'd clumsily, desperately tried to please so she could stay. Olivia griped about it aloud, but ached for her inside. But 20 kobold pups eating and pooping, and now a marmet that put away a pot of meal on top of it. I picked my nose and said, "Shameless. Then point out whichever one you can't stand, and I'll drive it off." She stalled at once, torn and self-reproaching, and couldn't get a word out for a long while. Early the next morning, while I was still asleep, Olivia yanked me up. She twisted my ear. Take a look. Take a look at the thing you brought home." "What now?" Bleary-eyed, I was dragged out, pulling on my clothes as I left camp. By the farmland outside camp, Freya squatted forlornly alone on a field ridge, head down, ears drooping, both paws clutching her belly, covered in mud. The spitting image of a 4,000-pound husky that had done something wrong. The freshly cleared field in front of her was utterly transformed. Big pits and deep holes everywhere. The soil the curved beam plows had loosened now packed harder than before. The villagers were silently filling the holes and returning the soil, still afraid of this strange giant beast and not daring to come scold it. And the more they didn't, the more Freya's guilt overflowed. Fun fact, marmots are pests. What did you do this for? I was so mad that, if I could have reached, I'd have grabbed her ear too. "I just wanted to help," she said, miserable. Turned out that before dawn, energetic as she was, she'd woken up, and trusting her night vision, she'd spotted the big field and figured she'd eaten so much, she ought to put in some effort. So she imitated the farmer's loosening soil, forepaws digging it loose, hind feet stomping it solid right after, until, frantic as a headless fly, the more she helped the worse it got. By daybreak at least 2 acres had been ruined, and she'd long since forgotten her original intent, lying in a big hole she'd dug, happily playing in the mud. I slapped a bear brat label on her then and there. Hit her? I didn't dare. What if she hit back? I could only beckon, all sweetness. "Come with me." Is it food time? Freya sprang up, eyes blazing. I led the big marmot to the foot of the dirt slope at the northwest of the peninsula, the starting point of the channel. 5 or 6 meters beyond the slope lay the upstream river. Once the channel was dug through and this slope was bored open, the river could flow down it, cut clean across the peninsula, and irrigate over 1,000 acres. Below the slope, more than 500 meters of channel had already been dug, an inverted trapezoid 2 meters wide at top, 1 meter at bottom, 2 meters deep. Julian's whole plan was scaled for a population of 1,000. Cut the peninsula in half to turn it into an isolated island. Then over time deepen the channel, raise the dike, and build up walls, until the whole peninsula became a safe great farm, never again to fear beasts entering the village and ravaging the crops. But that scale of work was absurd for the handful of people we had now. So the first step was to dig only 2 kilometers, link up several small lakes in the center, and drain the excess water from the marshes in the northern cleared zone. The peninsula's soil was loose, and most of the channel stretches just needed yellow clay tamped firm. But in some places the silt was loose and washed out at a touch, so it had to be lined with rubble and branches. The progress was heartbreaking. A 50-man work crew, digging themselves to death for a week, had managed 500 meters. If this had been a proper town and I a lord with money in hand, I'd have started working out a cement recipe. But the riverbend was dirt poor, without even a decent craftsman, and everything had to make do. See that? Can you dig from here all the way to the foot of that mountain over there? I pointed into the distance. Dig holes. That's what I'm best at. Freya dug a few tentative scoops, then looked up at me, afraid of being scolded. Keep going. Keep going. I encouraged. Only then did she relax, throwing herself down on the ground, forepaws raking dirt at lightning speed. Hard, dry clay or loose, sandy soil. Under her claws it was all like styrofoam, scooped up with ease and then shoved behind her with her hind feet. The channel visibly stretched forward. Watching from the bank, I was grinning ear to ear. This was no pest. This was an excavator. Now this is the right way to use a marmot. Here in the Middle Ages, I've got an excavator. More than an excavator, she was like a combine harvester, her claws whirling into afterimages, hard earth and sediment rock vanishing fast before her, flying out behind in fragments. Dig, 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 so happy. Freya dug with her tongue flapping and her face flying everywhere, exactly like a husky off the leash. By the time the channel-digging villagers arrived, she'd already dug dozens of meters ahead, only a line of black fur on her back showing in the channel, flung dirt clods smacking them in the face. 50 people splitting the work, digging and chiseling together, somehow still couldn't keep pace with this one marmot. What are you all standing around for? Move. Julian was the first to come to, scolding the villagers into following behind the marmot to haul dirt and line the channel walls, racing to preserve her labor before the groundwater seeped up. Last night, he'd been mulling over how to send off this food-devouring druid. Today, all he wanted was to give her extra rations. He came over to me, hands behind his back, grinning. Kid, where'd you scrounge up this ground rat of yours? She's a hard worker. It's a giant bear form druid. I corrected, solemn. Yes, a giant bear. Julian chimed in at once. As long as she could work, never mind giant bear. You could tell me you were the Dragon King, and I'd buy it. I recounted the whole story of meeting Freya, then described the Borman's build, ornaments, and weapons in exhaustive detail. Julian might look like a country old-timer, but he'd been an elite scout at a wilderness watchtower for 5 years and knew the habits of every race inside out. The finer my description, the more accurate his read. After hearing me out, he first put on an all-under-control look out of reflex, then, seeing no one was watching, let out a soft sigh, a trace of heaviness showing through. This is a bit of trouble. This is no kobold. How much trouble could it be? I refuse to accept it. On our own, we can't swallow them. Seeing villagers draw near, the two of us said no more, only turned in unison to gaze at that great waterfall in the distance. With this excavator, the channel's progress shot up, the 50 people hauling dirt and lining walls unable to keep her pace. Only this excavator was a real character. Dig up a tree root, and she had to take a bite to taste it. Dig up a pretty rock, and she had to cradle it and play. Dig, and then collapse on the job. I leaned in for a look and found she'd buried herself in mud and started snoring. What could I do but keep promising her good food? In one short morning, I'd already pledged the camp's entire grain stores to her account. Digging all the way to the foot of the mountain, a ridge jutting out from a rocky peak cut several hundred meters into the peninsula and blocked the channel's path. By Julian's plan, the channel reaching here would have to swing in a big arc east along the mountain's foot and then merge into the small lake to the south, which would of course greatly lengthen it. But we lacked the means to cut through rock, and forcing a stone tunnel was unwise. To my surprise, the dig-addicted marmet didn't slow at all when she reached the rock face. She climbed up, clumsily drew a circle on the stone with one claw, then drove both claws along the seam, and the solid rock cracked like a cookie under her claws, the circled block bursting apart under her colossal strength, big chips clattering down, and in a blink there was a basin-sized round hole. She kept widening it, and in under 5 minutes her whole head had gone into the rock face. What kind of unstoppable tunnel-boring machine was this? I was genuinely covetous now. While Freya was busy boring the tunnel, I slipped back to camp to tell Olivia to griddle her a few more big flatbreads. A helper this good couldn't be fobbed off with stew. She had to get some solid food. What? Cheese in the wheat cakes? Olivia bristled. There is no cheese. No cheese? Then what's this? Catching her off guard, I reached into the cargo wagon and, knowing my way around, hoisted out a small wooden bucket. Hey, pine nuts. Throw some in. Almonds. Throw some in. One hand fending off her frantic grabbing, the other rifling through her private stash in the wagon. Anything that smelled good, all of it went onto Freya's plate. Afraid the brat would walk off the job the second I left, I hurried back to the worksite. Sure enough, she'd gone on strike, standing on the channel bank staring blankly across the way. On the far bank was a big crowd of kobolds, black and white furred fisha, standing out among them. They'd come to deliver ore, and the channel sat squarely across the only route through. The frenzy had passed, and the kobolds or deliveries had clearly dropped off. The ready good ore in the valley was nearly hauled out, and what remained was lower quality. On top of that, most kobolds had gone off to mine and hunt, leaving fewer to carry ore. But fisha stubbornly led people on 2 runs a day, eager to trade for grain. There was never enough grain, and by the kobolds' old custom, the weak, the females got less than a third of an adult kobold's daily share. The strong ate their fill while the weak went hungry. The moment the ore-hauling kobolds saw the giant beast across the channel, they stopped dead in fright, and no amount of explaining from Julian could get them to cross. Freya spotted the kobolds too and didn't dare get back down in the channel to work, terrified they'd swarm up and bite her rump. Come on, let's head back and eat first, I called. Food time. The instant Freya heard eat, her 2 short ears shot up, and forgetting all about the kobolds, she bolted for camp on her own. Only once she'd run off did the kobolds dare set foot on the simple wooden bridge over the channel. I greeted Fisha warmly. Come have a bite too. She hesitated a moment, then nodded. After daily back and forth runs all this time, Fisha knew the camp well. Compared to her kin, who still feared and guarded against humans and wanted nothing to do with them, she was clearly bolder, better with language, and better at communicating. Not only leading the ore trading runs, but daring to come into camp to look in on her kobold pups, and even, at Olivia's invitation, staying for a few meals. Back at camp, Freya, who'd run ahead, was already gnawing on the big flatbread griddled just for her. Pot-lid-sized thick wheat cakes studded with pine nuts, dried dates, and almonds, fresh off the griddle, the smell of wheat in the air, and she had 3 of them. A crowd of kids in camp was crying with envy, watery-mouthed, staring. Olivia had come prepared, doling out the leftover scraps from the griddling to the children with a stream of nagging. By the campfire, everyone got a head-sized wheat cake. Even plain and cut with bran, it beat that sour, teeth-grinding black bread by a mile. Gnawing as I went, I asked Fisha, those boormen across the river, how much do you know about them? Fisha, happily wagging her tail and chewing her cake, froze, and only after a while squeezed out. Boormen, very strong, very scary. The boormen on the far bank, super many. Kobolds, don't cross the river. After a week, her common tongue had gotten a lot smoother. From what she said, plus what Julian had told me before, I finally had a baseline on that pack of boar men across the river. The pine forest on the far bank, the old Wolfward Plain, was dotted with several Boorman tribes. The nearest, about 30 miles off in the gravel hills, ran a full 200 head, a third of them warriors, most of the rest hunters, few old and weak. Being far off, beyond its hunting range, Fish's tribe had little conflict with it. Only each year when the pine nuts ripened, kobolds would sneak across the river to gather them and get 7 or 8 picked off. A loss the kobolds didn't count as anything at all. It was the wild folk below the great waterfall who clashed with the Boormen often. The mountain path into the wild folk village was hung with Boormen skulls. Boormen are big on rank, fixed entirely by how rations are split. Warriors eat full shares, raiding and hunting year-round, everyone tall and powerfully built. In raw physical conditioning alone, they already matched the Empire's heavy armor elite, third-tier soldier level. They wore the tribe's best hide armor, wielded primitive heavy weapons, carried crossbows, tamed horned tusk boars, and 10 in a squad could rampage across the wilderness. Below them were the hunters, eating half shares, a third lighter in build, mostly doing gathering and nest guarding, in battle giving covering fire or even serving as cannon fodder. Below those, the old and weak got only a quarter share, just barely not starving. This, rations by combat strength, method looked heartless, but in the wilderness it best preserved a tribe's fighting power. Boormen were savage, brutal, aggressive, and xenophobic, enemies to everyone, their own kind not accepted, and ate anything. Wherever there was a Boorman tribe, nothing living within 30 miles could rest easy. So you're saying the wild folk and the Boormen fight often? I picked out the part of Fish's account I was most interested in. Boormen, very strong. Wild folk, super strong. Longbows, unbeatable. Fish's eyes were full of worship. She forgot her cake entirely and waved her paws in excitement. I laughed inwardly. So when you said you'd surrender and leave, what you really meant was you wanted to go throw yourself on the wild folks' mercy and beg them to win your honor back for you. But I kept a friendly face. Then could you introduce me to the wild folks' headman? Let's talk it over. Team up and deal with the Boormen. The fastest way to make a friend? Find a common enemy. 30 miles in the wilderness was neither near nor far. With no decent road, the actual walking was triple. But stay here long enough, and the Boormen would come knocking eventually. Conflict couldn't be dodged. And Boormen weren't as easy to sweet-talk as kobolds. Not that they were hard to sweet-talk. They simply lacked the brains for you to sweet-talk at all. While you're thinking how to communicate, all it's thinking is how to eat you. Common tongue? They couldn't even understand it. Fisher was clearly stumped. Their relationship with the wild folk was far less close than I'd imagined. The wild folk saw this pack of kobolds the way villagers see the few dogs at the village gate. Not exactly kin, but not much enmity either, trading or once every month or two, lending a hand here and there when in a good mood. At bottom, it was a mismatch of strength. The wild folk didn't take them seriously at all, just kept them around and used them as an outpost when convenient. Which got me thinking, that time I marched on the kobolds, had the wild folk really made no move at all? Maybe they'd been watching from the shadows all along, biding their time. Olivia, never idle, came over, saw the little mouse's face covered in crumbs, slapped a towel on it on reflex, and scrubbed it clean. Watching, Freya quickly flopped down, stretched out her neck, and stuck her enormous head into Olivia's arms. Eyes shut, waiting to be tended. This big marmot had been won over by Olivia in 2 meals flat, and was closer to her than to her own mother. I'd wager that if the two of us fell in the water at the same time, Freya would save Olivia first. Olivia wasn't as quick to get familiar as the marmot. She was still wary of this magic beast, but seeing it so meek and harmless, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and carefully wipe the wheat crumbs from its whole head. One step further, and she and Fisha came eye to eye. Looking at the husky person's face full of food scraps, Olivia hesitated a second, then couldn't help herself, slapped the towel down, and wiped that dog face too. Fisha sat frozen in place. This sudden burst of motherly love had her thoroughly confused. I was dumbstruck too. Olivia's whole smooth-as-water routine nearly had me wondering if my own grandmother had transmigrated into her. Done with her cake, Freya, fully content, sat back and stroked her belly, then suddenly said to me, "You want to go to that village below the great waterfall? I can take you." You? I blinked. Don't tell me you've lived there? Then I caught the scent of it. Did they kick you out because you ate too much? Umph. I do eat too much, but I wasn't kicked out. Freya bristled, kicking her stubby legs in the air. I left on my own. Why? Because, she said, unhappy. Because they were too good to me. I was speechless. They were too good to you, so you ran off? What kind of logic is that? So I have to beat you twice every 3 days for you to stick around. Ugh, you'll see when you get there. She refused to say more, struggled to roll over, turned her fat rump to me, and declined to talk further. My campfire was too fantastical. Ordinarily, no one came near, and the villagers all gathered elsewhere to eat, watching the show from a distance. The moment Olivia walked over, a few of her same-age friends sidled up to whisper, and across the fire, sharp-eared, I caught most of it. That marmot's just too big, and it talks so cutely, feels like it's not even 10. Little Mouse is the prettiest, she just doesn't talk much. Right? All blank-faced, like she's not too bright. I think that kobold's the cleverest, it even said hi to me last time. As they chatted, someone struck on something startling. Don't you all think Leo makes friends a little too widely? A human-shaped little mouse as blank as a marmot, a giant marmot as hyper as a husky, plus a mature, steady, genuine husky, all of them female. Olivia, you'd better keep a close eye on your Leo. Olivia glanced back at my out-of-place campfire and laughed. What are you all worried about? Worried Leo's starting a circus? The little widow Agatha, who'd been there and done that, had the most authority. She grabbed Olivia's hand and said earnestly, a man single too long starts thinking a donkey's got pretty eyes. Leo sleeps next to Little Mouse every night. You don't think anything of it now, but in a couple of years when Little Mouse fills out. Leo's such a blockhead. What ideas could he have? Olivia shook her head. That was before. He's wised up now. Just look, is he still the dumb-as-a post-jerk kid he used to be? Agatha shot me a glance, a face full of grievance. Years ago, this brat had crept up to her bed in the night, only to steal her pig. What a waste of all that muscle. Olivia looked at me and said nothing. As for me, my whole mind was on the great campaign of conquest, jungling. Who had attention to spare for all this romantic entanglement? I held a quick meeting with Yulian and a few of the lead men, nailed down a few points we could put to the wild folk, and the next day set off again for the great waterfall, taking Freya, Fisha, and gifts. Fisha hadn't wanted to go, but couldn't withstand my barrage of rhetoric. Common cause against a common foe, a united front, driving out savagery, marching towards civilization. A few sentences, and I'd loaded her down with a historic mission her kind could never possibly bear. There was a reason I brought her. The wild folk weren't easy to talk to. One wrong mood, and a single cold arrow could send me, intruder in their territory, on my way. With my life on the line, of course I wanted as many people the wild folk recognized at my side as possible. Even if you're going to pick a fight, when the other side looks up and sees mostly familiar faces on yours, the fight probably won't break out. Leaving the riverbend, the three of us, if Freya counts as a person, headed upstream along the river. Freya, who'd just spent a whole day digging channel and done the work of 100 strong laborers, showed not a trace of tiredness. One moment she'd leap into the air and crash into an icy pool, blasting the bottom-lurking little fish onto the bank and gulping them down one by one as snacks. The next she'd hug a big tree and shake it hard to see if any squirrels or foxes would fall out. Spotting me walking out front with the wooden box on my shoulder, she actually got jealous of the box, deliberately flopping to the ground. Oh no, I fell down, and raising her short, thick forepaws at me. Owie, carry me. Seeing I didn't even turn my head, she sulkily climbed up and followed. Watching Freya dash this way and that, watching that enormous body, Fisha was sick with envy. With a build like that, strength like that, fur that thick, even alone in the wilderness you could fear nothing, couldn't you? Both of them huskies. How could heaven play such favorites? When we reached the boulder where I'd run into the wild folk hunter last time, I set down the box and stopped. Why'd you stop? We wait here. I sat down, scanning the surrounding woods for a wild folk shadow. Before long, a sharp whistle came from the distance, and a few answering whistles sounded in the woods around me. I could tell. This was the wild folk passing word, most likely confirming whether a bandit hunting army was following at my back. In the Empire's eyes, the wild folk status was no different from a hostile race's, lower than a slave's, without a shred of rights. Killing a wild man or a hostile race member was no different from killing a wild beast. No crime under the king's law. Slave catcher bands that specialized in seizing wild folk and hostile races to sell were still a perfectly legal trade in the Empire. Plenty of settlement knights with families behind them found the cheapest shortcut to opening a holding was to slaughter or drive off the wild folk and simply seize their ready-made villages and farmland, take their people captive, and skip the most grueling progress bar of the early settlement years. So exposing their whereabouts was an enormous risk to the wild folk. Their xenophobia and conservatism had been forced on them. The next moment, a wild folk hunter rose atop the upstream boulder, his gaze cold as a wolf's as he looked down on the three of us. I could tell this wasn't the same one as last time, but he was just as feral, killing intent radiating off him. I quickly dropped the flippancy. Surrender first, talk later. Seeing me raise both hands high, he lowered his longbow and asked coldly, "Just you?" His imperial was a bit halting, but better than the kobolds. I could mostly follow. I glanced at the kobold and marmet beside me, both raising their paws in imitation, and nodded. "Just me." He jumped down off the boulder, walked up to me, and stared face to face for a full 10 seconds before turning to Freya, giving a bow, and saying respectfully, "Master." "Master?" My face filled with question marks. Freya slapped her chest, smug. "Druid master." "That's me." To my surprise, the wild folk hunter didn't ask my purpose at all. With a sweep of his arm, he simply led us upstream. Not a word the whole way. Except, when we stopped to rest midway, he said to Freya, "Everyone in the village has missed you." "I've missed them too," Freya said bashful. The mountains looked close, but the walking went on and on. We jumped deep ravines, climbed ridges, threaded gorges, at least 20 miles, and these weren't even mountain paths. It was all on this hunter, who knew the way, picking the relatively easier woods to lead us through. Without him, an outsider would be hemmed in by cliffs and ravines in minutes, or wander headfirst into a dead-end gorge with no way out. In the last gorge, I saw the rock face across the stream chiseled with hollow after hollow, dense as a honeycomb, filled with the skulls of all kinds of beasts and hostile races, like stumbling onto a horror film set or some kind of religious holy site. Looking closer, Boorman skulls made up half of them, by their size and tusks, mostly warriors. By the degree of weathering, the grudge between wild folk and Boormen ran very deep. Only after passing the gorge did we reach a man-made road. Climbing a low peak along the mountain path, the view opened wide before me. A vast lake, and at its far end, the great waterfall plunging from cliffs thousands of feet high. That source waterfall of the Anzino, which normally hung far off in the sky, had finally reached me after a trek of 20 or 30 miles. Four low peaks ringed the waterfall like a crown, joining with the Grand Barrier to form a basin, damming the surging river and storing it into this sky-high pearl, its surface at least 1,000 meters higher than the riverbend and the Wolfward Plain. The brimming lake water spilled out through gaps between the peaks, became falls again, and kept plunging, part of it merging into the Anzino, part flowing elsewhere. Looking back, the whole panorama of the Riverbend Peninsula was laid out below. At the limit of sight, I could even see the camp's villagers moving like ants. A chill ran through me. I'd been braced for it, but the camp lying so nakedly exposed under the wild folks' eyes still caught me off guard. I'd thought myself well hidden in the river bend, but it turned out I was like a fish in a small pond, plainly visible to the people on the bank. Seen this way, Fish's assessment of this wild folk tribe was fair. This was a kind-hearted tribe. At the very least, they hadn't struck while the river bend was newly settled and unsteady, to seize grain and carry off people. The biggest root cause of why so many settlement holdings couldn't become self-sufficient in 5 or 10 years and were finally abandoned was too many bandits in the surrounds. In the basin, besides the Great Lake, was a small village nestled against the mountain by the water. A broad stretch of willows planted along the shore. A few long, narrow plots of farmland opened up, the lakeside cabins extending their walkways and piers out into the water, little fishing boats moored beneath. A wild folk village with a bit of farmland that lived mainly by fishing and hunting. A secluded paradise cut off from the world that existed only in my imagination. Gazing at the village below the mountain, listening to the distant roar of the falls, I was filled with envy. The people who live here must catch rheumatism awfully easily, huh? Coming down the low peak to the village gate, a fair crowd had already gathered outside. The hunters in the shadows had clearly sent word back to the village. At the head was an old man wearing an antler crown and a cloak of colored feathers. His face and bared chest, dark skin, were tattooed all over with dense battle marks. As imperial culture swept across, tattoos had gradually come to be seen as a barbarian's mark, and northerners no longer inked conspicuous places like the head, face, or backs of the hands. Even the old-fashioned northern nobles at most inked their house crest on the back or chest, or simply copied the southerners and embroidered it onto robes and banners. If not for the original's memory to fall back on, going by the wrinkled face and graying hair alone, I'd have taken him for 70 or 80. But experience told me an old man like this was actually just past 50, like Julian, a foot-scratching old codger who wasn't even 40 in truth. In the wilderness, 50 was an age worthy of respect, not only an honored standing and the ability to keep oneself alive in old age, but proof that he'd been strong enough in his youth that, through countless battles, he'd never picked up a crippling, life-threatening wound. Apart from the old man, those who came to meet us were mostly the old, the weak, women, and children. But scattered far across the rooftops, stone walls, watchtowers, and other high points were wild folk hunters with longbows, each one tall and burly, full-bearded, thickly furred, faces smeared with mud paint, wearing wolf-head or bear-head helmets, draped in thick hide armor, ornamented with beast bones and tusks, every inch of them fierce and feral. Julian had told me that plenty of wildfolk tribes still kept the ancient northern coming-of-age rite. Drive the newly grown child into the wilderness to eat raw flesh and drink blood, to live like a beast, until fully adapted and able to hunt down a beast of sufficient size to prove its valor, before it earned the right to come home. Every grown wildfolk hunter was a fine warrior forged out of desperate straits. In one-on-one melee alone, I wasn't sure of a guaranteed win. If I really plunged into the woods for a guerrilla fight, I'd likely be shot full of holes in minutes. Their 200-pound heavy U-bows, the heavy arrows that pierced a brown bear from dozens of meters, an untrained ordinary person would struggle just to hold one up level with one arm and strike a pose. Short of absolute necessity, I had no wish at all to make enemies of the wild folk. Greetings, honored elder. I strode up to meet him, not putting on the slightest airs, and bowed deeply first. That bow caught the old man off guard, a little flustered. I'd guessed that in their eyes the Empire's settlement holdings were no different from a hostile race. All of them seizing land, driving people off, and enslaving others by force of arms. He'd called back every hunter and put on this whole display most likely just to frighten me, the outsider. Don't think they're easy marks. By his expectation, I, an envoy or scout from the Empire, ought to swagger and reel off a few territorial pronouncements, forcing the village to pay tax and render service. And you be well, child. My attitude set his. Seeing it, he too showed a kindly smile and answered gently. Good. At the first meeting, at least it was smiles. I let out a breath and opened the wooden box I'd carried all this way. This is a gift offered by our headman. The leaders of northern villages were all called headman or elder. That whole business of lord, knight, noble was imported from the south, and in wildfolk ears it was synonymous with enemy. Calling our own leader a headman sounded a great deal more pleasant. In the box, 2 steel swords wrapped in oiled linen, the very batch Roman had brought. Steel one-handed swords from the great workshops of the south, their craft a century ahead of the north. Never mind the wild folk. Even Isenball's smiths couldn't necessarily forge their like. Fine swords, a fine gift. The old man lifted one and flicked the blade, clicking his tongue in praise, making a full show of it before having someone take them. The North had no custom of declining gifts, because a return gift was guaranteed, and now he was the one fretting what to give back. After a few pleasantries with me, this wild folk elder, named Zervin, turned to Freya. His kindly face went suddenly solemn. He straightened his feather cloak and antler crown, then slowly bowed to Freya, performing some peculiar salute, and said respectfully, Master Freya, Elder Zervin. Freya cradled her paws and dipped her head clumsily. Zervin stepped half aside, and the old, weak, women and children behind him immediately surged forward. A few old women held up food and dry lotus leaves over their heads and made deep obeisance to Freya, reverently setting the food before her. The women and children prostrated behind their elders, and a few sly little wild folk kids kowtowed while sneaking winks and faces at Freya. Freya stood stiffly, receiving the worship of these druid faithful. It was the first time I'd seen her hold steady in front of food without losing her mind. I understood a bit better now why she'd run away from this tribe. Too constraining, no room to let loose. Finally, a young woman cradling a swaddled infant carefully set it before Freya. The infant slept on in a stupor, its breath faint, its face ghastly pale. Freya stared at the little baby and shook her head firmly. "I don't eat children," I prompted her, speechless. "Is there any chance they don't want you to eat it, they want you to heal it?" "Oh." She let out a breath, still a touch disappointed, and nodded. She put out a forepaw, drew in a breath, the fur over her whole body standing up strand by strand and gradually glowing a faint green. The green light gathered toward her paw and condensed into a soccer ball-sized orb. She relaxed her paw. The orb dropped, struck the infant, and burst apart with a boom. Color rushed back into the infant, and it opened its eyes and wailed. The mother wept for joy, clutching her child and kowtowing again and again to Freya. Freya bent down and touched the woman's forehead with a claw tip, and only then did she withdraw with 1,000 thanks. I stood there dumbstruck. Never imagined this dopey marmot had this in her. This was magic. Then again it made sense. An elf druid who could turn into a bear knowing a little restorative healing was entirely reasonable. Once the crowd dispersed, I teased her quietly. "Receiving bows from your elders, that cost you years off your life, you know." Freya wiped at sweat that didn't exist. Having successfully cast a druid spell for the first time, her sense of accomplishment was off the charts, the whole rat invigorated. Hearing my jab, she put a paw on her hip. "Elders? I'm 80 years old. You're 80? I nearly lost it. 80 years old, and the IQ of an 8-year-old? Freya stuck out her big belly and lectured me smugly. "Elves normally live 800 years, you ignorant human child." Following Zervin into the village, we walked all the way to the Lord's great hall at the deepest point, before which stood a 3-meter statue. Carved from a giant log 2 men couldn't circle, the form straining its hardest to look like a giant bear, but the head shape, claws, teeth, and other details still gave away its true marmot nature. A marmot standing upright, mouth open in a roar. "This is my teacher, Grandmaster of the Wild Order, Guardian of the Forest, the Archdruid, Bobuk Marmotus." Freya introduced him smugly, then jabbed at herself. "And me, the future Grandmaster of the Wild Order, the future Guardian of the Forest, the future Archdruid." Heh. Sounds impressive. No surprise, like teacher, like student. I praised her without stint. Freya beamed at this. In her distraction, one of the lotus leaf bundles in her arms dropped, food spilling across the ground, and she hurried to flop down and lap it up with her long tongue. Chatting with Zervin, I got the statue's backstory straight. Freya's teacher, the elf druid Bobuk, had come to the Wolfward Plain decades ago and aided this band of wild folk. The North had revered ancestors since ancient times, sharing a root with the orc shamans, and didn't reject the elves' druids either. The wild folks' way of life fit the druids' wild order doctrine like a glove. The bit of druidic learning and outlook Bobuk left behind was taken up by the wild folk as creed, and over the decades developed a fair number of followers. Loose followers, of course, who, like most northerners, worshipped both the shaman's ancestor gods and the druid's nature gods. An elf druid who could take a beast shape was, in their eyes, a god made flesh. The day Freya fell out of the sky, Zervin first thought it was Bobuk returned, then looked closer and saw it was his disciple. "So, you were stealing honey at the cliff's edge and got stung by bees and fell off." After hearing it out, I was thoroughly speechless. At first I'd taken her for someone with a tragic past, and it turned out she just wouldn't say because it was too embarrassing. Freya mumbled a defense, a face full of grievance. "Teacher hibernated 2 months and didn't leave me any food. I hadn't eaten in 2 months. Those bees were so hateful, they kept stinging me up the nose." Settled inside the Lord's great hall, I laid out my purpose unhurriedly. I've come as a neighbor, paying a visit, with no ill intent. The riverbend camp isn't some knight's settlement holding either. It's just a band of homeless refugees, a foothold we found at long last. You've seen it for yourselves. Our strength is poor. We struggle even against kobolds. Zervin watched me, his gaze as if to see through to my soul. No one self-discloses their weaknesses before a negotiation. Even if truly weak, you dress yourself up. I recounted the whole story of how the village came to migrate to the river bend, detailing the wars and deaths along the North Ice River, the disasters of the migration road, spreading out one by one the scenes of terror from the original's memory. Now that we've finally settled, we've run into the boarmen. The boarmen are our common enemy. If we join forces to crush them, both peoples can live more securely. Zervin looked at me. Child, your sincerity moves me. I'm glad suffering couldn't break you. The Basaka welcome you. But this battle, we will not join. He gazed toward the skull-hung gorge outside the village, his voice sinking low. 20 years ago, we too gathered the hunters of several tribes and went to burn the newly settled villages and logging camps. And then, the Freluv Knights came, with awakened knights, elites armed to the teeth, and tore our tribes up by the roots and drove us deeper into the mountains. We retreated to this basin, our backs to the falls. There is nowhere left to retreat. Violence solves a moment's trouble, child, but it is no lasting path. He shook his head. Guarding this one village has already drained the Basaka's every strength. This battle, we cannot help you. In the North's ancestor legends, Tyr the war god had 100 sons, who spread out across the north and became 100 clans. Besides the eldest, Odalov, and the sons like Freluv and Isharov who later became the surnames of the North's thousand-year great houses, there were also offspring like Basaka and Lavid, revered as ancestors by many a clan. Basaka meant a warrior clad in bearskin. The Basaka was what the wild folk of the Wolford Plain called themselves. Why? I was a little puzzled. Pull out this nail together and free up living space. Isn't that better for you? Child, the enemies of the wilderness can never be killed off. Zervin spoke earnestly. Drive off this Borman tribe, and a stronger enemy will set its eyes on this land. Perhaps another Borman tribe, perhaps Knolls, or perhaps the Empire's people. Force a war, and we only wound each other and let a third party reap the gain. What we can do is whittle down their numbers, suppress their strength, and hold a balance. I fell silent. There was something to what he said. The Wolford Plains hostile races weren't only Boormen, and there was more than one Boorman tribe. Fight and you take losses. The wild folk had only so many people, and however strong the hunters, one dead was one fewer. Beat the Boormen, and what if Knolls came next? Even if you cleared out the hostile races entirely, who did this wilderness then belong to? Wasn't it the Empire's settlers, jostling to pour in? Any wild folk or hostile race that grew too large and lorded over the wilderness couldn't, in the end, escape being wiped out by the Empire's armies. Whereas a small tribe like Zervin's, remote, hidden, and without a scrap of profit in it, even slaver bands and mercenary companies couldn't be bothered to give a second look. They lived by hunting down the surrounding hostile races, deliberately controlling the enemy's numbers, even letting some small hostile races live, raising a buffer zone on the holding's edge to keep the more distant prying eyes at bay. Use the enemy to protect yourself. Having lived here for centuries, the wild folk had their own way of surviving. Elder, the times have changed. Just as he thought I was about to give up, I spoke again. I grabbed a handful of the sunflower seeds set out for guests and scattered them on the table. These are the Basaka. Then a handful of almonds beside them. These are the hostile races. Then a handful of dried dates to one side. These are the orcs. Then I pushed my palm against the dates. The dates crowded in, and the sunflower seeds and almonds were all jumbled together. The orcs have already come south in force. The Empire may one day drive them back north of the Ice River, but it surely won't be in a day or two, a year, 3 to 5, 10. The orcs don't only raid the human realms. The Wolford Plains hostile races, magic beasts, and wild beasts will be driven from their homes all the same and move south alongside the people. As long as the Empire can't drive off the orcs, the whole balance of power on the Wolford Plain will be reshuffled again and again. Maybe in half a year that Borman tribe to the north goes from 200 to 1,000. Maybe overnight it's wiped out by a stronger hostile race. Elder, are you ready to meet them? Zervin looked at the dried nuts on the table and put his finger on the flaw in my argument. These sunflower seeds aren't the Basaka, are they? They're you. If the orcs really came south and the Wolford Plains hostile races really came sweeping through, the first to take the blade would never be the wild folk tucked away below the great waterfall, but the riverbend, guarding its rich soil and fertile woods. Is there a difference? I spread my hands. In front of a hostile race, we're all human. If the riverbend falls, the Basaka are isolated with no aid, same fate. After all that groundwork, I finally spoke my real purpose. I'm not asking for much. The riverbend will keep taking in refugees and building its strength, holding the line against the hostile races coming south, and we've got Isenball behind us besides. All I hope for is this. When the riverbend's warriors are taking a charge head-on, the Basaka loose the arrows in their hands from the side, instead of watching coldly. By then, the Basaka are still the Basaka, the riverbend is still the riverbend, and both are still alive. Zervin stared at the nuts, giving nothing away. Half a century of survival wisdom wasn't so easily swayed by a few words from a strange youth. However sound the logic, it only counted once the conditions came true. The orcs' southern push wasn't confirmed. There was no clear sign of upheaval in the wilderness, and however sincere my words, they could only be open for discussion. I wasn't in a hurry. I'd never expected to talk him over with a few sentences. Making contact, talking it through rationally, and laying the big picture before the wild folk along the way. On that count, the trip hadn't been wasted. It was already late, and in an early spring Valley Basin night comes especially fast. After a campfire dinner and a round of strange-flavored roast meat, I was put up for the night. That night, 2 wild folk girls did climb into my bed, a tribe buried deep in the mountains, cut off from the outside world, with no laws or morals to speak of when it came to continuing the bloodline. Somewhere this remote, you either swapped marriages or walked marriages with neighboring tribes, or it was close kin. A piece of quality seed delivered to their door like me, they naturally weren't willing to pass up, and for insurance they'd even paired me with one who had childbearing experience. I politely declined. Not entirely that I didn't want to. I just didn't have a face thick enough to do the deed in front of Fisher and Freya. That's right, the 3 of us slept by the hearth in the Lord's great hall, a thick layer of furs spread on the ground. Already the highest treatment the tribe offered, reserved for honored guests only. We set off early the next morning. At parting, Zervin gave me a longbow and a quiver of heavy arrows as a return gift. Fisha, along for the ride the whole way, got a bearskin blanket. What Freya got was endless pleas to stay and a heap of food, but moved as she was, she turned them down in the end. She missed Olivia's wheat cakes. Up on the low peak, Freya stood at the cliff edge, gazing down at the vast Wolford Plain, the silver ribbon of the Anzino, then looking back at the cloud-swallowed Grand Barrier, and said to Fisha and me, "You two stand back. Farther, farther." Once we'd retreated a good 10 meters, she drew a deep breath. Ah, the shrill dolphin pitch drove into our skulls like demonic sound, and even 10 meters off, Fisha and I couldn't help clapping our hands over our ears. After 2 screams, Freya said happily, "Teacher's ears are super sharp. He can hear me from 100 miles away." Back at the riverbend, I reported the trip's gains to Yulian. "Not bad. At least we don't have to worry too much about these wild folk striking us while we're weak." Yulian nodded. "For now, drill the troops, stockpile gear, tighten the watch on the far bank, and guard against a Borman sneak attack. As for the wild folk, you'll need to keep an eye on them." "All right." As I walked out, the laughter of a few old codgers drifted faintly behind me, teasing me and Olivia again, egging Yulian on to marry the girl off soon so he can hold a grandson. I couldn't be bothered to look back. The days that followed kept me plenty busy, still using food to coax and con the marmet into digging channel, pushing the militia to drill harder, plus a crackdown on people relieving themselves all over camp. For that last one, I even raised a Boy Scout squad, with orders that whoever caught someone doing their business in the open got to sneak up and poke them in the rump with a stick. So the camp regularly rang with the outraged roars of menfolk and the shrieks of women. When drilling the troops, I'd pull out that longbow and practice shooting under the militia's envious eyes. 2 meters long, with a draw near 200 pounds. Even a born-strong little savage like me had to brace and be careful not to strain a tendon. The first few days I only pulled the empty string to build my core. Only once my body had adapted to such a strong bow did I dare knock an arrow. A self-bow longbow like this looked crude but was extremely hard to make. To be both practical and pull that high a poundage, the demands on material and craft climbed exponentially, and not every ewe, abundant as it was on the Wolford Plain, could make one of this quality. Its energy conversion was poor too, nearly rock bottom, relying entirely on raw strength, which put real demands on the archer's frame. A burly kid my height, 6 feet, was more than enough for a third-tier heavy armor elite, but to be a third-tier Imperial longbowman, I'd have to grow a bit more. Seeing me practice, Julian offered a few pointers. Heavy infantry sergeant though he was, he'd watched plenty of longbow training at the Wind God Fortress and had a lower poundage longbow of his own. After his legs went bad, he'd shot a fair amount of game with it. A longbowman's stance and power generation differ from an ordinary hunter's, and with no one to teach you, you take a lot of wrong turns figuring it out solo. With his guidance, I got the hang of it fast, though catching up to a wild folk hunter or an Imperial longbowman would still take time to grind out. The kobold's steady stream of iron ore, traded for grain and Eisenball via the Petakov's little fishing boats, eased the camp's food problem for now, and Freya freed up a great deal of labor, not just brilliant at digging channel, but the answer to any heavy work people couldn't manage. A several-ton boulder she'd headbutt to smithereens, then push around like a snowball. The Lord's Great Hall's stone foundation, planned at 3 feet high, she single-handedly hauled up to 2 meters. She just made too much trouble. Without someone watching and coaxing her, she'd cause an accident in minutes. Julian seized the chance to rush out a batch of shields, expanding the militia back to 50. The new recruits, besides shields, wielded their own one-handed axes and short spears. Another 50 were picked from the able-bodied as reserves, training alongside the militia. With food no longer scarce, Olivia, per Julian's wishes, gave the villagers extra rations where she could, and their color and flesh visibly filled out. No longer the famished ghost look they'd had on first reaching the riverbend. A pack of able-bodied men, done with a day's work, still had energy at night. Better they learn to actually fight than brawl and harass the women. Come evening, over 100 militia and reserves assembled on the gravel shore to drill, no small spectacle, and it lent people a good deal of security. Before, in camp, the little mouse always loved to stick close at my heels, never leaving my side. When I wasn't around, she'd help Olivia. With me and Olivia setting the tone, the other village kids stopped shunning her so much. When she crept close during play, she was at least no longer beaten and chased off, just ignored. But she was still the same little mouse, wary and fearful of all strangers and strange things, mostly curled in my tent staring blankly, or off alone catching fish at the pond. Only when I teased her did she give that ingratiating little giggle. These days, though she still habitually hid uneaten bread under the blanket, at least she no longer poured the porridge she couldn't finish into her pockets. After Freya arrived, as my twin fools, left and right, the little mouse and the marmet became fast friends. The marmet was even glad to serve as a mount for the little mouse and Olivia, carrying them, plus Olivia's 26 adopted sons, into the oak woods west of camp to adventure and drive off the evil kobolds. Wait, why 26? I counted the kobold pups in my tent 3 times, picked out a few that were clearly sallow and underfed, and stared down Fisha. You sure you didn't slip your own sons in there? The husky person, who'd come to protest the marmot's mischief, dodged my eyes, short on nerve. Hitch they followed on their own. Then she worked up the courage to ask, you said, adult kobolds can come to the camp too? They can, come right along, but you have to work to eat. I didn't care. Whether the kobolds got killed or kept once they reached camp was Julian's business. Camp labor was tight to begin with, everything waiting to be built, hands short everywhere. So what if they were kobolds, as long as they could work? Fish's eyes lit up, and she started scheming about what her pack of dogs could do. To one side of the Lord's Great Hall, the bald big man Valerie was leading a few people in building a furnace against the outer wall, a full 3 meters tall, like an oversized water bottle. Julian, Rusev and a few of the lead men stood pointing at it, faces full of excitement. What's this thing? I leaned in. A smelting furnace. Never seen one, eh? Yulian, smug, set about lecturing the younger generation. Good stuff. Valerie did 5 years as a blacksmith's apprentice in his youth. Counts as half a smith. If this furnace can be made to work, the kobolds bring, we can melt into iron ingots ourselves. I got fired up too. An Eisenball, a passable pig iron ingot fetched 5 times and more the price of the same weight in ore. Get the furnace working, and the kobolds or tripled again at a stroke. Provided it worked, of course. A furnace built by a smith's apprentice I really held no hope for, and my contempt was written plain on my face. 5 years of study and still an apprentice? Yulian and the others scoffed, ignoring my naivety. In the north, smithing was a high-end trade, the techniques and recipes of ironworking closely guarded secrets. Valerie had spent his first 3 years at the smithy treading the bellows, splitting wood and burning charcoal, washing clothes and cooking, before he ever got to swing the big hammer. 5 years in, he could just barely cast an ingot solo, the forging work never once taught by the master, all of it learned by watching and grasping on his own. In the 6th year, the master was conscripted by the Lord to forge weapons and rose in the world, without taking him along. Valerie was capable too. Smithing unfinished, he turned to carpentry and stonework, and now knew a bit of everything. The village's strongest craftsman, a pack of dirt-grubbing old men daring to build a several hundred square meter lord's hall, was all thanks to him. I joined the gawking around this primitive shaft furnace and, in the end, offered no constructive suggestions. When it came to the categories and history of ironworking, I could leave the villagers gaping, but on the specifics I genuinely couldn't say. Watching, I suddenly said, "Don't the kobolds have a smith? Get one over here. Learn from each other. Maybe down the line, we won't even have to buy farm tools. Just make our own." Yulian clapped. "Right? Then what are you waiting for? Go." "Why's it have to be me?" I balked. "If not you, who? You're the one who knows the kobolds, the one they listen to. Even my word doesn't work on them." He shoved me. "Aren't you the best at handling that pack of dogs?" Under a chorus of urging from the lead men, I set off, reluctant. Freya, digging channel, heard and ditched her work, clamoring to come play too. The kobolds' valley wasn't far. The ore-hauling teams had beaten a mountain path straight to the riverbend. Spotting Freya and me from afar, the kobolds barked in alarm, some running back to the valley to report, some brandishing weapons to drive off the outsiders. But once we drew near, these nest-guarding dogs tucked their weapons behind their backs again and shrank their heads down, exactly like a class of schoolkids caught misbehaving. The old and weak in the valley, at the sight of the big marmet, scattered clutching their heads. The giant beast had finally come to eat the kobolds. Freya thought it was fun too, deliberately rearing up the whole way, baring teeth and claws to scare them. I was quite satisfied. A little well-timed flexing better keeps the peace, snuffing out the other side's improper ambitions. But I keenly noticed the kobolds' gear had gotten a fair upgrade. A few battles in, most of the tribe's warriors were lost, and the mainstay now was leaner-looking adult kobolds. One hand holding a small shield of bark and board, the other a short spear or iron pick, a pouch of egg-sized stones on the waist, a few carrying 3 or 4 short spears on their backs, nearly everyone with a sling. Practically a stripped-down version of the riverbend militia. Though too scared of Freya to close in, they instinctively gathered at a distance and formed a defensive shield wall. The old kobolds had been many, but a chaotic, undisciplined mob. Even an amateur like me could see they'd break at one blow. Well now, Fisha the husky looked dopey, but how long had she been in charge, and she'd already run the tribe into proper shape. She'd maxed out her internal affairs stats. As we entered the valley, Fisha, hearing the news, had already hurried over, composed and unhurried, not a trace of nerves, which to her people was a marvel. They only saw their new chieftain as brave, fearless, and formidable. The moment I stated my purpose, Fisha nodded readily. "You come, and let us straight to the smelting furnace at the nest." The kobolds' furnaces were a far cry from humans, rows of little mounds of earth under a meter tall. A dozen odd mounds, half still smoking, a pack of kobolds tending them, pumping air in with blowpipes. One that had cooled was dug open, 2 soot-covered little kobolds crawling around inside hunting for iron. Little sand-grain iron beads, packed into a clay jar. Gather enough. Reheat it a second time, and it became lumps of sponge iron. To one side of the furnaces, for sturdy kobolds clanged around 2 anvils, hammering red-hot sponge iron into shape. Nearby, an old kobold in a grassroot headband and a cloak of feathers and leaves sang and danced, praying over the smithy. Standing in the middle of it, I felt dazed, like I'd gone back to primitive society. Fisha said, "Our smith, you may take one." Unlike other kobolds who treated this primitive ironworking as mysterious sorcery, in Fisha's eyes there was nothing high-tech about it, no need to hide it away. I walked up to the 4 kobold smiths. "Among you, who's the best smith?" The smiths stopped their work and stared at me blankly. Only when I asked again did they all point in unison. At Fisha. Not just them. The kobolds bustling around stopped too and pointed at Fisha. The old kobold quack added insult with halting imperial. "Fisha, princess, best of all, the best. You're the best smith." I couldn't believe it. Fisha wagged her tail. "A kobold chieftain is either strong or smart. Me, princess, both smart and strong. I see it, then I can do it." Only later did I gradually piece it together. Fisha might be the late chieftain's daughter, but by kobold tradition, her place in the line of succession didn't even crack the top 30. A tribe, besides a strong chieftain, had a clever shaman, a smith with the lineage, 7 or 8 hunt captains, near a third of the tribe being warriors. All these, with strength and standing, ranked ahead of bloodline. For a naturally disadvantaged female kobold to become chieftain, she had to be stronger than anyone. The riverbend had a hand in this too. Of course, a few battles in, the strong warriors were nearly all dead, and the old shaman was a useless thing who couldn't so much as throw a fireball, fit only to teach singing and dancing. But the rest, Fisha earned all on her own. She was the most deft and clever, the iron she forged the most durable, her language talent the best, and her nerve the greatest, daring to trade with the wild folk tribe, daring to negotiate with terrifying humans. She'd also reorganized the hunting teams, copying human tactics and weapons, assigning a role to each kobold. She'd even wanted to build a wall around the valley. Even those heat-retaining little earth mounds she'd added after visiting the wild folk tribe below the great waterfall. The old kobold ironworking hadn't even had furnaces, just a mud pit burned for 3 days and nights, iron coming out or not left to fate. Just adding the mound doubled the odds of getting iron. "Wouldn't have guessed, you're actually this clever." There wasn't a trace of mockery in this. It was heartfelt admiration. This black and white kobold was clearly a different breed from that pack of Goldens, her intelligence leaving them far behind. Even among the riverbend villagers, few were smarter than her. I yanked back Freya, who'd been chasing and roughhousing through the valley in an uproar, and took one kobold smith away with me. Picking Fisha was out of the question. I was counting on that clever head to keep the tribe in line for me, so no brainless one who only wanted to fight humans would crop up again. The smith I brought back didn't know much Imperial, and communicating with Valerie was a struggle. If not for Fisha soothing it, this creature, fearful and hostile toward humans, would have bolted back to the nest in minutes. No rush. Let it stay and get used to the place, and deal with the rest once the furnace was fixed. I'd guarantee it. A few meals from the camp kitchen, and it wouldn't be willing to leave. This poor smith could do nothing but forge iron, at a total loss in unfamiliar surroundings, sitting alone and forlorn in the center of camp. Olivia tried sending a few kobold pups over to keep it company, but the male kobold had zero interest in pups, baring its teeth and growling them away. The pups could only whimper and crawl back to find their mama. Why is it that other people transmigrate and run into a dwarven grandmaster of forging in 5 minutes, who drops to his knees in worship? Over here, not a single soul shows up. My one half-baked smith can only cast ingots, and I have to go catch a kobold myself to pad the numbers. I pillowed my head on Olivia's lap and muttered, "Every little thing I have to do myself, my Otherworld is way too realistic." Olivia had long grown used to my nonsense, and on her own initiative propped her ledger on my forehead to record the day's ins and outs. Looking at the steadily growing numbers, she was in a fine mood, stored grains enough for a month now. Going forward, we can trade the or for more of other things. 15 pounds of cheese, 10 pounds of nails, 2 spinning wheels, 20 felling axes. In the distance, the able-bodied men hauling roof beams chanted in unison under Valerie's command. Yo, heave up. The Lord's Hall's foundation walls were done, the first floor taking shape. Freya, back from digging channel and covered in mud, lay sprawled spread eagle in the center of camp, her stubby paws flailing. I'm not getting up. I want a hot bath. Listening to all this commotion, my irritation dissolved bit by bit. I wasn't the only one grinding away. Everyone was putting their backs into this home. That night, just as I was about to sleep, the tent flap lifted and Olivia ducked in. What are you doing? I glared. The tent was cramped to begin with, so she could only sit sideways pressed against me. I'm afraid you'll bully the little mouse. I'm here to keep watch on you. Watch me, I said sourly. This sorry little tent. One more person and it collapses, and you're still squeezing in. The words weren't even out when the little mouse, watching the show at my feet, gave a startled, ah. A huge beast head came nosing in through the tent mouth. Out, out. 3 people, 6 feet together, braced against the marmot's forehead and shoved with all their might. I want to live in a tent. 2. Freya was dead set on it, cramming into the teetering little tent. Crash. The poor little tent finally couldn't hold and collapsed with a bang. After a few days resting in camp, I couldn't take the tedium again. The riverbend was on track. Every day, just heavy labor, nothing new. Julian was even less willing to let this beast of burden off. If he wasn't packing me off to repair the dike, he was having me haul roof beams with the able-bodied men. I, a future settlement knight squire, of all standing, doing grunt work like this. Early one morning, I gathered my gear and slipped off, sneaking once more into the Wolford Plain across the river. This land was our way forward, and right now it was about to become the battlefield for war with the Boarmen. The Boarmen hadn't found the river bend yet, but that didn't mean they never would. With their strong territorial instinct and aggression, they'd never sit by and watch a neighboring race grow strong. The wild folk hadn't agreed to attack together, but I couldn't just wait for the Boarmen to come to my door and let the war reach the river bend. So I had to master the terrain first and seize the advantages of timing and ground. Climbing every nearby high point, noting the terrain of the area, I ran into a Boarman trail outside a valley. This was already close to the Anzino. Knowing the way, 2 hours and you'd glimpse the river bend. Creeping closer, from a few hundred meters off, I saw a squad of Boarman warriors, 5 resting around a campfire, for sturdy horned tusk boars lying beside them. 3 others holding crossbows, posted on high ground as lookouts. By the look of it, a hunting outpost. I gauged the distance to the nearest sentry, drew the longbow, and got ready to slip up. Loose one stolen arrow, then run. The thrill was the whole point. Right then, a soft whistle beside me. I turned, alert, 20-some meters off. A bear's head faced me. The bear head tipped up, revealing a full-bearded face beneath, a wild folk hunter. He made a stop gesture at me. Creeping over, I found 2 more crouched beside him, the bearskin and wolfskin on their backs flattened into the dead leaves, near impossible to make out from 20 meters. The wild folk hunter raised his longbow, made a follow me, and crept toward the valley. I followed the 3 wild folk down the slope, approaching the valley. When we'd closed to 100 meters of the Boarman campfire, strings snapped in the distance. The 3 sentries on the ridge took arrows to the head at once and rolled soundlessly down into the valley. Before the ones in the valley could react, the 3 wild folk beside me bent their bows and knocked 2, 3 heavy arrows splitting the air and nailing 3 warriors, 2 punching through skull and chest, the thick iron heads emerging from the far side, already slightly deformed. The last dodged by a quick-reacting Boarman who rolled aside, taking it only in the palm, and that thick palm burst apart on the spot under the colossal force, fingers flying. The Boarman who'd escaped the worst let out a howl, but didn't flinch. It flipped over, grabbed a heavy weapon and dragged it one-handed, and charged back with its comrades. I stood dumbstruck. These wild folk were marksmen to a man, not an arrow wasted. I'd ground hard at the longbow with no small talent, and could barely hold accuracy inside 50 meters. Arrow after arrow on target past 100? In my dreams, the wild folk didn't pause. heavy arrows pouring out smooth as flowing water, 6 men's arrows raining down from every direction, nearly weaving a curtain. The 3 remaining warriors charged a dozen-odd meters, with only time to loose their crossbow bolts before they were turned into pincushions and tumbled forward to the ground. I shot one too, in my haste grazing past a warrior and gone without a trace. In the blink of an eye, the 8-strong Borman hunting squad was shot clean, leaving only 4 maddened horned tusk boars. The wild folk were well practiced against these two. Before they could close, they scrambled up big trees and clung tight. I followed suit, and had just climbed 5 or 6 meters when the whole tree gave a violent shudder, nearly throwing me off. A horned tusk boar had rammed the trunk hard, its near-foot-long horn driven entirely into the wood. After a collision like that, it was somehow fine, only struggling to wrench its horn back out. I drew my steel sword, gripped it point down with both hands, and leapt. Using the drop's momentum, the steel sword drove deep into its neck, nearly through. I twisted and pulled sideways, slicing half its neck open, blood spraying like a fountain, and after a few struggles it stiffened. The other 3 wild folks switched to bone spears and, working together, finished off the remaining tuskers one by one. The fight over, the lead wild folk hunter walked up to me, glanced at the tusker at my feet, then at my steel sword, envy in his eyes. "My name is Bjorn." He held out his right hand. "Last time I saw you. I'm Leo." I quickly put out my hand too and gripped his forearm, the northern way. "How is it you're here?" "This is dozens of miles from the great waterfall. The boarmen keep getting more. We have to kill some off." Bjorn said it briefly, then, as if knowing what I wanted to ask, added, "Not every fight goes this smoothly. When they're many, we take heavy losses too." I understood. The wild folk shot well, but their armor and weapons were primitive, while the Borman warriors had boundless strength, a natural overmatch. In close combat, the wild folk came off worse. Once the Boarmen used tusker charges to scramble the shooting and drag it into a melee, the wild folk could only fall back. This kind of small-scale slaughter never had the back-and-forth dueling of the movies. With life on the line, both sides went all out, and in one exchange life and death were decided. Send Boarmen to raid a wild folk outpost, and it was likely the same. I caught the heaviness in Bjorn's words and said, "If you find the Boarmen hard to handle, give my proposal some thought. The riverbend can put in its share too." Elder Zervin has his reasons. Bjorn declined without a second's thought. I couldn't very well press any further, and I'd look like I was sowing discord among the wild folk. As we talked, the other wild folk had been clearing the field. The Boarmen's heavy weapons all ran 20 pounds and up, unwieldy for humans, so they were all dumped into the stream. The remaining crossbows and hide armor were gathered into a pile to take away. Bjorn pointed at the tusker at my feet. "You killed this. It's yours." I looked at that pile of crossbows. "Can I trade it for these crossbows?" Bjorn glanced back. "The Basaka don't want this junk. Take it all. The wild folk favored you longbows. These crossbows they could neither make nor repair, and taking them back was only good for prying off the metal and sinew." I couldn't possibly. I rubbed my hands, beaming, the advantage of a thick face showing itself at once. These crossbows were crude in craft and rough in quality. I figured their effective range was under 50 meters, well short of standard issue gear. You couldn't expect a primitive hostile race tribe to share any high tech. But they had their strength. High poundage, power far beyond an ordinary bow, one shot up close enough to blow off a head. Mass-produced and issued to the militia, still a fearsome wilderness weapon. As we left, Bjorn, dragging the other tusker, looked back. "The Elder won't start a war, but the Basaka and the Boarmen are mortal enemies. If you go to war with the Boarmen, the Basaka are willing to loose their own arrows." I waved with a smile. "I'll remember that." Zervin held to the druid's way of balance and ruled the tribe absolutely, but not every wild folk was as far-sighted as he was. Hunters who spent years on the front line, who lost comrades to the Boarmen every year. To say they bore no hatred was impossible. It was only that the wild folk were few and couldn't bear heavy losses, which made the Elder's decision the soundest. But if the riverbend's militia held the front, letting the hunters cut loose with their arrows, just imagining that scene, Bjorn was probably already tempted. Of course, the wild folks' hostility toward the Empire's people ran no lower than toward a hostile race. In their eyes, the riverbend was just as much a threat. To truly join forces, we'd have to spend a while longer together and build up enough trust. Looking at that 600 or 700 pound tusker, I was stuck, but throwing it away was out of the question. The riverbend was so poor we were eating dirt, a slab of meat this big. How could I bear to leave it? I gutted it on the spot, bled it, scooped out the innards to lighten it, then cut branches to make a crude wooden sledge, and just barely managed to drag it over ridge and ravine, making it back to camp before dark. Yulian and Valerie huddled around that pile of crossbows and discussed it for ages, shaking their heads. Tough. Tough. Not easy to do. Such a simple thing. And the lot of you can't make it? I got annoyed. It's not that we can't make it. It's that we can't mass produce it. One carpenter takes 10 days or half a month to turn out a single one, and a piece of junk at that. A huge waste of labor. Material's a problem too, bad material, and it falls apart after a few shots. Once the village is built and we've got the hands, we'll talk. For now, no. The bow wouldn't do, the crossbow wouldn't do. My dream of firepower fizzled again. Over the next few days, I kept roaming the pine forest across the river, even risking getting close to the Borman's gravel hills to gauge their numbers and movements. Clashes between wild folk and Borman happened from time to time, mostly with the wild folk's strongbows on top, but there were also hunters chased down and run to ground. I even saw with my own eyes a wild folk hunter who hadn't escaped, run through alive on a wooden stake and propped up on the hilltop at the thickest point of the crossfire as a display. This was exactly why I'd rather adventure alone than bring the militia. Not everyone could move through the hills and wilds as nimbly as I could. Even wild folk hunters had their off days, let alone farmer-born militia. Run into the Borman for real, and few of them would get away. As I grew more familiar with the terrain, a bold plan slowly took shape in my head. A few days later, I ran into Bjorn again in a river valley. These hunters' familiarity with their homeland far outstripped mine, the outsiders. They looked few, yet seemed to be everywhere in the wilderness, which in a way was itself a deterrent to outsiders. Bjorn brought good news. Elder Zervin has agreed to your proposal. On one condition, the Basaka only shoot arrows. That's enough. The light rose to my brow, and I asked, when the fighting really starts, how many can you field? Bjorn looked at me, silent a long while, then said, 50 archers. No melee. A chill ran through me. A little village of 100-odd people, and it hid this many hunters? Then how do I make contact with you? When the fighting begins, Bjorn said, the Basaka will appear on their own. Back at camp, I laid the plan out for Yulian. He shook his head. This plan of yours looks shaky any way I look at it. Isn't it too risky? Am I the kind of person you can't count on? I flared up. Why don't you take a piss and look at your reflection? Yulian shot back out of habit. Then, seeing me stumped, hesitated and pressed. Even if you're reliable, is that pack of wild folk reliable? Is Freya reliable? Reliable or not? I said, you only know once you've tried. At dinner, I sidled up to Freya with my most ingratiating face. What do you want? She said warily. I plucked off the little mouse, who was perched on her head working hard to straighten her cowlick, and said solemnly, tell me, when someone bullies you, shouldn't you bully them back? You should tell teacher, Freya said without a second's thought. Your teacher isn't here, I coaxed patiently. The Borman bully you, and your teacher can't help with anything. So shouldn't you bully them back yourself? At this, Freya curled up her fat body, drew in all 4 limbs, glanced meekly left and right, and mumbled, But, I'm just a weak little marmot. Aren't you a giant bear? I lost it. You've got to toughen up. She kept her head down and said nothing, exactly like a school kid who'd done something wrong. I don't even need you to fight. You just do this and this. And I laid out the plan. Can't someone else go? Little mouse, you go. She was still hemming and hawing. And just then her extra-large wheat cake came off the griddle. I snatched up the pot lid-sized cake and chomped a big bite, taking off a whole 1%. Are you going or not? I'll go. I'll go, all right. Freya hurriedly agreed, hugging her beloved cake, looking at the little notch in it, heartache bringing tears to her eyes. After the meal, I gathered all 50 militia and laid out the plan in detail. They'd long known the Bormen existed. The imaginary enemy in their recent drills had been the Bormen too, but the moment they heard we were going on the attack, they still balked and shrank back. No wonder. They weren't bandits and brigands born with spines of steel, just a pack of farmers who hadn't quite set down their hoes. Without Julian and me drilling them day and night, they'd likely not dare provoke even kobolds. However heavily I painted the Borman threat, without having seen it with their own eyes, they were unwilling to face it. Trust me, just follow orders, and this fight won't be dangerous. Treat it as one live combat drill. Win and come home, and it's meat every meal. I worked hard to fire them up, with little effect. Julian couldn't watch any longer. He planted himself up front and let out a roar. A bunch of head-tucking turtles. What's so scary about boarmen? I killed a whole nest of them single-handed back in the day. Pluck up your nerve. All of you. Kill one boarman. Earn one moo of field. Anyone who won't go, get out of the militia. Carrot and threat together, and the militia finally rallied a bit. Early the next morning I set out with Freya and the militia, planning to ford the river upstream. Before leaving, I had Olivia stoke the camp's bonfire to its brightest as a signal, lest the wild folk miss the sign of our movement. Before we'd even crossed, a big wave of kobolds came bursting out of the woods. The militia nearly took it for an enemy attack and hurried to raise shields and close ranks. At their head, Fisha called out loudly, "We, kobolds, want to fight too. Neighbors, allies, boarmen are enemies. You lot." I frowned, sizing them up. Honestly, I wasn't impressed. The kobolds had few warriors left to begin with, and lately the ordinary goldens had been fed sleek and shiny. Easy on the eyes, sure, but the easier on the eyes the less combat-worthy, every one of them looking dopey and dim. The bunch Fisha brought ran a full 60 or 70, all kit with homemade little wooden shields, slings, and short spears, better equipped than before. This was the whole valley's entire reserve, with the air of leaving the house behind entirely. Fine. Keep your distance, follow my orders, got it. In the spirit of the more the merrier, I didn't refuse. A few dozen kobolds chucking stones and short spears from the side was at least some help. But I didn't dare let them mix into the militia formation. I knew the kobolds' fighting spirit too well. One good scare from the boarmen, and they'd flee at the wind, and might drag the militia down with them. Yes. Fish's tail wagged like mad as she eagerly led the kobolds along. Ivan beside me, though, asked quietly and glumly, "Are we teaming up with kobolds now?" "What, got a problem?" "My big brother. He was speared to death by kobolds." I paused, patted his shoulder, and didn't know how to console him. The Boorman tribe was nominally 30-some miles from the riverbend, more in actual walking, and this was with me having scouted ahead and picked the straightest, best routes. Halfway there, Bjorn stood with a few wild folk hunters atop a boulder on the only path, sizing up our column. The numbers clearly didn't satisfy him. When I drew near, he opened with this few people, you can't break into the Boorman's nest, and you can't stop their charge either. I know. You just shoot. If the battle turns against us, retreat as you please." I was full of confidence, then asked, "Can you clear out the Boorman scouts ahead of us, so they don't spot us?" Bjorn looked at me a long while, then nodded, gave a wave, and vanished into the woods with his companions. I led the column another 7 or 8 miles to a valley before halting the main force. Looking around, I muttered to myself, "This is the spot. Freya, time to work." A few hours later, per the plan, Freya went alone to the Boorman nest's edge to call them out. Afterward, she bragged to me with embellishments. At first, the Boorman pretended not to see her, letting her wander outside the stockade in hopes she'd leave on her own. Furious, she scooped up a millstone-sized boulder, spun around twice on the spot, wound up, and hurled it. Over 100 meters, and boom, it smashed their watchtower, sentries and all, to pulp. A rat-powered catapult. That did it. The Boormen couldn't sit still. The chieftain bellowed, "Kill it!" and near 100 warriors and hunters, driving over 20 horned tusk boars, swarmed out of the stockade and rushed Freya. Goal accomplished, Freya screeched and bolted, running a dozen-odd meters before remembering she was a marmet, and hurriedly dropped to all fours and sprinted, whooshing into the woods, leading that pack of boarmen straight toward the pocket I'd set. 20-some horned tusk boars chased hard after Freya, the slower boarmen following behind under the chieftain's lead. They chased a good 7 or 8 miles, and the ratty-looking, giant beast out front seemed to tire, slowing now and then to glance back, which only stoked the Boorman's excitement. This time, no matter what, they'd catch this menace. When the marmet rounded into a valley and disappeared, the Boormen didn't grow suspicious, letting the front-charging Tuskers follow her in. Freya, waiting in the valley a few seconds, watched the Tuskers close, suddenly sprinted a few steps, leapt into the air, cleared a 5-meter-wide pit, and dashed for the valley's depths without looking back. The Tusker pack, caught off guard, couldn't break, and pitched into the pit one after another. In this valley they knew so well, a giant pit had appeared, 5 meters wide, 5 deep, a dozen-odd long. The trap I'd spent 3 or 4 hours digging with Freya, the Militia, and the kobolds. More than half the Tuskers rolled into the pit. The rest jammed together, trying to turn back. "All of you, get down there." I led the Militia charging out of the woods on both sides, locking shields tight, and while the Tuskers had no firm footing, ramming them one by one into the pit. But the brutes were too strong. 50 men shoving with all their might only managed to push in a few of the unsteady ones at the rim, while 5 or 6 others savagely tossed the blocking Militia aside and turned to flee. I flew a kick into one's rump, a kick that would have sent a brown bear rolling, and it only stumbled, then ran off even faster. These weren't boars, they were a pack of little rhinos. No time to admire the results. I urgently ordered the Militia to reform, facing the valley mouth, braced and ready. The Boormen outside the valley finally charged in, and seeing the Militia were few, weren't intimidated at all. They rushed with weapons raised, firing crossbows as they came, over 100 bolts pouring down like an arrow rain, most thudding into the round shields, only a few finding flesh through the gaps. Boormen crossbows were extremely slow to reload. Through a shield gap, I saw they had no second shot ready, and immediately gave the order. "Ready up." A few Militia yanked hard on the cables buried in the grass beneath them, and at 5, 10, and 15 meters in front of the shield wall, 3 rows of sharpened thick stakes shot up with a shink shink shink, angled toward the Boormen, blocking their path. At the same moment, bowstrings snapped on the valley's left, and countless arrows split the air with a shrill scream. The wild folks' arrow rain came down in a deluge. Boormen crossbows shot slow, but a wild folk could loose 6 or 7 arrows a minute, and once the rain began it never stopped. 50 archers conjured the momentum of several hundred. At the first exchange, a dozen-odd Boormen toppled with 5 or 6 long arrows in their bodies. Those finger-thick, meter-long heavy arrows had terrifying power, punching through hide armor, through naturally thick skin, through muscle far denser than a human's, driving deep into vitals, many emerging out the far side, running a Boorman clean through. With no Tuskers to scramble things and no return fire from crossbows, the hunters on the high ground loosed without restraint, without a care. On the valley's right, the kobolds came out of the woods too, swinging their slings. What they flung were polished specularite stones, nearly twice the weight of a cobble, practically iron balls. I saw with my own eyes one charging Boorman take a stone to the tusk, the whole tusk snapping off on the spot, the ricochet flipping up and caving in its snout. The killing power was far below the wild folks' longbows, but it still left the Boormen bloody-headed and howling, unable to keep charging. Some Boormen stopped to reload their crossbows and trade shots with the kobolds. The little wooden shields couldn't block everything, and at the first casualties the kobolds' morale scattered at once, and they all ducked back into the woods. But even that bit of pinning added no small tally to the wild folks' count. Meanwhile, the chieftain led 30-some warriors still charging straight at the Militia. Their comrades in the pit were still grunting and squealing for rescue. We'd underestimated the Boormen's strength after all. Those 3 rows of thick stakes only delayed them a moment. The lead warriors swung 2-handed mauls and spiked clubs, and, in a few blows, smashed and tore the stakes aside. But that bit of time was enough. Javelins throw. 2 rounds of javelins, and a dozen-odd warriors went down 10 meters short of the shield wall. A Boorman with a short spear stuck in its belly was first to stagger up to the line, swinging a near 30-pound stone mace and slamming it down on a shield. The inch-thick oak shield burst apart on the spot. Splinters and man hurled away together, that militiaman spewing blood from mouth and nose, his arm twisted. Before it could press the advantage, his comrades in the rear hauled the wounded man off and filled the gap at once. The militia didn't just stand and take a beating. Before most of the boarmen could swing their heavy weapons, they stepped forward as one, drove their shields hard into the boarmen's bellies, jammed those unwieldy weapons, and got into the grapple first. This fighting style Julian had drilled into the militia came down from the Wind God Fortress's heavy infantry regiment, and that regiment's foes were greenskin orcs even brawnier than boarmen. Orc infantry averaging 2 meters, arms thicker than a man's legs, two-handed battle axes that ran 30 pounds at the lightest. One-on-one, humans lost out on height and strength and could barely win. But on the battlefield, with a tight shield wall, targeted techniques, and coordination among comrades, an equal number of human heavy infantry could still trade blow for blow with an orc legion. The militia Julian had trained were a stripped-down version of that heavy regiment, and the day-after-day drilling all came good now. They pinned the boarmen's bellies with their round shields, locking their movement, while the one-handed swords and short spears in their other hands stabbed in hard, gouging the guts right out. One boarman grabbed a shield's rim and yanked, dragging shield and man out of formation and slamming him to the ground, planting a foot on the militiaman's chest, about to swing its mace and crush his skull, then felt its limbs go weak, its trusty weapon suddenly heavy as 1,000 pounds. Looking down, its belly had long since been gouged with several holes by that short sword, half its organs gone. Looking up again, several short spears and one-handed swords had already driven into its chest, gut, and throat at once. As the last warrior fell before the militia line, the 20-some hunters who hadn't yet charged turned and fled, but how could they outrun the wild folks' arrows? And in a few minutes they were corpses littering the ground. The fight was over. The vast valley held only a few maddened tuskers, still chasing the kobolds around blindly with no sense to it. Bjorn, walking out of the woods on the slope, swept his eyes over the wreckage filling the valley and the boarmen corpses strewn everywhere. A perfect ambush. The fight had come fast and hard, from the boarmen charging into the valley to turning and routing, no more than a quarter hour. The 50 wild folk had nearly emptied their quivers. At least 1,000 arrows poured down on the boarmen's heads. Only later did I work it out. The 50 archers, no melee, was likely just a polite thing said for my benefit. If there'd really been a large body of boarmen still alive, Bjorn would probably have led his men charging in long ago. These hunters' close combat wouldn't necessarily lose to my militia. The wild folk filed out of the woods, longbows and bone spears raised, letting out cries of victory. I keenly noticed that mixed among the archers were a fair number of gray-haired old men and tender-faced young girls. The wild folk were a people in arms to the last one. A girl of a dozen-odd years dared follow her elders on the hunt, could draw a 100-pound longbow and never miss within 100 meters. An old hunter who'd lived to a white head couldn't keep up physically, but his archery and nerve were only more seasoned. Bjorn's 50 archers was nothing as simple as 50 hunters. He came to my side and pointed at a huge corpse. This is the boarman chieftain. A full 2 meters tall, at least 3 times my weight, flopped face down so its face couldn't be seen. 6 or 7 long arrows stuck in its back, but its hide armor was thick enough, with a rusty mail shirt, donated by some adventurer or other, sewn over the top, so the arrows had sunk less than 10 centimeters, not piercing the back muscle, not fatal. I rolled it over and saw 3 short spears in its chest. The wooden shafts snapped when it fell, the broken halves embedded deep in the flesh. This thing's size was too conspicuous, so the wild folk in militia had given it priority attention, and it bit the dust ignominiously before ever reaching the line. Rolling the corpse over, I chatted idly. "Tell me, how come these boarmen never think to carry a shield?" Bjorn was speechless. "Who brings a shield to hunt? When you hunt, you bring a shield." I patted the round shield on my back, smug. Vetchi came over fretting. "What do we do with these tuskers?" A dozen-odd tuskers still struggled in the pit, ramming the walls so they kept collapsing, a few militia standing guard, clubbing down any that nearly scrambled up. "Figure it out yourselves. Capture them alive if you can. Kill them for meat if you can't." The boarmen who'd successfully closed with the militia were only a dozen or so, but every one was an elite warrior. Even with our numbers and practiced coordination, taking them down was extremely costly. 2 militia were smashed into critical condition and lay between life and death. A dozen odd with light wounds sat dressing them. The rest joined the wild folk in gathering spoils. Bjorn and I split it in a few words. The crossbows and bolts to the riverbend, the armor to the wild folk. The wild folk weren't short on meat, so they took not one tusker. The heavy weapons, those Stone Age, 10 and 20-pound stone mauls and axes, all to the kobolds. What they wanted them for, I didn't dare ask. In any case, of the three parties, the kobolds were the happiest, wagging their tails even as they walked. Guilt-ridden, I magnanimously gave them the tuskers still running loose in the valley too. Catch one, and it's yours. Bjorn had the wild folk cut off the boarmen's heads as trophies, then severed the chieftain's head and handed it to me. This is what you've earned. In front of everyone, I took it without the slightest distaste. This was the wild folks' recognition. Catching my breath, I looked up and saw Freya squatting alone on a slope far from the battlefield, staring blankly at the corpse-strewn valley, at everyone rifling through the bodies, not a trace of happiness in her. Seeing me come over, she didn't claim credit as usual either, only drooped her ears, turned, and pointed her rump at me. I miss teacher. A wave of guilt washed over me. This fearsome-looking giant beast before me was, underneath, a soul even more tender than the little mouse's. Besides, she was an elf druid, her thought patterns and values 1,000 miles from a human's. The elves of this world wanted no part of strife and cherished life, more war-weary than I'd imagined. Thousands of years ago they'd covered the continent, but later, as other races grew strong and wars raged, the elves nearly vanished, all shrinking back to their birthplace, the highland at the center of the Grand Barrier. In the face of a threat, their first choice was to flee. People reveled in victory. What the elves saw was only a ground of corpses and flowing blood. Freya had said that in her homeland, the most common way to settle a quarrel between elves was a sleeping contest. Whoever slept sweeter and longer, the side that woke first had to yield. Many elves laboriously cultivated shape-shifting just to become some sleep-loving animal, to gain an edge within the clan, like her teacher, who could sleep 3 to 5 months with ease, and so no one ever picked a fight with him. I gently stroked her back fur, coaxing and conning, and pledged the camp's grain stores to her for a third time, before finally cheering this marmot up a bit. The field cleared. I led the column to press toward the Boorman nest, and was met head-on by an arrow rain. Their main force was wiped out, but 100+ remained in the nest, holding crossbows, using the works, with the air of fighting to the last. Fisha, do you speak the Boorman's tongue? Grasping at straws like a desperate patient, I said, help me get them to surrender, or failing that, make them pay tribute, and I'll split the take with you. Fisha shook her head. I can't. Then what do we do? Bjorn and I exchanged a glance. Retreat. What else? Wait for the Boormen to invite us to dinner. Having lost their main force, the Boormen really were no match for the three-party alliance. But to truly storm them, I'd have to pay a steep price. Charge into the nest for street fighting. Did the militia have it in them? Would the wild folk, stripped of their ranged advantage, be willing? As for the kobolds, fine. Of the three parties, their fighting spirit alone was off the charts, hoisting 30-pound stone mauls and afraid of nothing, an attitude of, I'd land a hammer on God Almighty himself if he showed up. If Fisha hadn't held them back, they'd have led the charge already. But in size and strength, the fierce wild folk might trade 1 for 1 with Boorman hunters, while the militia needed 2 working together to beat 1. Bjorn and I were both clear-eyed. Leaving this nest of remnants as a buffer, the elder had been right. A nest that had lost its main force was no great threat, with its strength sliding. This time it was their turn to live in dread. So in the Boorman's eyes, the menacing extermination army that had come killing was forced back by 1 volley of arrows and promptly turned tail in a noisy scramble, shouldering spoils, each heading home. The wild folk, unable to watch, even hunted the kobolds' 2 tuskers. The kobolds butchered the tuskers into big slabs of meat, gathered in groups, hauling and hoisting, exactly like a pack of minions who'd scored a feast and were heading back to the hills fully loaded. This expedition was enough to go down in the kobolds' annals. If they had annals, we'd stood shoulder to shoulder with humans and slaughtered the Boormen to our heart's content. Of the tuskers in the Great Pit, 6 were finally captured alive. The rest, dead and wounded, were butchered on the spot and carried back by the militia. By the time we got back to camp, it was noon the next day. The village women swarmed forward to take the meat. Some sliced into strips and wind-dried, some packed into sausages, the meaty carcasses chopped and dropped into the pot for soup. The whole camp was hung with strips of meat, several thousand pounds of it. A pack of kobold pups squatted under the drying racks, drooling and leaping wildly to grab a bite. One that jumped high enough bit the end of a strip and got hoisted up swinging on it, until a village woman knocked it down with a rolling pin. The 6 live tuskers were penned in the Lord's great hall. Ordinary wooden cabins and rails couldn't hold them. Only the hall's near 2-foot thick, 6-foot-high stone foundation walls couldn't be rammed through. By now the great hall was nearly topped out. Only the ventilation openings at the highest point left to finish. The construction crew had disbanded, only Valerie and 5 or 6 others hammering away on the roof. The whole hall was in the style of a Viking longhouse, with a hint of a stone castle's rudiments, covering nearly 300 square meters. In wartime, it could hold the whole village's old and weak. The main door was set in the 6-foot-high foundation wall at the front, accessible only by an external wooden ladder. When raided, the villagers ducked inside, shut the half-foot-thick oak door, and pulled away the outer ladder. A siege engine could come and be helpless, left to slowly batter at it with axes and hammers. Other small northern villages weren't so lavish, mostly oversized thatch huts of mud brick and wood. But Julian came from the army and looked down on those centuries-old builds. Not just the hall. The whole camp followed military lines, attack and defense both, safe and practical, with comfort last. Looking at the tuskers running loose in the hall, Julian was glum. I haven't even moved in, and these beasts get the benefit first. The hall was called 2 stories, but was really 3. A hearth at the center, tiers of wooden steps climbing up around it, level with the 6-foot stone foundation, connecting to the main door and the rooms. The 6-foot drop from the wooden floor to the ground was a hidden level. Northerners used it to pen pigs and sheep anyway, so keeping tuskers there suited fine. Only right now the boards weren't all in yet. The hall stood empty, a few rooms partitioned in the corners, the future lord's quarters. Where do I live? Where do I live? I was excited too. Finally, no more sleeping in a tent. You? Julian stared at me, probably recalling how affectionate his own daughter was toward me, his face suddenly turning unpleasant. I wasn't about to indulge him. What are you looking at? Looking at you, what of it? Just as words were about to turn to blows, Fetchy came in. Uncle, Knight Roman is here. Roman, in light armor, stood in the center of camp with 2 attendants, sizing up the drying meat strips and the bustling village women. When Julian went over, Roman smiled. Looks like you did well. Julian smugly trotted out the old, bowed their heads in submission bit again, only swapping the stars from kobolds to boarmen. So the holding's safe for now. Roman nodded, automatically filtering out his old superior's bragging. I've brought good news this trip too. My father has agreed to the captain, for the next 3 years, continuous aid to the riverbend. Good, good. The old man does honor a bond after all. Julian was overjoyed. From the day they'd marched 1,000 miles south, he'd swallowed his pride to beg Rigoloff for aid. But the man actually nodding still caught him off guard. At bottom, the head of a house holding 4 knights' holdings, however much he honored a bond, wouldn't aid an outsider unconditionally, send Julian 1 sack of grain. And how many would his own several brothers expect? Come, come. Tonight we don't stop till we're drunk. Julian threw an arm around Roman's shoulder. By the way, did you bring wine? By the campfire, Roman kept glancing sidelong at Freya, back from digging channel. This ratty-looking giant bear was the most conspicuous thing anywhere she squatted. 2 village women scrubbed hard at her with big wooden brushes as she snacked before dinner, scouring the dirt and pebbles out of her fur. After dinner, for big pots of hot water would have to be heated for her bath. On the strength of her hard work these past while, Freya had overtaken me in one bound and risen to the riverbend's reigning wage emperor, enjoying the highest treatment, the villagers just short of prostrating themselves before her the way the wild folk did. Under her 5-fold speed digging, the first stretch of channel Julian had planned was long since through, linking the upstream river to the small lake in the center of the peninsula, giving the northern near 500 acres irrigation and drainage. The villagers, breaking ground tirelessly, had already cleared over 100 acres, only waiting for spring to sow. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I truly wouldn't believe that so vast a stretch of land had been worked mainly by a band of the old, the weak, women, and children. Yulian, of course, wouldn't stop, finding new tricks every day to coax her into digging on, and in a few more days the southern stretch was near done too, even straighter than he'd planned. Seen from high up, the channel was like a knife cut drawn dead straight across the stony ground, slicing the whole riverbend peninsula off the southern bank land into an island. Compared to provoking boremen and going to war, this work that suited a marmot's nature was clearly more to Freya's liking. She just got a bit hard to rein in when she went lazy or dopey. Though Yulian explained that this was a giant bear-form elf druid, Roman still didn't dare turn his back on her, terrified the giant beast would swallow him, a stranger, in one bite. Keeping the marmot in his peripheral vision, he said, "Father has agreed to 3 years of continuous aid to the riverbend, mainly grain, cloth, and some weapons, plus a measure of military support. This is the document he signed. I'll handle the specifics." On my way, I delivered Father's personal letter to Knight Noyce at the Western Watchtower. Noyce is the garrison commander of the Western Watchtower, with 15 cavalry and 50 regular infantry under him. If need be, the captain can call on him for aid first, and he'll keep an eye on the river bend too. Delight rose to Yulian's brow, and he rubbed his hands. A great house was different indeed. It either didn't act or acted big. With the Petakovs behind us, short of an outright cataclysm, the river bend could weather any ordinary small disaster. Back when your father was garrison commander at the Western Watchtower, I was his infantry squad captain. Yulian worked the connection while mining for intelligence. This Noyce, what's his background? Noyce Hobart, a son of the Hobart house, an old banneret family of Isenball, and the husband of my distant cousin, my cousin-in-law. One of us. Yulian was fully at ease now. With Roman's arrival, dinner was especially lavish. Crispy wheat cakes, thick stew to spare, and each militiaman got an extra big hunk of bone-in tusker meat, a reward for their valor in that fight. Yulian made a further promise. This resounding victory, the militia's brave fighting, kills or no kills, each man would be granted 1 mu of land. And once the riverbend settlement succeeded, and he was invested as a frontier knight, the cream of these militia would be the holding's first batch of professional soldiers. I sat to the side gnawing a roast pig leg and watching the show. With only the original's half a soul, what I'd see was timely aid in the snow, Yulian's tearful gratitude, Roman's mature steadiness, all harmonious and warm. But switch to the transmigrator's half of the eyes. It was plainly a wily, crafty, rough-hewn man playing a young fellow like a puppet. Every word, every micro-expression, all theater. The whole night, under Yulian's patient leading, Roman gave away all his cards, yet never once found the chance to actually voice the terms his father had set. The little mouse squatted beside me like a puppy, eyeing the pig leg in my hand, and every time I set it down to chew and swallow, she'd pounce and take a savage bite, tearing off a chunk. The other kids followed suit, posted beside their own brothers or fathers to mooch when the chance came. Those with no father or brother circled Olivia, vying with the kobold pups for favor. Freya, cradling a wheat cake, looked at the roast pig leg in my hand, her gaze sweeping back and forth, and suddenly the cake didn't smell so good anymore. She huffed. "How come you get to eat roast meat, and I only get to gnaw bread? Giant bears don't eat roast meat." I was unhurried. Giant bears eat roast meat. Can a giant bear make fire? Can it roast meat? I looked around. The villagers, eyeing her enormous belly, hurried to hide their food behind their backs, shaking their heads again and again. "You kidding? 1 bite from you was a whole meal for them." I said earnestly. "Your teacher was right. To cultivate shape-shifting, you have to master the form's habits thoroughly, including its diet." With that I waved a hand. "What are you all standing around for? You're disturbing Master Druid's meal." The words barely out. The crowd scattered, leaving only the marmot cradling her wheat cake, starting to question her whole rat existence. Besides the aid, Roman had brought the latest news of the orc invasion. In under 2 months, the orcs had plowed 300 miles deep into the south bank of the North Ice River, hundreds of human villages plundered, refugees streaming south in droves. The Frelov house, holding the World Tree Road, had massed its forces at Varanger, 200 miles south of the Wind God Fortress, and for now blocked the Orcs' western main thrust. But a great many small Orc clans seized the chance to slip through the line and burrow into the wilderness. The hostile race tribes and beast packs north of the Anzino, startled into scattering, all migrated farther south, and along the way no few villages had already been raided. The Frelov troops were all pressed on the northern line. The south had only scattered garrisons left, unable to cover everywhere. So many remote villages, logging camps, and mines could only pull back toward the towns. Eisenball had already begun to see refugees. After seeing Roman off, I didn't hurry inside. There were voices in the longhouse, and out of habit I paused at the door, an old habit of mine. Inside were a few of the lead men. The smith Valerie, the quartermaster Rusev, Olivia who kept the accounts, and Lashka who managed the farming, all drooling and fretting over that aid document. "The old man's getting anxious," Rusev said, tapping his pipe. "You don't know. The Pedikov house has 4 knights holdings now. 1 Rigolaf's, 1 his second brother's, 1 his second brother's eldest sons, 1 his third brother's. Rigolaf had his son late, while his second brother's eldest son is already 30, and a few years back he even traded military merit for a settlement charter and opened a holding south of the Western Watchtower, supporting 500-odd souls. How can the old man not be anxious? The day he closes his eyes, who inherits the Pedikov house? Roman or his second brother's branch? The North was far less civilized than the South. The clan's old rules still pressed into the bones. The strong eat the weak, and no one's content to labor a lifetime for the family just for being born late. Given any chance, who doesn't want to be the head? Even if his second brother had no such designs, Rigolaf still had to build strength with everything he had to stop the wagging tongues. But what's that got to do with us? Valerie rubbed his big bald head. Now that, you don't understand. Rusev was smug. Here's their clever plan. Send Roman over, marry Olivia, and once Yulian's days are done, doesn't this riverbend change its surname to Pedikov? Yulian sighed. That's roughly the idea, which is why it's hard to handle. He turned to his daughter. How about you just marry Roman? I trained that lad myself. He's a good seedling and a proper knight. Marry him and you're a knight's lady. Olivia rolled her eyes and couldn't be bothered with him. Lashka laughed. Your girl's already set her heart on someone. No talking her out of it. What's so good about that Leo kid? Yulian flared up. No father, no mother, a mere brute. When a real fight comes, he'll be the first to die. Olivia couldn't take it. You know he's reckless, and you still send him off fighting and killing all over. You want him to go die? And she reached for her father's ear. Stop, Yulian barked, cowing his daughter. This is to temper him. If he can't settle a little matter, how's he going to guard the riverbend later? If he really hasn't got it in him, then he dies, he dies. Listening outside the door, I couldn't say what I was feeling. Rusev hurried to smooth it over. Leo's much more sensible now. The things he's handled lately. Which one wasn't done well? Sensible my ass. Slacking around all day. Give him a little power, and he's off to the moon. Even sticks his nose into how people take a shit. That struck a chord, and Lashka seized the chance to gripe. Olivia, you keep him in line too. Don't let Leo spend all day eyeing the village women's big rumps and corrupting my little grandson. Rusev immediately recalled the old score of getting poked in the rear by the Boy Scout squad last time he relieved himself in the open, and nodded. I take back what I just said. Changing tack, he urged Yulian again. At your age, waiting till you're a knight lord to remarry, have a son, and raise him into a knight to inherit the house. Too late. However much you dislike Leo, in the end you'll still have to lean on him. Take my advice, settle the matter between those two early, and spare yourself trouble. Yulian's old face screwed up into a knot, with no rebuttal. The rules they spoke of in lower voices afterward, I caught clearly too. By imperial law, a knight's holding was a benefice a lord granted a sworn knight to keep warhorses and armor, the better to fight for the lord. But in case of rebellion, crime, or dying without heir, or heirs too feeble to bear the military service, the lord had the right to take it back. To pass a fief down, the surest way was for the descendants to earn knighthood too. Otherwise, you either paid a hefty inheritance tax, or the land was simply reclaimed and regranted to someone else. Julian, a backgroundless commoner who'd worked his way up, with a pack of covetous competitors behind him, ranked in the top tier of difficulty when it came to passing the river bend to his descendants. If it were up to him, he'd rather marry his daughter to Roman, who had pedigree and ability both. As for who got the river bend after he died, that was no business of his. But he knew in his heart his daughter had fixed on me and likely couldn't be talked out of it. Not marrying her to Roman, yet wanting to pass the river bend on, left only one path: raise up a knight himself. The thought of tossing his treasured girl to a rough kid like me to ruin made him miserable all over. He was glad to treat me as a son, but he wanted even more to find Olivia a better match. Valerie had no head for this, fretting over a document he couldn't read. So this aid, do we take it or not? The first batch of supplies on it was enough to get his smithy open. I'll take the supplies, but the person I can't give. Julian made the call. Tomorrow I'll go to Eisenball myself and make things clear with Rigoloff. Try not to hurt the bond. Only now did I understand. Blocking Roman with talk all night, never letting him state the terms, was so he could go negotiate it at the man's door himself. With no terms stated, it was easy to talk. Let them be stated and then refuse to their face, and that's a loss of face. 300 people huddled into the wilderness looked cut off from the world, but the risk the river bend could least withstand still came, in the end, from human society. That's how it should be done. Rusev nodded. We've recovered now. Even if the talks fall through and we don't take this batch, we'll get by. But the relationship can't be soured. Once the discussion was about wrapped, I pushed the door open and breezed in. What are you all talking about? Nobody's sleeping? The whole room glanced at me, not a friendly face among them. The next day, Julian took 2 men to Eisenball and didn't return for 2 full days, coming back with a few extra people and 2 horses besides. These 2 are craftsmen from the Petikov house, come to help us build the water mill and sawmill. He introduced them to Valerie, excited. Hello, masters. Valerie rubbed his bald head and greeted them, earnest. I leave the 2 masters to you. Bring a few more men to assist them well, Julian said, winking at Valerie. Valerie got it in a flash. Wasn't this just leeching the craft for free? He knew this one well. His whole set of skills had been stolen exactly this way. How Julian had talked it over with Rigoloff, who knew. But he'd come away not only with supplies, but 2 borrowed craftsmen, and on the way out had even lifted 2 horses under Roman's cover. These weren't quite up to war horses, but they were decent riding mounts. The western watchtower was nearly 30 miles from the river bend, and when it came to calling for aid, running there on 2 legs to bring word was too slow. Besides, a frontier knight was still a knight. How could he have no horse? No horse, and you're called infantry. The 2 horses were carefully penned in the new stable, joining donkeys, kobold pups, marmet, and horn tuskers as the latest members of the River Bend Zoo. The new stable and the smithy flanked the Lord's great hall against its stone walls, each with a small door leading into the hall. Livestock and ironware were both strategic-grade materials for a little village holding. Julian had long wanted to build a water-powered sawmill on the far bank. Even with just 1 saw blade, it was worth 20 men. But in this poor place, good craftsmen and good smiths were a high-end trade, either a lord's retainers or propertied townsmen who'd want to plunge into the wilderness with him. I'd brought up using water power before too, but anyone can run his mouth. Even the most knowledgeable Valerie didn't dare guarantee he could build a working water saw. Building that little shaft furnace had taken 5 or 6 men a week of fiddling and 2 collapses. Figuring out a water saw solo would likely cost a dozen-odd strong laborers a month or 2 of trouble and might come to nothing. Everyone's got a brain. Pity none had the hands. As for why the far bank was closer to the pine forest, so finished logs could be pushed straight into the water and floated down to camp or downstream. More importantly, the far bank was the eroding bank, deep water and swift current, while the peninsula side was the depositing bank, shallow water and slow current, and the river bend's eddies sometimes even pushed small boats upstream. Never mind a water wheel. Even a shallow draft fishing boat couldn't put into shore. It was only to unload or for the fishing boats that the camp had to build that 10-meter pier. Besides the sawmill, Julian also had the craftsmen build a mill, A water mill was far simpler than a water saw, for a seasoned hand no more than rigging a water wheel and a few bearings. With a mill, the village women no longer had to push a hand quern to grind wheat, and the time saved could go to breaking ground, weaving, and tanning. Once the craftsmen were settled, Yulian quietly pointed at a frail young man he'd brought back and sighed to Rusev. Remember old John's family? Old John. That old goods came too. Rusev knocked his pipe out hard. He didn't come. He's dead. Yulian was expressionless. The whole big family wiped out. Only his grandson Harry left. Rusev choked, swallowing the good riddance right back down. Old John had been a refugee who'd fled to join us after the neighboring village was destroyed. Well off, a rich peasant of sorts, a big family of a dozen odd. 100-odd miles along with the convoy he'd clamored to split off, and settled with a few same village families in a small town outside Varanger. As it turned out, the convoy had barely traveled a few days when the orcs caught up. The whole town was slaughtered, and of old John's family, only Harry escaped. Luckily, he still remembered where the settlement party was headed, and rode the refugee tide all the way to Eisenball, where he'd already spent 7 or 8 days outside the city. There was surely more than one like him. This trip into the city, Yulian had deliberately made a few rounds of the refugee camp, sounding out the riverbend's future for taking in refugees and building strength, and spotted Harry, near starving, at a glance. Another pitiful kid, couldn't very well watch him starve, so I brought him back. Feed him a few good meals first, let him recover. This lad, once as sturdy as me, was now wasted past recognition, his gaze vacant. No villager mocked him. 2 women set about changing him out of his black mud-caked rags and brought him food. Cupping a wheat cake and thick stew with oil floating on top, Harry, snatched from death, kept doubting whether this before him was real. He'd thought coming to the settlement camp with Yulian, he'd be lucky to survive on chaff and wild greens and a few bites of antler sava. How? 2 months out of sight. Was the riverbend eating solid food? In the 2 days Yulian was away, thanks to the big mouths of Rusev and the other old men, word that Olivia turned down Knight Roman for Leo had already spread through the village. What news could a remote wilderness camp have? 80% of the fresh gossip was stirred up by me. Olivia's bosom friends, hearing it, were filled with righteous indignation and came one after another to urge her to change her mind. Knight Roman, in his gleaming armor and graceful bearing, was these girls' dream man, a city man, high society, a noble's son, the kind others couldn't dream of landing, and you turned him down. As for me, provisionally relegated to second place. And at that very moment, the me they were secretly running down was shouldering a big muck fork, standing not far off and staring blankly at a heap of dung. A linen tunic so ragged the sleeves had fallen off, filthy head to toe, the spitting image of a convict fresh from a jailbreak. Shouldering the muck fork, I was puzzling over composting. The North wasn't without the concept of fertilizer. Farmers gathered ox, horse, donkey, and sheep dung, sun-dried it, broke it up, and scattered it into the fields, or simply grazed livestock on fallow land. Remote forest regions and wild folk still did slash and burn, but they almost never used human waste because the ancestors had handed down word. Human waste is poison. It'll poison the wheat sprouts dead. As a senior wage earner of 30 years, I'd fancied myself something of an intellectual. After transmigrating, I found I was at most a know-of-it-all. Knew a bit about everything, could do none of it. The so-called human waste poison sprouts was actually raw manure going into the ground unfermented, fermenting a second time in the field, and scorching the sprouts dead with the heat. You just had to compost and let it cure first. But even the simplest compost was certainly not made by tapping a keyboard a few times. I could only dig painfully through childhood memory while slowly testing. One girl, the longer she looked the more wrong it seemed, suddenly grabbed Olivia's arm hard and shouted in terror. "Leo's not about to eat shit, is he? Hurry up and stop him." Olivia finally couldn't listen anymore. Having rested enough, she led her 32 adopted sons off to work. Speaking of her dog sons multiplying, I'd actually looked into it. I'd watched a few times in secret at how Fisha interacted with the kobold pups after coming into camp. On the pretext of checking how her kin were doing, she'd lie outside the stable rail talking to the pups, her eyes sweeping around, and once she'd confirmed no one was watching, she'd pull a pup out from under her clothes, plop it into the pile, and turn and leave. That's right. After long contact with humans, Fisha had learned to wear clothes. She'd had Olivia remake the bearskin blanket into a bearskin coat, which both showed her status and made it convenient to smuggle pups. The last time, I sprang out and mercilessly exposed her trick. Fisha was vexed. Fisha was angry. Fisha didn't come to camp for 3 straight days. Right now, Fisha, Freya, and the little mouse sat in a row by the new channel, swinging their legs, watching a crew of villagers strain under Julian's direction to haul logs. They were building a watchtower on that stone knoll above the channel's mid-stretch tunnel. A 7 or 8 meter stone knoll plus a 3-meter tower, and the view could take in all the surrounding flatland. Whoever came raiding couldn't slip past the sentry. This was over 1,000 meters from camp, and at the horn's blast the militia would at least have time to run back, don armor, and grab weapons. The militia were the main labor force by day 2, and couldn't very well work the fields lugging a full kit. Not just this knoll. Julian also meant to build watchtowers at both ends of the channel and raise gate stockades, fencing the whole peninsula inside a barrier. As for walling the inner side of the channel with stone and palisade, the work was no smaller than digging the channel, and the priority wasn't high enough, so it could only wait and be done slowly in spare time. At the other end, a crew of 30-some had already set off for the peninsula's far side to open the 30-mile road from the river bend to the western watchtower. Calling it road building wasn't as grand as laying cement and flagstones. This track hugging the shore had been traveled once by the settlement convoy, so a rough form existed. The first step was just to cut the big trees and brush in the way, level a few 2 or 3 meter slopes, shift the blocking boulders, and throw up a few simple wooden bridges over the streams feeding into the Anzino. Julian's standard wasn't high. Let the wagons barely pass and not capsize and break apart midway like last time, and that was enough. Except for miracles like the World Tree Road, most knights holding roads were like this, the passing caravans being the incidental road crew. Roads broken, so they turn around and leave? No, they stop, patch it up, barely get through. Once the river bend had more people and trade thrived, this mountain track would naturally grow smoother with use. Fisha watched the humans' bustling scene with envy. Compared to humans, kobolds really were clumsy. Most of the dogs, beyond mining, wouldn't do a thing without the threat of the whip and starvation. She'd forced her people to wall the valley mouth, and in a few days it was washed out by the stream. She herself, standing in the stream, hadn't been washed away. Eager to learn, she came to camp every day to steal techniques and went back to teach her people hand by hand. In 1 month, she'd pilfered the sling, militia drill, human cooking, shaft furnace smelting, and even begun making crossbows. But against the river bend's breakneck pace, the Kobold Valley seemed to mark time and place. It hadn't changed since she could remember. If she hadn't painstakingly kept the trade with humans going, the kobolds would have slid right back to eating mice and going hungry. Unwilling to accept it, Fisha shot to her feet and shouted, "I, Kobold Princess, Chief, Leader, Clever Fisha, must try hard." Beside her, Freya was working hard to copy the little mouse and Fisha's leisurely leg swinging. But her legs were too short, all pressed under her fat belly, and wouldn't swing at all. Just now Julian had come to ask her help hauling logs and been flatly refused, the reason being, no shoulders. Hearing Fisha's shout, Freya scrambled up, not to be outdone. "I'm a princess too, princess of the elves, Clever Freya." The little mouse, looking at the two proud ones, worked up her courage and said timidly, "I'm a princess of the humans, Clever Gulvig." Her nerve was too weak. The words didn't reach her two friends' ears at all. Only I, being close, heard it. Gulvig. I quietly committed that unfamiliar name to memory. On the 4th day of fussing with compost, I suddenly sensed something off. I looked up, alert. On the field ridge outside camp stood a strange, towering giant. Near 2 meters 20 tall, a pair of huge antlers on his head, dark green long hair and beard cascading down like a waterfall, his torso bare, but for a hide loincloth, lines of green tattoo running across rock sculpture muscle. The villagers laboring in the nearby fields, the militia on watch in the distance. None seemed to perceive his presence at all. The moment our eyes met, an immense pressure surged up, my spine instantly stiffening, the surroundings beginning to blur, as if heaven and earth held only the two of us. Good grief, The very image of one of those antlered night elf archdruids from a game. No need to think. I guessed his identity in a flash. The elf archdruid, Freya's teacher, Bobuk Marmotus.